Chapter 1769. Ha ha! I've finally succeeded. A burst of laughter resounded from the valley. Then, the powerful fluctuation from the valley retreated like a receding tide. In just a few breaths, it had completely vanished. With this supreme formation rune, we can go anywhere in the world. Two people stood on top of a boulder in the valley. One of them was holding a formation platform in his hand, looking incomparably pleased with himself. The other person was Guzhong. Is the Valley of Gods and Demons really that terrifying? Guzhong was a little worried. He wasn't too sure what kind of place the Valley of Gods and Demons was, but He Tian seemed to know a lot of things. Legend has it that a supreme demonic cultivator fell there. He Tian's expression turned solemn. The Valley of Gods and Demons in the 100,000 mountain range could be said to be one of the places with the strongest demonic qi in the entire 100,000 mountain range. Some people said that it was a devil origin ground that had been destroyed. Although it had been destroyed, the demonic aura there could still cause powerful cultivators to be demonized. Why did the Azure Dragon choose that place? Guzhong was puzzled. He had seen the Azure Dragon before. Although he was strong, he was slightly weaker than his master. He couldn't understand why the Azure Dragon chose the Valley of Gods and Demons as the battlefield. You ask me? Who should I ask? He Tian revealed a frivolous expression again. He played with the formation platform in his hand as if he loved it. This was the first incomplete supreme formation he refined after becoming a half-step saint. Although it was an incomplete supreme formation, if he could make this incomplete supreme formation display its strongest power, it would be enough to kill a quasi-sage. Even if a true sage came, it would be difficult to break this incomplete supreme formation in a short time. This incomplete formation was prepared by He Tian and the others as a backup. No one knew what was inside the Valley of Gods and Demons. After all, it used to be a land of devils. The land of devils was the origin of thousands of devils. It could give birth to terrifying and powerful devils. Although the source of devils was destroyed, no one could guarantee that there wasn't a peerless great devil inside. He Tian and the others were prepared to deal with all kinds of situations. All right, let's go and see how your master is preparing. As He Tian spoke, he turned around and walked deeper into the valley. A blurry figure appeared in the depths of the valley. It was Gu Fei. Ever since he arrived, he had been sitting there cross-legged without coming out. The Azure Dragon was a powerful opponent. Even Gu Fei had to adjust himself to his peak condition. Moreover, the location of the duel was the Divine Demon Valley. The Demon God Valley was not an ordinary place. When He Tian and Guzhong walked in, Gu Fei opened his eyes. Then, he stood up from the top of a large rock. Let's go take a look at that demonic God Valley. Gu Fei was very cautious. He had to observe the location of the battle with the Azure Dragon. He was not an arrogant person. Only by making sufficient preparations would his chances of victory be higher. The three of them walked out of the valley and headed towards the 100,000 continent. The 100,000 mountain range was incomparably vast. It was said that no one knew where the end of the 100,000 mountain range was. It was an almost endless mountain range. The Devil Domain in the 100,000 mountain range only occupied a very small area of the 100,000 mountain range. Compared to the entire 100,000 mountain range, the Devil Domain was simply insignificant. If one wanted to find the location of the Devil Domain without a map, it would definitely not be an easy task. Gu Fei and the others had already prepared a map of the 100,000 mountain range. Following the map, they quickly approached the Devil Domain. They stopped on top of a mountain peak. Yin Qi filled the air in front of them. Although the sun was high in the sky, the land in front of them still gave off an eerie feeling. Profound Yin Devil Qi, He Tian said, It was the profound in devil chi that spread out from the devil origin. The entire devil domain was enveloped by this kind of devil chi. Even the sunlight from the sun in the sky could not shine into the devil domain. "Let's go in," Gu Fei said. This level of profound in devil chi could not affect them at all. The three of them immediately soared up from the mountain peak and flew towards the gloomy world in front of them. They directly entered the world that was surrounded by devil chi. Compared to the entire 100,000 mountain range, the devil domain was insignificant. However, the devil domain was actually very vast. Its area was not smaller than the extreme north devil domain. The divine demon valley was located in the southwest of the devil domain. The devil chi there was different from the surrounding devil chi. The devil chi that enveloped that place was not the profound in devil chi, but another kind of devil chi. Gu Fei and the others had once caused havoc in the devil domain. Many experts of the demons recognized them. They were here to inspect the site, not to find trouble with the demons. They did not alarm any demons and directly came to the vicinity of the divine demon valley. This is when they came to the boundary of the divine demon valley, they saw a blood-red land. The soil here was red, as if it had just been dyed red with blood. Casually kicking the ground a few times, they could see dried bones under the blood-red soil. This is a land dyed red by the blood of a fiend god. He Tian sighed. The area around the divine demon valley was actually an ancient battlefield of fiend gods. In that ancient battle, the devil source in the divine demon valley was destroyed. This was definitely a battle between sovereigns. Even now, there was still a legend that a demon ancestor was buried in the divine demon valley. The demon ancestor, the ancestor of demons, was the earliest batch of demons in the world. Every demon that could become a demon ancestor was extremely powerful and could stand shoulder to shoulder with sovereigns. "Be careful, I feel that something is wrong." An almost transparent sword shadow flew out from He Tian's body and coiled around him. It was an invisible sword. He had used his saint weapon to protect himself. An invisible sword chi enveloped He Tian. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong continued forward. Their martial bodies were already prepared. Once they discovered danger, they would be like a hidden dragon, suddenly erupting and shattering the danger. When they entered this place, they smelled the scent of blood. This was the blood fiend demonic chi. A great demon that cultivated the blood fiend demonic technique had fallen here. That demonic blood chi came from the valley in front of them. Seems like a peerless great demon really fell here. Gu Fei's expression was very solemn. The Azure Dragon was the local tyrant of the southern wasteland. He should know about the situation in the divine demon valley. Since he knew about this, why would he still choose to fight here? They continued forward. The blood-red soil on the ground gradually turned deep red. In the surroundings of the valley in front of them, there were traces of demonic blood chi lingering around. Gu Fei and the others soared into the sky and looked down at the valley from above. This is what, when they looked down, they couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. Looking down from above, the divine demon valley was actually a huge human-shaped pit. How can this be? Could it be that this so-called divine demon valley was actually created by a person falling from the sky? Thinking of this, the three felt that this idea was too crazy. Such a huge body absolutely could not appear in the current human world. This was an ancient battlefield. There was no doubt about it. Only an ancient existence could have such a huge body. In the human-shaped valley, there was a blood-red demonic chi lingering around. This demonic chi was different from the Xian Yin demonic chi outside. There were two demonic powers. Could it be that there were two demon ancestors buried here? Gu Fei and the others had never thought that the legendary Divine Demon Valley would look like this. A huge human-shaped pit. Thousands of miles around the pit was enveloped by demonic blood qi. The demonic domain in the 100,000 mountain range was not simple. It was indeed the origin of the southern wasteland. Roar. Just as Gu Fei and the others were observing, a roar suddenly rang out from the Valley of Gods and Demons. As the roar rang out, the demonic aura that enveloped the entire Valley of Gods and Demons rippled. A huge figure could be seen vaguely in the demonic blood qi. What is that, a demonic beast? Or a great demonic beast? Gu Fei and the others were shocked. That roar shook the entire celestial demon valley. This demonic creature definitely had the battle prowess of a half-step saint. It might even be a quasi-saint demonic creature. There is indeed a demonic beast in the divine demon valley. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. The entire god-demon valley was shrouded in a bloody demonic energy. Even his martial Tao heavenly eye could not see into the valley, and it was hard for him to see what the demonic creatures roaming within the bloody demonic energy looked like. I'll go down and take a look. You guys stay on guard. Gu Fei watched for a while, then turned around and said a few words to He Tian and Gu Zhong. He then used the universal void steps and directly rushed down from the sky. Roar. Soon, an angry roar came from the Valley of Gods and Demons. Rumble. A terrifying demonic blood qi erupted, and the entire divine demon valley shook. Blood-colored demonic runes appeared in the valley, and the demonic blood qi in the valley surged wildly. This is when He Tian saw the demonic blood qi runes in the valley. He couldn't help but change his expression. These were demonic runes condensed from the undying demonic Tao laws of the demonic ancestor that died here. If the entire divine demon valley was branded with this kind of demonic runes, then the entire divine demon valley would be equivalent to a demonic formation. Bang! Boom! Violent collisions sounded continuously from the valley. Gu Fei was fighting with the demonic beast in the valley, causing the void to tremble and the earth to shake. A demonic energy that was not weaker than Gu Fei was awakening. This demonic beast. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be moved when he sensed the extremely powerful demonic blood qi. I didn't expect you guys to arrive earlier than me. Chapter 1770. I didn't expect you two to arrive earlier than me. Just when Gu Zhong and He Tian's attention was attracted by the battle in the Valley of Demons, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. What? Gu Zhong and Erebus were extremely shocked. Someone had actually appeared behind them, but they hadn't noticed the other party at first. If this person suddenly attacked while they were unprepared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swish! Gu Zhong and He Tian turned around and saw a cultivator in azure robes standing less than 100 zhang away from them. This was a young man with the aura of a true dragon lingering around his body. An illusory image of a huge dragon appeared in the void around the azure-robed cultivator. After seeing this young cultivator, Gu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. This cultivator was none other than the Azure Dragon who challenged Gu Fei. The Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan was a title. Only the strongest clansman of the clan could be crowned with the title of Azure Dragon. This title represented strength and glory. It's you. Gu Zhong and He Tian immediately emitted a powerful aura. This was a natural reaction to meeting a powerful opponent. Azure Dragon was too much of a threat to them. After all, this was an expert who dared to challenge Gu Fei. How unexpected to actually meet you here. Azure Dragon didn't seem to be hostile. He directly walked over and looked down at the Valley of Demons. At this time, the battle in the Valley of Demons was still ongoing. However, even Azure Dragon couldn't see into the valley that was sealed by the baleful blood demon runes. This valley was extraordinary. Perhaps a supreme great devil had fallen here. The power of the great devil's law hadn't dissipated yet. The baleful blood demon energy still enveloped thousands of miles, turning this place into a terrifying forbidden land. Boom! A muffled sound came from the valley below. The entire valley was shaking and cracks appeared on the walls of the valley. The blood-colored ground cracked and blood-colored liquid seeped out from the cracks. Seeing this scene, Guzhong and Haitian were shocked. Could it be that the entire valley was actually a living thing? The cracks in the ravine quickly disappeared. This ravine could actually repair itself. No wonder it could exist for so many years without being destroyed. Azure Dragon, I didn't expect you to come as well. Gu Fei's voice rang out. He was actually able to speak while fighting against the unknown magical beast. This meant that he was having a very easy time fighting against this magical beast. Do you want me to help you kill that magical beast? Azure Dragon stood high up in the sky. His eyes flickered with light. Images flashed through his eyes. It was the scene in the valley. He was using the secret technique of the Azure Dragon clan. His gaze finally landed on the valley. Sure, Gu Fei's voice rang out. Shua. Azure Dragon did not hesitate. He directly rushed down from the sky like a huge dragon descending from the 9 heavens. Powerful dragon energy erupted from his body. The blood-fiend demonic chi in the valley was swept away. Inside the valley, a figure could be seen fighting with a ferocious-looking demonic beast. Azure Dragon dove down and entered the valley. The blood-fiend demonic chi that was swept away by Azure Dragon surged again, enveloping the entire valley once again. That is, although it was just a quick glance, Guzhong and Haitian's eyes were very sharp. They had already seen the appearance of the magical beast clearly. It was a blood-fiend demonic beast. It had 3 heads, but its body was like a qilin. The 3 heads were all spewing out blood-fiend demonic flames, burning the void. The entire valley was covered in a sea of flames. Gu Fei, how about we compete? Azure Dragon's voice rang out from the valley. How? Gu Fei was very straightforward. He knew that he would not lose to anyone. Let's see who can kill this magical beast first. Very well, let's do that. Azure Dragon's suggestion was very simple. Hence, the 2 experts exerted their strength and attacked the blood-fiend demonic beast together. A large amount of blood-fiend demonic flames were extinguished. Roar. The dragon head devil qilin roared angrily. It was in a dangerous situation. These 2 dared to intrude into its territory, and they were extremely powerful. It was actually showing signs of being suppressed. Rumble, the dragon head devil qilin, was furious. This was its territory, and it could use all the blood-fiend demonic chi in the valley. Being forced into such a difficult situation by these 2 guys made it go crazy. Blood-fiend demonic marks appeared on the dragon head devil qilin's body, and a violent blood-fiend demonic chi emerged from its body. This demonic beast, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon, felt a great pressure. This demonic beast was not simple. Its combat strength definitely surpassed that of a half-step saint. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have already killed it. Swoosh! A huge claw grabbed at Gu Fei. The blood-fiend demonic chi on the claw shook the void, creating 5 pitch-black spatial cracks. Die! Gu Fei rushed forward and threw a punch. The powerful fist energy also shattered the void. Like a chaotic meteor, it collided with the giant claw that was grabbing at him. Bang! The huge claw was blocked. Gu Fei's fist energy was too strong. In close combat, he was practically invincible. The dragon head devil qilin's claw was shattered. The entire claw turned into a bloody mist. Roar. The dragon head devil Qilin roared and quickly retreated. This person had suddenly released a dangerous aura that made even the dragon head devil Qilin's heart palpitate. Dragon roar to the 9 heavens. Azure Dragon attacked. As soon as he attacked, the image of a dragon rushed out from his body. The aura of a true dragon was vast and mighty. The draconic chi took form, as if a true dragon had appeared in the mortal world. Bang! Azure Dragon's attack sent the dragon head devil Qilin flying. A trail of demonic blood rained down from the sky. Swoosh! Just as Azure Dragon was about to rush forward, he saw a figure flash in front of him. Gu Fei had already rushed forward, catching up to the dragon head devil Qilin. Die! Gu Fei instantly appeared above the dragon head devil Qilin's head. He stomped down on the dragon head devil Qilin's 3 dragon heads. Thunderous sounds could be heard from beneath his feet. This was the first step of the 8 kill steps. Divine lights flashed like lightning beneath Gu Fei's feet. A powerful destructive force directly tore through the void. Roar! The dragon head devil Qilin let out a sorrowful roar, and a blood-colored devil bead shot out from each of its 3 dragon heads. The 3 devil beads shot toward Gu Fei. This was the demonic fiend Naiden that the dragon head devil Qilin had cultivated for countless years. Such a powerful demonic beast might not be able to take human form, but its bloodline was extremely domineering. A single drop of its blood could kill an almighty. The demonic fiend Naiden in its body was even more terrifying. At this time, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon attacked with all their might. The dragon head devil Qilin had no choice but to go all out. Humph! Seeing the dragon head devil Qilin spit out the Naiden, Gu Fei did not retreat. Instead, he stomped down again. A destructive force instantly enveloped the 3 demonic fiend Naidens. Boom! The 3 Naidens exploded. A violent wave of demonic fiend energy erupted, shaking the entire valley. Countless blood-colored demonic fiend Dao patterns appeared, protecting the entire valley. Too strong. Gu Fei had underestimated the explosive power of the demonic fiend Naiden. He was sent flying into the sky by this violent wave of demonic fiend energy. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was sent flying, a sorrowful roar came from the valley. Then, Azure Dragon's laughter rang out. He had succeeded. I'd been taken advantage of by him. Gu Fei knew that he had no chance to kill the demonic fiend anymore. It had already been killed by Azure Dragon. That demonic fiend's strongest attack might not have hurt him, but it had forced him to retreat. What kind of person was the Azure Dragon? How could he miss this opportunity? The dragon head devil Qilin had self-detonated 3 demonic fiend Naidens. Its vitality was greatly damaged. Azure Dragon took advantage of this opportunity to kill the demonic fiend in one move. Ha ha! Gu Fei, I won. Azure Dragon rushed out of the valley. He was holding the dragon head devil Qilin's 3 ferocious dragon heads. Blood was dripping from them. Master lost. Gu Zhong and He Tian were stunned. In their opinion, Azure Dragon shouldn't be a match for Gu Fei. But this time, Azure Dragon had killed the dragon head devil Qilin. A loss is a loss. Let's go. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He left with Gu Zhong and He Tian. Ha ha! Awesome! Azure Dragon laughed heartily. He was truly happy. Ever since he lost to Gu Fei, he had been cultivating crazily. Today, he had finally won against Gu Fei. How could he not be excited? However, he also knew that he had won this time through trickery. The 3 demonic fiend Naidens that the dragon head devil Qilin had spat out were incomparably powerful. Even if he and Gu Fei were in the same position, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Thinking about the battle in 3 days, Azure Dragon's blood boiled. Gu Fei, I must win the battle in 3 days. The Azure Dragon tossed the dragon head demon Chelan's head into the valley and left. The Valley of Gods and Demons quieted down after Gu Fei and Azure Dragon left. There were no other demonic creatures around the Valley of Gods and Demons, only the dragon-head devil Chelan. 1 hour after Azure Dragon left, demonic shadows started to appear around the Valley of Gods and Demons. The battle in the Valley of Gods and Demons finally alarmed the demons outside the Valley of Gods and Demons. Some demons even ventured into this region to check it out. Time was the least valuable thing for cultivators who had already cultivated the Tao fruit of longevity. If there were no accidents, immortals and immortals could always live. However, everything was unpredictable. Even the unrivaled supremes in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could die, not to mention immortals and immortals. 3 days passed very quickly. The sun rose from the east, and its rays shone on the earth. The mountain that had been silent for the entire night began to bustle with activity. At this moment, some powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City started to move. Chapter 1771. Early in the morning, in a forest in the 100,000 mountains, a man sitting cross-legged under a towering tree opened his eyes. It was still dark in the forest, but it seemed like 2 bolts of lightning had flashed. The day has finally come. That person stood up from under the tree. At this moment, 2 figures appeared beside him. "Master, should we go now?" asked a strong young cultivator. The young man's aura was well concealed, making him look like an ordinary mortal. However, those who knew his origin did not dare to underestimate him. "Let's go." Gu Fei walked out. His disciple, Gu Zhong, and the formation grandmaster, Erebus, followed behind him, and the 3 of them disappeared into the forest. After they left, the roars of beasts could be heard in the forest. With them around, the fierce beasts in this area were very quiet and obedient. I'm really looking forward to this battle. In the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 ancient clans, a figure sitting on a mountain stood up. On the mountain peak, there was a faint shadow of a dragon. Dragon Chi took form. This was an expert of the Azure Dragon clan. I, the Azure Dragon, have waited for this day for too long. At the peak of the mountain, the Azure Dragon's eyes shot out a dazzling divine light. A shocking battle intent rushed out of his body, causing a gust of wind to blow on the mountain peak. In the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan, some experts who were sleeping were awakened. For a moment, the dragon chi in the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan rose. In the sky above the ancestral land, there were faintly discernible dragons. This was a phenomenon caused by the dragon chi of an expert. Swoosh! The Azure Dragon directly tore the void and left the ancestral land of the Azure Dragon clan. The current Azure Dragon challenged the martial body of the human race. This battle was destined to be the focus of the entire human cultivation world. Everyone wanted to watch the battle, but the location of the battle was very special. There were not many people who could go and watch the battle. The demon domain in the 100,000 mountains was also shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The demons also knew about the battle between the Azure Dragon and the martial body of the human race in the Divine Demon Valley. A great devil roared in the depths of the devil domain. The God Demon Valley was also a forbidden ground in the devil domain. However, those 2 humans actually chose to fight there. Those 2 humans didn't put the demons in their eyes at all. A few experts appeared outside the infernal domain, causing the great demons in the infernal domain to be incomparably nervous. The human clan wouldn't take this opportunity to attack the infernal domain, right? The demons had to be careful. There were peerless figures among the human race, but there were also peerless demons among the demons. Once the human race and the demons started a war, it would be a terrible war. However, Gouffet didn't think that far ahead. He had always been idealistic and did whatever he thought of. He was simple and had no scruples. He had a heart that pursued supreme power. It was very simple. He just wanted to be strong. Only by maintaining this kind of pure heart could he walk further on the road to sainthood. Too many worries, too many distracting thoughts would affect his Tao heart. Even if he had talent that others couldn't reach, it would still be hard for him to achieve greatness in the end. The time of the battle between Gouffet and the Azure Dragon was noon. At this time, there were still a few hours before noon. Some experts from the major powers had already begun to enter the infernal domain. Boom! Not long after, some human experts met with the great devils of the demons. A great battle erupted, causing the entire region to tremble. Beams of destructive devil light bloomed. The great devils of the demons were incomparably powerful. Moreover, this was their territory. However, since the human experts dared to step into the infernal domain, they had already expected such a situation. The human experts displayed their formidable combat strength. Very soon, that great devil was slain by that human expert. Devil blood sprayed out for thousands of feet, dyeing the entire region black. As time passed, more and more experts stepped into the infernal domain. When outsiders entered the infernal domain, it was inevitable that they would meet with the great devils of the demons. Within the infernal domain, battles would erupt from time to time. Some experts were killed by the great devils of the demons. However, the majority of them were experts who had entered the infernal domain and killed the great devils of the patrolling infernal domain. Naturally, these were just some encounters. There were no large-scale battles. After all, the experts of the various races who had entered the infernal domain were only here to spectate. However, the demons were no longer calm. More and more experts appeared in the infernal domain. Many great devils were killed, and this infuriated some of the heavyweights of the demons. Kill all these invaders. Go all out. We'll make sure that none of them return alive. From the depths of the infernal domain, roars of rage rang out. Some of the heavyweights of the demons were about to act. Countless demons rushed out from the depths of the infernal domain, heading towards the celestial Devil Valley. That's devil chi billowed out, covering the entire sky and covering the earth. All the experts of the various races gathered around the celestial Devil Valley were secretly shocked. Some of the heavyweights of the demons were finally unable to sit still. Humph, you guys want to bring forward the final battle? An ancient voice rang out. Some of the old-timers of the various races had arrived in the vicinity of the celestial Devil Valley. There were many powerful existences among them. Audacious! The devil chi surged out as a gigantic shadow of a devil appeared between the heaven and earth. A tremendous power of the devil Tao rippled out, causing the entire place to tremble. Bam! That demonic figure struck out and slammed his palm towards a certain spot in the sky. That part of the void instantly crumbled, and a figure was sent flying out of it. You are. The person who was sent flying out by the shadow was an old man. That old man was filled with a mixture of shock and rage. He seemed to have seen through the background of this shadow and was filled with trepidation. Shing! Just at this moment, a sword cry rang out as a resplendent beam of sword light shot out, slicing out at that shadow. A terrifying sword chi spread out from that beam of sword light, causing the temperature of the entire place to plunge rapidly under the impact of the sword chi. Everyone could feel the chill penetrating their bodies. Bam! A black arc of light shot out from the glabella of that shadow, shredding the terrifying beam of sword light into pieces. The sword light turned into specks of godly light that dissipated into the void. Ugh! A Taoist who was far in the sky spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body staggered a few times in the air, and he almost fell from the sky. That shadow was way too strong. To think that it could destroy that Taoist's flying sword, causing him to be severely injured. A large part of a sword cultivator's cultivation base was on their flying sword. Now that their flying sword was destroyed, it was equivalent to the sword cultivator being crippled. "Devil, don't you dare be so arrogant!" Someone shouted. Some people leaped out and attacked the shadow. However, none of them were a match for the shadow, and were all defeated. Humph! Just as the shadow was sweeping through the experts of the various races, a cold laugh rang out from afar. A figure appeared high up in the sky, walking over step by step. "That person he's here." Someone recognized the person, and everyone was shocked and overjoyed. The successor of the martial ancestor. Even that shadow couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the person who came. The person who came was incomparably strong. Evidently, he was a martial artist who had cultivated to a certain level. Such an existence was synonymous with strength. "It's Gu Fei." Outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, a hunchbacked young man in white robes stood up on a short mountain. All successors of the martial ancestor deserve to die. The shadow roared. As though it had thought of something, it suddenly became extremely agitated. Stretching out its hand, it grabbed at the person who was walking over step by step. Bam! Gu Fei's attack was very direct. He punched out, and the ferocious fist energy shattered the hand. Bam! Another punch was thrown. This time, the huge demonic shadow was also split in half by the punch. It dissipated in the void and turned into demonic chi. What? Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. The strength of that shadow was obvious to all. It was strong enough to sweep through all the experts present. Even some of the old antiques wouldn't be a match for it. However, such a strong shadow was destroyed by Gu Fei with just 2 punches. To think that Gu Fei was this strong. "I'm afraid Azure Dragon is in danger," the hunchbacked young man on the short mountain muttered to himself. His eyes flickered with light. Gu Fei seemed to be stronger than before. "It's just an incarnation condensed from demonic chi. If your real body is here, I might have some scruples," Gu Fei said. That shadow was merely the incarnation of a giant among the demons. The giant's real body hadn't arrived yet. The divine will of the giant demons transmitted out from the void. That giant was furious. A peerless wave of demonic chi spread out from the depths of the demon's domain. This wave was too strong. It was as though a demon saint had awakened from his slumber. The strength of the giant demons was unimaginable. Once such an existence's real body arrived, what would the scene be like? Many people were terrified. The demons had a very deep foundation. Some people suspected that there might be a terrifying ancient devil in slumber in the demon domain. This was a great threat to the world. Rumble, a terrifying demonic might arrive. In the depths of the demon domain, a gigantic shadow stood up. The shadow's head reached the sky while its feet stood on the ground, overlooking the world. Everyone felt a great sense of threat. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he sensed this demonic might. This great demon was peerlessly powerful. He was afraid that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Swish! At this moment, a divine diagram broke through the air and floated high in the sky. Yin and Yang Qi intertwined, evolving into a supreme great Tao. An aura that could contend with the demonic might spread out from the divine diagram. That fierce man from the extreme north. When Gu Fei saw this divine diagram, he couldn't help but be startled. He never thought that his battle with Azure Dragon would actually alarm that fierce man from the extreme north. A figure emerged on the divine diagram, confronting the demonic shadow in the depths of the demon domain. Aren't you stretching your hand too far? Chapter 1772. Gu Fei killed the demon's incarnation of the demons, provoking the arrival of the demons in the depths of the demon domain. However, at this moment, a person that Gu Fei would never have expected appeared. The yin-yang divine diagram covered the sky. The ferocious man from the extreme north had arrived. Rumble, the supreme great Tao of yin and yang, was evolving. A powerful figure sat cross-legged on the yin-yang divine diagram. An invincible battle intent appeared between the heavens and the earth. The laws of the entire world were suppressed. The heavens and the earth were shaking. The sky seemed to be collapsing. Everyone felt a great pressure. "It's really you, you devil." The demon's giant was shocked. The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow became more solid. The monstrous demonic aura was so dense that it seemed to have materialized. The figure on the yin-yang divine diagram didn't make any moves. He just sat cross-legged in the sky. Although the battle intent was shocking, he didn't make a move. Preposterous. The demon's giant was shocked and furious. The other party had a great background. He really didn't have the confidence to kill the other party. If he was not careful, his life might be in danger. However, the demon's giant wasn't willing to retreat just like that. Since he had already stood out, if he retreated as soon as the other party appeared, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the other demons? In the devil race, only the strong were respected. Once this big shot of the devil race retreated, then this big shot's prestige in the devil race would be completely gone. Kill. After weighing the pros and cons, the demon's giant had no choice but to make a move. His shocking demonic aura erupted. The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow took a step and instantly entered the range of the celestial demon valley, arriving in front of the yin-yang divine diagram. Bang! The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow stretched out a palm that was larger than a mountain, grabbing towards the ferocious man sitting on the yin-yang divine diagram. The 5 fingers of the demonic hand turned into 5 demonic dragons. Boundless demonic fluctuations broke through the void and collided with the ferocious man on the yin-yang divine diagram. Buzz. The ferocious man didn't move. He was still sitting on the divine diagram. However, the yin-yang divine diagram beneath him shook a little. Just like that, the 5 demonic dragons that collided with the ferocious man collapsed in the void and turned back into demonic aura. What? The great leader of the demons was shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. This was an extremely dangerous existence. The rumors are true. You actually suppressed the entire far north demon region by yourself. The big demons had a bad feeling. Although the land of mana origin in the innumerable huge mountains and the land of mana origin in the northernmost demons were thousands of miles apart, there were still some connections between the two. The far north demons had been suppressed by a fierce person for hundreds of years. Such a big event. It was impossible for the demons in the 100,000 mountain range not to know. Shua. The power of the great Tao of yin and yang erupted. At this moment, the ferocious man sitting on the yin-yang divine diagram finally made his move. He pointed out with a finger and pierced through the demonic figure in front of him. Pooh! A malevolent demon head fell out of the void. This demon had spat out a mouthful of demon blood before it was sent flying into the depths of the demon domain. No one could see the appearance of this demon head clearly. Even Gu Fei could only see a blurry demon shadow flashing past. The great leader of the demons was indeed worthy of being the great leader of the demons. His demonic art was extremely powerful. Under the blow of this ferocious man, he was not killed on the spot. One had to know that this was a peerless, ferocious man on the same level as Ghost Emperor Fengdu. With his own strength, he suppressed the far north demon region for hundreds of years, forcing countless demons in the far north demon region to not come out. Being able to survive the blow of this ferocious man, this great leader of the demons, was considered to be quite impressive. The ferocious man of the far north deterred all the demons of the far north. He was incomparably powerful. His appearance here could still deter the demons, causing the other great leaders of the demons in the demon domain to not dare to come out. That ferocious man did not chase into the depths of the demon domain. He just sat high in the sky, deterring the demons, so that they did not dare to move. Senior's divine might is indeed matchless. Gu Fei walked over and cupped his hands towards the figure sitting on the yin-yang divine diagram. When he came closer, he could see that this figure was not the real body of the ferocious man. This Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This ferocious man only came with an incarnation, but he was able to deter the great leaders of the demons in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. The figure on the divine diagram did not move, nor did he pay attention to Gu Fei. He just sat there, as if as long as the great leaders of the demons did not come out, he would not make a move. "Ha ha! Brother Gu, you are here first again." At this time, a loud laugh came from the distant sky. A figure appeared on the horizon. This person was dressed in blue, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. He was the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. Azure Dragon is here. Seeing that person, everyone became excited. The other protagonist had finally arrived. With the two main characters here, a good show was about to begin. From the moment Azure Dragon appeared to the Valley of Gods and Demons, it took only a few breaths of time. Materialization of Dragon Chi. This Azure Dragon seems to have cultivated the Xian skill of the Azure Dragon clan to the pinnacle. Some of the older generation were extremely shocked. On the body of Azure Dragon, there was a faint shadow of a dragon emitting a strong aura of a true dragon. This was a formless deterrent force. "You're finally here." When Gu Fei saw Azure Dragon, he took a step forward and arrived above the Valley of Gods and Demons. "I seem to have missed out on a good show." When Azure Dragon saw the yin-yang divine diagram, he also saw the figure sitting on the diagram. His face turned extremely solemn. Anyone who saw this ferocious man would not be able to keep their calm. "Humph, the real show has yet to begin." Gu Fei snorted coldly. "This guy must have arrived long ago. He just jumped out now. Please." The Azure Dragon made an inviting gesture, and then rushed down first, directly barging into the demonic god valley. The demonic blood chi in the valley immediately surged. Everyone was watching the Valley of Gods and Demons. The battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon was finally about to begin. There were not many cultivators who had actually entered the Valley of Gods and Demons. One must know that those who had the ability to come here were all strong cultivators. However, after the ferocious man from the extreme north appeared, the number of cultivators in the Valley of Gods and Demons had increased. People from various forces who had ambitions of the Holy Road had all come. They could not miss such a battle, because Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were their strongest opponents on the Holy Road. "Do you think Master will win?" Two figures stood on top of a small red mountain in the Divine Demon Valley. "If your master uses the extreme sacred weapon, Azure Dragon will not be his match." The other person said, "My master will definitely not use the extreme sacred weapon this time. He will fight with his true strength." Gu Zhong was very clear about his master's temperament. In this battle against Azure Dragon, as long as his opponent did not use power that did not belong to him, he would definitely not use any other power. However, Gu Fei would not just sit and wait for his death if the Azure Dragon used a power that exceeded his combat strength. Rumble. Just then, a chariot rolled over in the sky. A powerful aura appeared in the sky. It was a chariot wrapped in divine fire. The Vermilion Bird clan is here. Isn't that the Vermilion Bird Princess's chariot? Some people recognized the owner of the chariot. However, the chariot was not ordinary. It was surrounded by saint-level power, and no one could see through the layer of divine fire outside the chariot. The chariot stopped in the sky, surrounded by divine fire. It was the Nanming leaf fire unique to the Vermilion Bird clan, one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. No one dared to go near the chariot. The older generation in the southern wilderness were all wary of the owner of the chariot. Roar. After the chariot arrived, another tiger's roar was heard from afar. A white tiger appeared in the distance and quickly approached the Valley of Gods and Demons. That guy from the White Tiger clan is here too. A bell-like voice came from the chariot. Little bird, you're here too. As the white tiger rushed forward, the huge white tiger disappeared, and a ferocious tiger-like youth appeared in front of everyone. Tiger Emperor, what did you say? A silhouette rushed out from the chariot and pounced towards the young cultivator. The person on the chariot made his move. Roar. The young man roared in anger. A white tiger rushed out from his body and welcomed the incoming silhouette. It was incomparably wild. Boom. After a loud explosion, the two cultivators clashed and were both sent flying. And at this moment, a violent collision sound came from the Valley of Gods and Demons. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were fighting. Two powerful auras gushed out from the Valley of Gods and Demons. The entire Valley of Gods and Demons was shaking. Countless blood-colored demonic runes appeared in the valley. The demonic runes sealed up the valley, preventing it from being destroyed by the power of Gu Fei and Azure Dragon. Perhaps this was the reason why Azure Dragon had chosen this place as the battlefield. However, even with the demonic runes, Gu Fei and Azure Dragon's auras still leaked out from the valley. The powerful pulses of energy were chilling. With the demonic runes, most of Gu Fei and Azure Dragon's power had been weakened. However, even after being weakened, it was still not something regular half-saints could compare to. The Vermilion Bird Princess and the White Tiger stopped fighting. They had not forgotten why they had come here. They had come to watch the battle. Tiger Emperor, you're nowhere close to your elder brother, Hujan. The Vermilion Bird Princess returned to the chariot and said coldly, "Humph, you're not necessarily that much stronger than Fengshiwu of the past." The young man called Tiger Emperor opposed him with equal harshness. The relationship between these two powerhouses didn't seem to be that harmonious. Chapter 1773. Although the four ancient clans of the southern wasteland were of the same branch, there was also a competitive relationship between them. The rising stars of the four ancient clans all wanted to defeat their peers from the other three ancient clans. The princess of the Vermilion Bird clan was likely the mistress of the ancient Vermilion Bird Emperor. Her talent and potential were unmatched by others. The princess thought highly of herself. Few from the other three ancient clans were her match, and the Azure Dragon and the Tiger Emperor were her strongest opponents. The princess would not miss the battle between the Azure Dragon and Gu Fei. The chariot of leaf fire stopped high in the sky, surrounded by the Nanming leaf fire. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared constantly on the layer of fire. This was a powerful chariot, and the divine might contained within it was boundless. The Tiger Emperor was the younger brother of the White Tiger clans, Hujan. Hujan had challenged Gu Fei when Gu Fei had just started out and fought with Gu Fei. The Tiger Emperor was considered by the older generation of the White Tiger clan to be a rising star even stronger than Jean, who, the Tiger Emperor's performance in recent years could indeed be described as stunning. The Tiger Emperor was a strong cultivator in the Battle of the Holy Road. There would be a battle between Gu Fei and him sooner or later, and he would not miss this battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon. Rumble! A loud sound came from the Valley of Gods and Demons. The heavens and the earth shook, and every inch of soil in the valley had blood-colored patterns faintly visible. A powerful force was pounding the entire valley. If not for the blood-colored patterns suppressing the valley, the entire Valley of Gods and Demons would have been obliterated long ago. Kill! With an angry roar, a huge dragon appeared in the Valley of Gods and Demons. The Azure Dragon displayed the great skills of the Azure Dragon clan and fought fiercely with Gu Fei. At this time, no one dared to hold back. They attacked with all their might, because if they were not careful, they could be killed in both body and soul. Roar! The dragon roared, and the huge dragon in the valley displayed terrifying combat ability. It was as if a real dragon had descended from the 9 heavens, and a figure was forced to retreat continuously. It's the dragon transformation technique. I didn't expect him to have cultivated such a secret technique. Someone recognized the secret technique that Azure Dragon had displayed. This was the Azure Dragon clan's dragon transformation technique, which allowed one to transform into a true Azure Dragon. This secret technique could increase the Azure Dragon's combat strength by several times. The Azure Dragon race possessed the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, a paragon divine beast. Once the power of the Azure Dragon supremacy was activated, it would not be a joke. In the Divine Demon Valley, Gu Fei fell into a bitter battle. Bang! Boom! Every punch and kick was easily neutralized by the gigantic creature in front of him. This was a huge dragon of flesh and blood, not a phantom. Buzz. The void trembled as a gigantic dragon claw grabbed out at Gu Fei. The mighty power of a true dragon sealed the void, sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. Let's fight head-on. Who's afraid of who? Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He struck out with the primal chaos fist. An invincible fist intent surged out from his body, causing the sky and earth to change color. Rumble, Gu Fei's fists danced as if they were following the trajectory of the laws of heaven and earth, shaking the void. It was as if he wanted to completely shatter the great Tao of heaven and earth with his fists. A pair of primal chaos fists met the Azure Dragon's gigantic claw. The two forces collided head-on. There was no shortcut. Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away by the gigantic dragon claw. Bang! He slammed into the mountain wall. On the mountain wall, the baleful blood demonic runes emerged, instantly dissolving the impact. What a powerful force! Gu Fei was most proud of his unparalleled martial body, but at this time, he was sent flying by someone head-on. This was a very rare thing. The Azure Dragon incarnation returned to its original state. The Paragon bloodline in his body was gradually activated. This was the power of the Azure Dragon's supremacy, which was displayed in the body of the current Azure Dragon. Gu Fei's arms were sore and numb. His sleeves had long been shredded. The gigantic dragon rushed over and opened its mouth to spit out a dragon breath. This was a destructive force. Everywhere it passed, the void was silently annihilated, and everything was obliterated. Humph! Facing such a powerful attack, Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. A burst of explosion came from his body, and a layer of primal chaos chi appeared around him, enveloping him. Bang! He pushed off the mountain wall with both feet, then directly rushed towards the dragon breath that was gushing towards him. He rushed head-on into the terrifying dragon breath that was enough to annihilate the heavens and the void. What Seeing this scene, the Azure Dragon could not help but be shocked. The martial body of the human race was incomparably powerful. When cultivated to the great completion, it could become the strongest state of immortality and indestructibility. Although Gu Fei had not cultivated to the level of indestructibility, the dragon breath he spat out could not hurt Gu Fei. Gu Fei was like a human-shaped sharp sword, splitting the dragon breath and killing towards him. Dragon roar in the 9 heavens. Roar. A loud dragon roar came from the mouth of the Azure Dragon. With him as the center, a terrifying sound wave spread out in all directions. This move again. Gu Fei had suffered from the secret art of sound before. This dragon roar was also a type of great art of sound. It used sound waves to kill people invisibly. This was a large-scale attack. Even if there were thousands of soldiers in front of it, it could still kill them with a single roar. However, right before the Azure Dragon attacked, Gu Fei shut off his hearing. No matter how terrifying the dragon roar was, it could only cause a small impact on him. Bang! Gu Fei ignored the dragon roar and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived above the head of the Azure Dragon and stomped down. The gigantic head of the Azure Dragon fell from the sky. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared in anger. This was an absolute humiliation. To think that his noble head of the Azure Dragon was trampled by someone. This caused him to be enraged as his eyes turned red. Outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, the crowd of spectators were dumbfounded as well. This was an incomparably shocking scene. A puny human had actually trampled down the head of a gigantic dragon with a single step. Although the body of a human was small, the amount of power that could be unleashed was immense. Boom! The earth trembled. The gigantic dragon head that was the size of a small mountain slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the ground to cave in. Clang! At this moment, the 2 dragon horns of the gigantic dragon flew up and transformed into 2 divine swords, slashing towards Gu Fei. Sword Qi crisscrossed. The sword light formed from the gigantic dragon. Qi lit up the entire valley. Gu Fei soared up into the sky, dodging the first strike of the 2 dragon swords. The 2 dragon swords followed closely behind Gu Fei, flying towards Gu Fei. He raised the index finger and middle finger of his right hand, using 2 fingers as a sword, and blocked the 2 sword lights that were coming at him. Chapter 1774. The dragon horn that had transformed into a dragon sword had displayed its formidable combat power, forcing Gu Fei to retreat and giving Azure Dragon a chance to catch his breath. Otherwise, he would have lost. Clang! Divine light was also flickering on the 2 fingers of Gu Fei's right hand. The sword fingers and the 2 dragon swords that had transformed into sword light collided thousands of times in an instant. These 2 dragon swords were refined by Azure Dragon by refining the 2 horns on his head. They were his weapons. After going through thousands of tempering, the power of these 2 dragon swords had definitely surpassed the power of a half-holy tool. However, what made Azure Dragon shocked was that Gu Fei had actually used 2 fingers to block the pair of dragon swords that he had painstakingly refined. The martial body of the human race was indeed strong. Gu Fei's martial body was incomparably strong. His 2 fingers continued to collide with the dragon swords. He wanted to shatter these 2 dragon swords, but he realized that the material of these 2 dragon swords was very special and could not be destroyed at all. Swoosh! At this moment, Azure Dragon had already regained his senses. He directly swung his divine dragon tail towards Gu Fei, immediately setting off a gust of wind in the valley. This gust of wind blew away the blood demon Qi that had enveloped the sky above the valley. Gu Fei displayed his unparalleled combat power. He shook off the two dragon swords that were constantly strangling him, and then punched towards the sweeping dragon tail. Bang! Gu Fei's fist landed squarely on the dragon's sweeping tail, producing a dull sound. The huge dragon's tail was blocked by his fist. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The huge dragon that Azure Dragon had transformed into was incomparably powerful. With a sweep of the dragon tail, even a mountain in front of it would be turned into powder. However, Gu Fei only used a fist to block this attack. Just how powerful was his fist? This Gu Fei's martial body is too strong. When fighting with him, we must not let him get close. The voice of the vermilion bird princess came from the chariot high up in the sky. Humph! Although Gu Fei is strong, my white tiger true body is not to be trifled with. The tiger emperor of the white tiger race muttered to himself. Gu Fei's strength had already surpassed his expectations. This human martial body could already defeat his elder brother, Hu Zhan, hundreds of years ago. Today, this person was even more powerful and terrifying. On the body of the tiger emperor, tiger stripes could be faintly seen. His battle blood was boiling. Such a powerful opponent was exactly what he wanted to encounter. A crazed light flashed in his eyes. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more his potential would be stimulated. The powerful battle prowess that Gu Fei had displayed caused all the experts who were interested in the Holy Road to feel immense pressure. Fighting for supremacy on the Holy Road, it was unknown whether it was their tragedy or Gu Fei's fortune to encounter such a person. All of this was unknown. Kill. The Azure Dragon displayed the most direct attack. Dragon-shaped Dao patterns appeared on his huge dragon body. He directly used his powerful physique to fight Gu Fei. A pair of dragon claws tore through the void, grabbing towards Gu Fei. Fighting me head-on? That's my strength. Gu Fei laughed coldly. Although the Azure Dragon in the form of a huge dragon also had an incomparably powerful physique, he had been constantly tempering his own martial body along the way. Such a martial body could definitely suppress the Azure Dragon in the form of a huge dragon. Boom! Bang! An intense battle erupted. This was close combat. Although the body of the Azure Dragon in the form of a huge dragon was huge, it did not affect his agility at all. Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon exchanged thousands of blows in an instant. The dull sounds of collisions were like a series of muffled explosions. Good. You are the first person to be able to fight me in close combat for so long, Gu Fei shouted. The martial path true force that surged out from his fists became stronger and stronger. His fists were covered with divine marks of the great path. It was this pair of fists that caused the huge dragon body of the Azure Dragon to be covered in blood. Blood-colored fist marks appeared on the huge dragon body. And Gu Fei did not have it easy either. His body was covered in wounds left by the dragon claws and the two dragon swords. Boom! With a loud bang, the two strong cultivators exchanged more than 10,000 blows. Both of them were sent flying. Too strong. With these two people, there will be many fewer competitors on the Holy Road. Gui Teng, who was on the short mountain, was shocked to see this scene. With Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon blocking the Holy Road, how many people could pass through? Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon were two huge mountains on the Holy Road. It would be very difficult to pass through them. Some people with ambitions of the Holy Road began to waver. However, some people's fighting spirit was even stronger. These people were extremely determined. They wanted to pass the two mountains. Even some of the old antiques saw Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon as strong opponents. Master will win. In another direction, on a mountain outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, Gu Zhong and He Tian were also watching the two figures in the valley nervously. Boss Gu hasn't used the 9 secrets of the immortal path yet. He Tian was very confident in Gu Fei because Gu Fei still had something to rely on. This was not his full strength. Of course, the Azure Dragon also had something to rely on. He had not used the Azure Dragon real body. This was an almost invincible secret technique that could only be used after activating the Azure Dragon's Paragon bloodline. This secret technique was a great secret of the Azure Dragon clan. Very few people could cultivate it, but the current Azure Dragon had to cultivate this secret technique. Only the strong cultivators of the Azure Dragon clan who had cultivated this secret technique could be called the true Azure Dragon. If the Azure Dragon had not cultivated this secret technique, he would not have been given the title of Azure Dragon. Again, Gu Fei let out a furious roar and continued to charge forward. At that moment, the huge body of the Azure Dragon rapidly shrank. In the end, a small dragon that was only 2 to 3 feet long appeared before everyone's eyes. Although the body of the dragon had shrunk, Gu Fei could feel that this small dragon was much stronger and more terrifying than the previous one. The Azure Dragon's power had increased again. Swoosh! The small dragon's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it disappeared from where it was. It tore through the void and pounced towards the charging Gu Fei. The small dragon's speed was even faster than before. However, Gu Fei possessed the world's fastest speed. Such speed was nothing in front of Gu Fei. Boom! The two silhouettes collided in an instant. This was the most direct confrontation, and it was even more terrifying than any divine ability or great technique. As long as one side was no match for the other would be able to tear the weaker side into pieces in an instant, destroying both the body and spirit of the weaker side. An even more intense battle broke out. The two figures moved quickly in the Valley of Gods and Demons. They were so fast that they could not be seen by the naked eye. Even those who had cultivated the divine eyes could only see two very faint figures. Chapter 1775. The Azure Dragon, who had transformed into a dragon, was extremely powerful. It had a dragon body that was comparable to a martial body. As it battled with Gu Fei in the Valley of Gods and Demons, the entire valley shook violently and cracks appeared. If not for the baleful blood demonic pattern sealing the entire valley of Gods and Demons would have been destroyed. Rumble, the two shocking powers collided continuously, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Black spatial cracks appeared in the sky above the Valley of Gods and Demons, like black lightning flashing past. The space between heaven and earth was cracked, but the laws of heaven and earth were quickly repairing the cracked space. The two of them have already left most of the others behind. Those who were aiming for the Holy Road all felt immense pressure. No one was willing to meet such powerful and terrifying opponents while fighting for supremacy on the Holy Road. The older generation was also extremely shocked. The strength of Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon had already exceeded their expectations. The competition on the Holy Road was destined to be extremely fierce. At this time, the yin-yang divine pattern was high up in the sky. The figure on the divine pattern seemed to have existed since ancient times. He just sat there cross-legged, suppressing the great path of heaven and earth. Although the fierce man from the extreme north had not descended with his true body, he was still able to severely injure the leaders of the demons and intimidate all the demons so that the leaders of the demons did not dare to come out. With the incarnation of the fierce man from the extreme north here, no one had to worry about the demons making any strange moves. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon could attack without any hesitation, without any scruples. Boom! In the Valley of Gods and Demons, Gu Fei punched out, colliding head-on with the claw of the Azure Dragon that had transformed into a real dragon. The void exploded, and black, spatial cracks spread out in all directions from the point of collision between the two forces. Roar. Gu Fei roared angrily. The martial true power in his body surged towards his right fist. He was competing with the Azure Dragon in terms of strength, wanting to completely suppress him. Streaks of chaotic aura circled around Gu Fei like streaks of chaotic divine rainbow. Every streak of chaotic aura could pierce through the space between heaven and earth. Kill. The Azure Dragon's spiritual sense was like the tide, and a shocking, killing chi burst forth. Every scale on the shrunken dragon body glowed, and the aura of a true dragon spread out. The two powerhouses were exerting their full strength in an attempt to overwhelm each other. However, both Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were unable to suppress each other for a while. Up until now, the two powerhouses seemed to have fought to a draw. The power that erupted from Gu Fei and Azure Dragon's bodies increased rapidly. The void around them could not withstand such power, and black spatial cracks appeared. Even this extremely stable world seemed to be unable to contain their powerful physical bodies. This Azure Dragon. In the valley, the Azure Dragon actually dared to compete with Gu Fei in terms of strength. This caused Gu Zhong to be incomparably shocked. He was very clear that Gu Fei's martial body was strong to the point that it could shatter a half-sacred tool. Could it be that the Azure Dragon's body was also strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with his master? In the distant past, the physique of the human race's martial body was definitely one of the strongest physiques in the world. Only a few physiques could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. This Azure Dragon is using the power of the bloodline in his body, He Tian said. His eyes were incomparably sharp. At this moment, he could already see that the sovereign bloodline in Azure Dragon's body was gradually awakening, and the power of a sovereign was gradually being displayed. This was the power that belonged to the ancient Azure Dragon sovereign. This was a kind of talent of the sovereign's descendants. The ancient sovereigns were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were invincible in the 3 realms and 6 Dao. A part of their power was inherited through their bloodline. Once this power hidden in the bloodline was awakened, they could borrow some of the sovereign's power. To a certain extent, the sovereign bloodline in Azure Dragon's body was equivalent to the continuation of the ancient Azure Dragon sovereign's life. As long as his bloodline existed, the Azure Dragon sovereign's power would continue to be inherited. Of course, not everyone could successfully awaken the power of the bloodline in their body. Gu Fei's right fist collided with Azure Dragon's dragon claw. The strength of both of them rose rapidly. Martial true force clashed against the power of the true dragon. More and more spatial cracks appeared in the void around them. Boom. In the end, with a muffled sound, with Gu Fei and Azure Dragon as the center, the void within a radius of 1,000 feet collapsed. The void of heaven and earth could no longer withstand their powerful strength. Bang! Gu Fei and Azure Dragon separated. The two experts were sent flying by each other's strength and rushed out from the shattered void. The warm-up ends here. Gu Fei stabilized his figure and stood in the void. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his eyes were like lightning as he glanced at Azure Dragon in front of him. Martial Dao patterns faintly appeared on Gu Fei's skin. An even more powerful force spread out from his body. The spectators outside the Divine Demon Valley were incomparably shocked. At this point in the battle, they were actually just warming up. Obviously, both Gu Fei and Azure Dragon still had many tricks up their sleeves. It was still unknown who would win. However, Azure Dragon found it hard to relax. The dragon transformation art was a secret technique of the Azure Dragon clan. By transforming into the dragon ancestor of the Azure Dragon clan, the strength of his fleshly body would increase several-fold. However, in this state, he was only able to fight Gu Fei to a standstill. Such an outcome had exceeded Azure Dragon's expectations. Azure Dragon's body surged with true dragon divine light. The dragon image disappeared, and a figure appeared in the true dragon divine light. He transformed back into his human form. The human race's martial body is indeed powerful. Azure Dragon stared at Gu Fei. There seemed to be stars sinking in his eyes. He knew that it would be very difficult to defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei's cultivation was incomparably powerful. If he was not careful, he would be defeated again. Again. Gu Fei walked in the void. This time, the power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, surged around him. 5 voids appeared around him. This is Azure Dragon sensed the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei had cultivated an inner world. Swish! Gu Fei walked in the 5 elements voids. It was as though he had merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. His speed had increased to a terrifying level. With one step, he instantly appeared in front of Azure Dragon. He then stretched out his right hand and slapped at Azure Dragon. On Gu Fei's right palm, martial Tao patterns emerged and interweaved with the power of the Great Path. This was a sign that martial Tao power and cultivation level had completely merged. This palm fell into Azure Dragon's eyes. He only saw a huge hand expanding infinitely in front of him. It filled every inch of space in front of him and blocked all his escape routes. Buzz. Chapter 1776. Azure Dragon's weapons were 2 dragon swords refined from his dragon horns. These 2 dragon swords were extremely powerful. The power of the true dragon transformed into a shocking sword beam that tore through the world. Upon seeing Azure Dragon strike, even some old sword immortals felt ashamed of their inferiority. Clang! The sword light arrived and hacked down on Gu Fei's large hand, causing the sound of metal colliding to ring out. Gu Fei's large hand broke through the sword light and continued slapping towards the Azure Dragon. There were faint Tao patterns on the hand, condensed with the power of the great Tao. The power of this palm was extremely terrifying. It showed signs of smacking Azure Dragon to death. It's the heaven-covering palm on a mountain peak outside Godfiend Valley. Gu Zhong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw his master strike out with such a powerful palm. He never expected the heaven-covering palm's power to reach such a level. The moment the heaven-covering palm was used, it covered the sky, sealing off all paths of retreat. I can't dodge. Azure Dragon was shocked to discover that everywhere he looked was covered by his opponent's palm. It was as though the entire world was covered by his opponent's palm. Since I can't dodge, I'll fight it out. Azure Dragon was ruthless. The dragon sword in his hand displayed terrifying might. Sword beams surged for tens of thousands of feet, tearing the sky and earth apart. It directly shattered everything. Pung! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's palm was extremely powerful. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. The sword beam emitted by the dragon sword was dispersed by the heaven-covering palm. Azure Dragon was sent flying as blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Azure Dragon was finally injured. He was forced back by his opponent's power. Roar! Azure Dragon roared. He wanted to win. He wanted to defeat Gu Fei. Being sent flying by Gu Fei was something Azure Dragon couldn't accept. He had been defeated by Gu Fei hundreds of years ago. Was the scene from back then going to repeat itself hundreds of years later? Although you are very strong, you are still not my match. Gu Fei was serious. His combat strength multiplied. It was as though an ancient god of war had appeared in the present world. He looked down on the world and was invincible. Impossible. This time I will not lose. Hearing this, Azure Dragon's eyes turned red. He was the current Azure Dragon. In the Azure Dragon clan, even the old Azure Dragon was no match for him. He could not allow himself to experience the humiliation of being defeated by others in his life. Just as Gu Fei was closing in on the Azure Dragon, a dragon's roar rang out from the Azure Dragon's body. Immediately after, a powerful force awakened within the Azure Dragon's body. Finally, using that power, Gu Fei sensed the changes in the Azure Dragon. Not only was he not shocked, he became excited. The stronger the Azure Dragon was, the less boring this battle would be. Boom! An unimaginably powerful force awakened within the Azure Dragon's body, as if an ancient dragon had awakened from a deep slumber. The divine light in the Azure Dragon's eyes shot out dozens of feet from its eye sockets. Azure Dragon True Body. The Azure Dragon let out a deep roar as scales began to appear on his body. The two dragon swords turned into two dragon horns and flew back to his forehead. A humanoid, pure-blooded dragon appeared in front of everyone. The powerful pure-blooded dragon's aura spread out from the Valley of Gods and Demons, shocking all the spectators. The aura of the Azure Dragon could be felt within a radius of thousands of miles. This is the Azure Dragon True Body. Seeing the Azure Dragon transform into a humanoid, pure-blooded dragon, everyone was shocked. This was the Azure Dragon True Body. It was really surprising. In the end, the Azure Dragon still used the Azure Dragon True Body. The violent power almost made him go crazy. The power of the bloodline in his body was burning. In order to defeat Gu Fei, he couldn't care less. Swoosh! The Azure Dragon tore through the void and attacked Gu Fei. He was so fast that even Gu Fei was shocked. Gu Fei used the 8 Desolation Void steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements, barely dodging the attack. However, the Azure Dragon followed him like a shadow. When his attack missed, he immediately changed his move. He swept his right leg towards Gu Fei's waist. Bam! Gu Fei blocked the Azure Dragon's sweeping right leg with his knee, but at the same time, the Azure Dragon's knife hand had already reached the back of his neck. Damn it! Gu Fei hurriedly took a step to the side, dodging the knife hand. However, a few strands of hair floated down from the sky. Although the knife hand didn't hit Gu Fei, it did cut off a few strands of Gu Fei's hair. After using the Azure Dragon True Body, the Azure Dragon's combat power had increased by at least 3 times. His speed could now keep up with Gu Fei's 8 Desolation Void steps. This shocked and angered Gu Fei. Bam! Boom! Muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously. Azure Dragon and Gu Fei started fighting. The Azure Dragon True Body was incomparably powerful. Azure Dragon relied on his powerful physical strength to fight Gu Fei. Gu Fei gradually couldn't hold on any longer. He kept retreating. This Azure Dragon is probably going to force Boss to use the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. The strength of the Azure Dragon True Body exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Gu Fei's martial body couldn't block it. This secret art was the trump card of the Azure Dragon clan. Once the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao is used, this Azure Dragon is going to lose. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. No one knew the power of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao better than him. At this time, Gu Fei also fought with all his might. His combat power kept rising, as if there was no end to it. One of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the secret art of Immortal Tao, was gradually activated. Boom! Gu Fei threw a punch, and the ferocious power caused the entire valley to shake, forcing the Azure Dragon to retreat. The aura on his body grew stronger. His chi and blood soared to the sky. Every move he made contained great power. Even Azure Dragon was secretly shocked. Martial power erupted from Gu Fei's body. Azure Dragon's advantage gradually disappeared. Under the effect of the secret art of immortal Tao, Gu Fei's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Swoosh! He disappeared from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Azure Dragon. Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei's speed. It was so fast that they could not even see his shadow. Even if someone had cultivated the gods' eye, they would not be able to see Gu Fei's figure. Virum! The power of the 5 elements bloomed in Gu Fei's hand. 5 different colored sword lights rushed out from his hand and pierced towards Azure Dragon. The sword lights were so fast that even Azure Dragon could not dodge them. Dragon blood splattered. Azure Dragon's body had 5 bloody holes. His entire body was sent flying thousands of feet away by the 5 elements' sword lights, slamming heavily into the blood-colored cliff. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Azure Dragon's mouth, then slid down the cliff. This is Gu Fei's true combat power. Azure Dragon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body that was pierced by the 5 elements' sword lights was healing rapidly. If it was someone else who had their body pierced, they would have no choice but to abandon their body. Chapter 1777. The 5 elements' magical swords pierced through the void and left 5 bloody holes on Azure Dragon's powerful body. Blood splattered everywhere. Azure Dragon was finally injured. However, the Azure Dragon's real body was incomparably strong. The 5 elements' sword chi that had invaded Azure Dragon's body were all forced out. A 5-colored divine light rushed out of Azure Dragon's body and then dissipated in the void. The 5 bloody holes on Azure Dragon's body healed rapidly. The blood that flew out flew back into Azure Dragon's body. Not a single drop of blood was lost. At Azure Dragon's level, his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones all contained real dragon chi. He could be reborn from a single drop of blood. This level of injury could not really hurt him. The Azure Dragon's real body is indeed extraordinary. Seeing that Azure Dragon had recovered so quickly, even Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Azure Dragon's physical body did not seem to be weaker than his martial body. Clang! The 5 elements force surged on Gu Fei's body. Many sword shadows appeared around him. He had activated the 5 elements force and condensed them into swords. A shocking sword chi appeared between the sky and the earth. Go! Gu Fei waved his hands, and the countless 5 elements magical swords that were floating around him immediately shot towards the Azure Dragon in front of him. This Azure Dragon sensed danger. Gu Fei's battle prowess had exceeded his expectations. Countless multicolored divine swords shot towards him, sealing off the space in front of him. There was no way to dodge. Buzz! Azure Dragon was going all out. His body shook, and transparent ripples spread from his body. The void was shaking. A powerful, real dragon chi erupted from his body. Dance of the Dragons! Azure Dragon shouted. Then 9 dragon shadows rushed out of his body. The real dragon chi filled the sky. Even the demonic patterns in the Valley of Gods and Demons showed signs of being shaken. The 9 dragon shadows flew across the sky. The thousands of 5 elements sword light that shot towards Azure Dragon were all shattered. The 9 dragon shadows displayed their powerful combat power. Roar! The dragon roared to the heavens. After the 9 dragon shadows shattered Gu Fei's 5 elements sword light, they did not stop. Instead, they continued to charge towards Gu Fei. These 9 dragon shadows were like 9 real, true dragons. They were so powerful that they could tear the world apart. All right. Gu Fei stared at the 9 dragon silhouettes in front of him. His eyes narrowed. He could feel the power contained within the 9 dragon silhouettes. The Azure Dragon activated his bloodline power. Gu Fei's combat strength soared, as he activated the secret skill of ascending to heaven. He did not retreat. Instead, he met the attack head-on. He swung his fist and smashed it at the 9 dragon shadows that were charging at him. This was the simplest and most direct attack. Under the drive of great power, the simplest attack was often the most powerful attack. Boom! Gu Fei's fist smashed onto the dragon shadow that was charging at the front. The two forces collided, causing a loud explosion. Azure Dragon let out a muffled groan. The dragon shadow that was struck by Gu Fei's punch actually collapsed. The strength of Gu Fei's punch was so strong that it even made Azure Dragon's heart palpitate. One of the 9 dragon shadows was dissipated by Gu Fei. The Azure Dragon suffered the impact and was sent flying hundreds of feet away. A trace of scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He finally used that secret skill. The Azure Dragon knew that Gu Fei had obtained the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. This was no secret. Among the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, there was a secret skill that could temporarily increase one's combat strength. The Azure Dragon clan was one of the 4 oldest ancient clans in the southern wilderness. There were countless ancient books in the clan that recorded many secrets of heaven and earth. There were even records of the various supreme beings of ancient times. One should know that the ancestor of the Azure Dragon clan was a supreme divine beast. The 9 secrets of Immortal Tao created by the supreme Tao ancestor were 9 secret skills that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Each of these 9 secret skills had unfathomable power. The secret skills of the Azure Dragon clan are definitely not any weaker than the secret skills created by the Tao ancestor. The Azure Dragon was furious. His entire body radiated with true dragon divine light. Tao patterns that looked like the ancestral dragon swam on his body, interweaving with the power of the great Tao. The remaining 8 dragon shadows were about to materialize from the void. The dragon shadow's combat strength had increased by a large margin. Gu Fei was shocked. The Azure Dragon could actually increase his combat strength. This was truly shocking. The Azure Dragon clan was indeed worthy of being the bloodline of the ancient supreme divine beasts. None of the supreme's inheritances were to be trifled with. This was because the inheritances of the supreme divine beasts had a deep foundation that others didn't have. Bang! Gu Fei rushed into the middle of the 8 dragon silhouettes and punched them. The powerful force sent the 8 dragon silhouettes flying, but this time the 8 dragon silhouettes didn't scatter. Roar! Terrifying dragon roars rang out continuously. The 8 dragon shadows seemed like they were about to rush out from the void, turning into true dragons of the 9 heavens. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Gu Fei. Good fellow! Gu Fei's heart trembled. He had always been confident in his own strength. But this time, he had truly met a powerful opponent. His opponent's combat strength couldn't be underestimated. Kill! The Azure Dragon stood high up in the sky. The 8 dragon shadows rushed towards Gu Fei from 8 directions. The powerful force sealed the sky and shattered the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei disappeared from where he was. He seemed to have disappeared just like that. Even the Azure Dragon was shocked. Gu Fei's aura actually disappeared in an instant. This was too sudden. The spectators outside the Godfiend Valley were all indescribably shocked. No one could see how Gu Fei disappeared. Even those with divine eyes were no exception. How is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. The methods displayed by Gu Fei were too inconceivable. This is one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao Void Reversal. Only He Tian and Gu Zhong knew what happened. At the instant the 8 dragon shadows arrived in front of Gu Fei, he had already fused with the void around him. Gu Fei's body turned into the void. No one could sense his existence. Only saints who had long jumped out of the great Tao of heaven and earth would be able to tell. Boom! The power of the 8 dragons was too strong. The space where Gu Fei was had exploded. Nothing existed anymore. The 8 dragons had destroyed everything, punching a hole in the heavens and earth. However, the Azure Dragon wasn't happy at all. He knew that Gu Fei wouldn't be defeated so easily. Gu Fei's disappearance caused him to feel extremely uneasy. An opponent hiding in the shadows, a powerful opponent at that. This caused the Azure Dragon to feel a great sense of danger. However, Gu Fei disdained using such methods to defeat the Azure Dragon. Hiding in the shadows wasn't his style because he wasn't He Tian. Swoosh! A silhouette suddenly appeared in the void 100 zhang away from the Azure Dragon. Gu Fei directly walked out of the void without any warning. The Azure Dragon's expression instantly changed. This method displayed by his opponent was a grave threat to him because before Gu Fei appeared, he couldn't sense Gu Fei's aura at all. Gu Fei had mastered a secret technique that could completely conceal his aura. At this moment, the 8 dragon silhouettes disappeared. The Azure Dragon's attack didn't harm Gu Fei at all. This made him extremely depressed. This is the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The Azure Dragon stared at Gu Fei, who was 100 zhang away. His pupils constricted. That attack just now had consumed a lot of his true dragon strength. At this moment, he didn't dare to act recklessly, nor did he dare to let his opponent see through him. The true dragon chi on his body was still as vigorous as ever. His draconic might shocked everyone. Humph! Gu Fei coldly snorted. After that, he moved. He walked in the air, approaching the Azure Dragon step by step. Every step he took caused the heavens and earth to tremble. He controlled the pulse of the heavens and earth, bringing with him the power of the heavens and earth to suppress the Azure Dragon. Boom, 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 it was as if the heavens and earth were sinking. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. With Gu Fei's own strength and the power of the heavens and earth, this attack would make even a half-saint feel hopeless. This Gu Fei, outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. Even the arrogant Tiger Emperor and the arrogant Vermilion Bird Princess couldn't help but be moved. The cultivators who were interested in the Holy Road were also shocked. There was actually such a powerful existence on the road ahead. How could they fight against such a person? This was definitely a rare golden era. The fight for supremacy on the Holy Road would be unprecedentedly tragic. The Holy Road was destined to be a road paved with blood and bones. The battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon might really be the prelude to a new era. Humph! You want to use such methods to suppress me? The Azure Dragon sneered. Then countless dragon-shaped Tao patterns rushed out of his body and imprinted themselves in the air. The Azure Dragon borrows the power of the heavens. The Azure Dragon roared. An immeasurable wave of Taoist aura began to spread out from his body. Then the power of the entire world began to reverse. Boom! Boom, boom, the power of the heavens and earth was reversed by the Azure Dragon. He was like the god of creation of the heavens and earth, using a secret technique to control the power of the heavens and earth. This was not the terrifying part of the secret technique. As the power of the heavens and earth reversed, terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Earth fire surged out of the ground, and a large amount of water formed in the air. Astral winds appeared out of nowhere and blew towards Gu Fei. The 4 primal powers of earth, water, fire, and wind, under the control of the Azure Dragon, all rushed towards Gu Fei. The astral winds, the earth fire, the large amount of water, and the chaotic earth chi. Each of these powers was enough to tear the heavens and earth apart and destroy all life. The four powers appeared at the same time. This was definitely a terrifying thing. It was like the end of the world. The four powers intertwined and displayed terrifying power. Even Gu Fei was moved at this time. Chapter 1778. Azure Dragon was extremely powerful. He was borrowing the power of heaven and earth to draw upon the four primordial energies of earth, water, wind, and fire. The four primordial powers displayed great might. Within the divine demon valley, it was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. A terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the world surged out from the valley. Too strong. This Azure Dragon is incredible. He's worthy of being called an invincible existence among the four ancient clans of the southern wasteland. Even some of the old-timers couldn't help but be moved by this scene. Azure Dragon's power was truly frightening. If it was an ordinary half-step saint, they would have long since been killed by him. However, Gu Fei wasn't a half-step saint. Azure Dragon was still fighting bitterly. Although he was a half-step saint, he couldn't take down a peak expert like Gu Fei. Boom! At the center of the four primordial forces, Gu Fei punched out and tore a hole through the encirclement of the four primordial forces. Everyone was shocked. Azure Dragon had drawn upon the power of heaven and earth to seal the void, but he couldn't seal Gu Fei. Kill! Gu Fei activated the Heaven Ascension secret technique. At this moment, his battle strength had soared to a level that made everyone's heart palpitate. His powerful aura spread in all directions, and the void around him constantly rippled with visible spatial ripples. Within those spatial ripples, there were even hair-like black cracks. Those were spatial rifts. Rumble for primordial energies soared into the sky and turned into four huge dragons that swallowed Gu Fei. The destructive power intimidated everyone who was watching the battle from afar. The void was collapsing. These four energies were too powerful. The baleful blood runes in the entire God-Fiend Valley lit up, and the powerful impact caused the runes to awaken. The changes in the God-Fiend Valley shocked the spectators. This was the power condensed from the undying laws of the demonic path. It had transformed into the baleful blood Dao runes that were imprinted on every inch of the God-Fiend Valley soil. Many of the indestructible demonic patterns had been shaken, which showed how powerful and terrifying the Azure Dragon was. Chaotic rebellion. Gu Fei uttered those two words in a deep voice. An unfathomable power spread out from his body, and the world seemed to have been turned upside down in an instant. The four dragons charging towards Gu Fei were immediately forced to turn around and charge back at him. The four primal energies of earth, water, wind, and fire condensed into a great dragon, condensing a shocking destructive power, directly shattering the heavens and the earth, turning a region into nothingness. This was one of the Azure Dragon's strongest attacks, drawing upon the four primordial forces of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, these four forces of energy were instantly reversed by the opponent and were now rushing back to him. This shocked the Azure Dragon. How is this possible? Outside the divine demon valley, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The Azure Dragon's powerful attack had actually been reversed, and all of the power that was rushing towards Gu Fei had been pushed back towards the Azure Dragon. What happened? This is way too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. What kind of great technique did Gu Fei use to have such unbelievable power that it could reverse the opponent's attack? Didn't this mean that he was undefeatable? The Azure Dragon knew that this was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic rebellion secret technique. This Gu Fei had most likely gathered all 9 secrets of the immortal path. This was not a good thing. The 9 secrets of the immortal path, in the distant past, were known as the undefeatable secret techniques of the immortal path. The Supreme Tao ancestor created these 9 secret techniques of the immortal path by evolving the great Tao of the Supremes. It could be said that these 9 secret techniques of the immortal path were the strongest secret techniques in the world, because these were the Supremes. Roar. The azure dragon roared in anger. Tao patterns that looked like the ancestral dragon rushed out of his body. The power of the true dragon burst out, and an incomparably huge dragon shadow rushed out of his body. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened in his body. A saintly might appeared in the world, shocking the surroundings. The azure dragon was a half-saint and had a trace of the aura of a saint. When he fully activated the power of the bloodline in his body, his combat strength soared to a terrifying height. At this moment, even if a saint came personally, the azure dragon would dare to fight against him. All right. Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes flickered. The azure dragon made him feel an immense pressure. The bloodline of the azure dragon race was extraordinary. Above the head of the azure dragon, dragon chi rose, and a huge dragon shadow appeared in the sky. Boom! The destructive power that came back was completely dispersed by the azure dragon. He was like a god that split open the sky, tearing through the void, and charging at Gu Fei with a monstrous battle intent. Secret technique of ascension, 100%. Gu Fei did not dare to be slow. He immediately activated the secret technique of ascension. His combat strength instantly increased by 10 times. The powerful martial arts energy shook the heavens and earth. A chaotic fist collided with the right hand of the azure dragon. Bang! With a muffled sound, a large area of the void collapsed and was annihilated. Gu Fei and the azure dragon moved quickly in the void, constantly clashing head-on. The whole valley was covered with dense cracks. The baleful blood demonic pattern was faintly discernible, suppressing the area, completely dissolving the mighty power of the 2 super experts. The cracked valley was rapidly repairing itself. Too strong. The intensity of this battle exceeded everyone's expectations. The combat strength of Gu Fei and the azure dragon had already surpassed the half-saint level. They had already walked very far on the holy road. In the entire human world, very few people could catch up with them on the holy road. All kinds of great techniques and combat skills were constantly displayed in the hands of the 2 super experts, shocking everyone. The powerful waves caused the experts watching the battle to retreat. Only the figure on the yin-yang divine pattern in the sky seemed to have existed since ancient times. The mighty power that came from the valley could not affect the figure at all. The fierce man in the extreme north was too powerful. He was definitely an invincible existence in the human world, at the same level as the ghost emperor of Fengdu. This time, the ghost emperor of Fengdu did not appear. The speed of the 2 super experts was extremely fast. Even those who had cultivated the gods, I would find it difficult to catch their figures. In just a few breaths, the 2 had already exchanged nearly 10,000 moves. Neither of them used the saint-level divine weapons. This was a kind of tacit understanding. Neither of them wanted to use external forces to fight. Apart from the weapons that they had refined themselves, they were only fighting with their own strength. This was a battle and also a training. They both wanted to use their own strength to suppress the other. Both Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon were people who were determined to walk the holy road. Their wills were extremely firm, and they both had an invincible heart. Azure Dragon, if this is all you have, you are going to lose. Gu Fei's voice sounded in the heart of the Azure Dragon. This was a divine telepathy. Humph, if this is all you have, you are going to lose too. The Azure Dragon was tit for tat. The 2 were talking, but they did not stop. Bang! Gu Fei swept his right leg. The Azure Dragon used a knee to meet Gu Fei's sweeping right leg. The two clashed head-on, and there was a sound of metal colliding, like two pieces of divine metal colliding. Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon separated, but in an instant they rushed together again. Buzz. The two dragon swords vibrated. While the Azure Dragon attacked, he also controlled the two divine swords and kept attacking Gu Fei. The sword light shot into the sky. Gu Fei did not use the 9 Heaven Stars sword. He was a human-shaped weapon and was extremely powerful. His martial body could directly compete with the dragon swords that the Azure Dragon refined himself. This powerful martial body caused the Azure Dragon to encounter great trouble. Clang! The sword light formed by the two dragon swords slashed on Gu Fei's body, and there was a sound of metal colliding. Other than cutting a few holes on Gu Fei's clothes, it was difficult to really hurt him. I'm afraid the Azure Dragon is going to lose. At this time, some people could already see that Gu Fei was in an invincible position. No matter how the Azure Dragon attacked, he could not hurt him. But Gu Fei could hurt the Azure Dragon. As expected, Gu Fei punched and directly sent the two dragon swords flying. Then, he directly collided with the Azure Dragon and sent him flying. The powerful impact almost shattered the Azure Dragon's sternum. This was a barbaric way of fighting. Gu Fei was like a peerless, ferocious beast, rampaging around. With his powerful martial body, he forced the Azure Dragon to continuously retreat, and from time to time, he was sent flying. Now that the battle had come to this point, it was time to determine a victor and a loser. And the winner of this battle was already very obvious. Gu Fei clearly had the upper hand, suppressing the Azure Dragon. Although the Azure Dragon was strong, Gu Fei was stronger than him. In the face of absolute power, all divine powers and great techniques were useless. One punch could smash everything. Bang! Gu Fei punched the Azure Dragon's chest again. The strong fist energy caused the Azure Dragon's chest to collapse, and countless cracks appeared on his sternum. Wah! The Azure Dragon opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying. How is this possible? I will not lose. The Azure Dragon could not believe it. He was defeated by the hands of Gu Fei hundreds of years ago, and now he was repeating the same mistake. This made him shocked, angry, and unwilling. Kill! He stopped retreating, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. A blood-colored figure appeared before him, and an invincible presence that looked down on the world appeared in the world. Gu Fei was shocked. He could feel the aura of an ancient, supreme being from the blood-colored figure. What is the Azure Dragon doing? He actually did not hesitate to use his primordial chi to fully display the power of his bloodline. The blood-colored figure was completely formed by the Azure Dragon's blood. As if it had a life of its own, it pressed towards Gu Fei. The powerful pressure made Gu Fei feel like he was facing an ancient supreme being. This is the true secret of the bloodline. Some people who knew the details said such words. The secret of the supreme being's bloodline was only known to the descendants of the supreme being. Only by knowing this secret could one truly use the power within one's body. Chapter 1779. The power of the supreme being bloodline was incomparably strong. One could borrow the power of a supreme being. Even though it wasn't the true power of a supreme being, it was still extremely strong. Rumble, the entire void was trembling. That blood-colored figure was like an ancient supreme being beast king. The power of the great Tao was boundless, and it was completely formed from the power of the laws. This was the sign of the bloodline of the ancient supreme being beast king awakening in the body of its descendant. Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked. To think that the power of the laws of the ancient supreme being beast king would appear once more. Even though it wasn't the complete law of the supreme being of the great Tao, it was still more than enough to kill all half-saints and quasi-saints. Green Dragon is invincible in the current generation. Some of the old antiques were extremely shocked. The foundation of the Green Dragon race was truly deep for such a monster to appear. It wasn't that easy to awaken the supreme being bloodline. In the entire Green Dragon race, there were probably only 10 or so people who could awaken the supreme being bloodline within their bodies. The degree of awakening of the bloodline was different as well. Only the person with the strongest bloodline could become the Green Dragon of the current generation. The blood-colored figure was extremely strong. As though it had a life of its own, it charged out at Gu Fei. The mighty might it exuded caused the surrounding void to crumble. Humph! Gu Fei was facing a formidable foe. At this moment, he could feel the aura of danger. However, the stronger he was, the stronger he got. His battle intent was getting stronger. Is this the power of the ancient supreme beings? Gu Fei's battle intent was boundless. He did not retreat. He wanted to fight against the power of the ancient supreme beings with all his might. Gu Fei, it's time for you to admit defeat. Otherwise, the Green Dragon roared out. This was his strongest battle strength. The power of the bloodline within his body seemed to have been sucked dry, and he felt as though he was about to collapse. The moment the power of the bloodline was released, he would definitely not rest until he was dead. Given the current cultivation state of the Green Dragon, it was still hard for him to control this power. The moment that blood-colored figure attacked, it would definitely not stop until it killed Gu Fei. Admit defeat. I, Gu Fei, have never admitted defeat ever since I stepped onto this path. Come, I want to see what's so great about this supreme bloodline. A peerlessly powerful aura erupted from Gu Fei's body. Rays of chaotic divine light circled around him. The divine light was powerful enough to tear the void apart. What is he doing? Could it be that he wants to contend against the power of an ancient supreme? The spectators outside the Divine Demon Valley were all shocked. At this time, the Azure Dragon had already won. How could the current Gu Fei contend against the power of the supreme bloodline? At this moment, even the figure of the yin-yang divine diagram, who was sitting cross-legged high up in the sky, had a reaction. His gaze swept down towards the Divine Demon Valley. No one knew how powerful the ancient supremes were. Without reaching that realm, it was impossible to know what kind of existence they were. The power of the supremes could be integrated into the bloodline and passed down to their descendants. This kind of inheritance could only be possessed by the supremes. Of course, the bloodline of the supremes would gradually weaken as it was passed down from generation to generation. However, there was also a special phenomenon. This phenomenon was the phenomenon of ancestry. The Azure Dragon was not the son of the ancient Beast King, but the Supreme's bloodline in his body was comparable to the son of the ancient Emperor. If that's the case, then accept your fate. The Azure Dragon did not say anything else. He directly attacked. The blood-colored figure tore through the void and slammed a palm at Gu Fei. The powerful force even destroyed some of the nearby blood-killing demonic marks. This was not an ordinary demonic mark. It was formed by the undying law of the ancient demons. Secret skill of ascension, 20% power. Gu Fei was going all out, even if it was the power of the Supremes. So what? I'll break it with one punch. Under the activation of the secret skill of ascension, his power skyrocketed. Martial Dao true force increased by 20 times. Only the martial body of a pinnacle almighty could withstand it. However, Gu Fei was taking a risk. This kind of power had exceeded the endurance of his pinnacle almighty martial body. The explosive increase in power caused hideous bloody scars to appear on his body. Tao patterns that he had comprehended appeared on his martial body and were imprinted on his flesh and blood. Bang! Gu Fei struck out with his strongest punch. This was his strongest punch, 20 times the power. This definitely surpassed a half-saint and could even contend against a quasi-saint. Even a quasi-sage would explode if he were to be hit by this punch. Boom! The extremely ferocious punch collided with the blood-colored palm. The blood figure seemed illusory and had no physical body. However, the power of the Supremes was so tyrannical that even a quasi-saint would tremble. There was no suspense. Everything developed as the old antiques had expected. Gu Fei was sent flying and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His entire arm was twisted and his bones were broken. The power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline was far stronger than he had expected. Master, Gu Zhong couldn't stay calm after seeing this scene. The power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline was too strong. Even a true quasi-saint wouldn't be a match for the current Azure Dragon. What are you panicking for? Your master will be fine. He Tian was calmer than Gu Zhong. He knew that even if the Azure Dragon used the power of his bloodline, he wouldn't be able to kill Gu Fei, unless a true saint attacked Gu Fei. Even those peerless existences in the human world wouldn't be able to harm Gu Fei's life. Kacha! The sound of bones vibrating could be heard in the valley. Gu Fei's right arm was healing rapidly. The broken bones were joining together, and the flesh was growing again. In the blink of an eye, his right arm was completely healed, as if it had never been injured. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he had already cultivated his life to every part of his body. It wouldn't be a problem for him to be reborn from a single drop of blood. The human race's martial body is indeed extraordinary. Everyone who was watching the battle outside the Divine Demon Valley was amazed. Such a powerful body was rarely seen in the world. Even the bodies of some divine beasts wouldn't be as strong as this. If he becomes a saint, it will be terrible. Some people couldn't sit still, especially those enemies of Gu Fei. The stronger Gu Fei was, the greater the threat he posed to them. These people couldn't bear to see Gu Fei become a saint. The power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline was too strong. Even Gu Fei was sent flying. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he charged forward with an indomitable will. Powerful martial arts power erupted. The power of 20 times ascension was too strong. He had no choice but to use it. If he did not vent out this power, it would cause his martial body to explode. Boom! Another terrifying collision. Gu Fei was sent flying again. Blood splattered in the sky. Ascension, Gu Fei roared. He used 2 secret arts of the immortal Tao at the same time. His cracked body quickly healed. The power of ascension allowed his martial body to maintain its peak state. The blood that had splashed out from his body also flew back and returned to his body. Every drop of his flesh and blood contained essence chi. He couldn't lose it because every drop of blood was life. As long as a drop of blood existed, he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. What a guy! Seeing this, Azure Dragon couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Fei's life force was too strong. His chi and blood were even more vigorous than a dragon's. Killing someone like him was definitely not an easy task. In fact, Azure Dragon also wanted to kill Gu Fei. He only had one goal, and that was to defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei was the same. He didn't have any intention to kill Azure Dragon. He didn't have any enmity with Azure Dragon. This was a battle between experts. It was a fair battle. If he lost or died, he couldn't blame anyone. The Blood Shadow was incomparably powerful. It was like the Azure Dragon sovereign from ancient times. Although the sovereign's law was incomplete, It was enough to sweep away all opponents below the Sage Realm. Gu Fei was unyielding. He charged forward again and again, fighting with the blood shadow. Although he was forced back each time, he stood up again and again. Everyone was visibly moved by the scene before them. He's a natural-born fighter. Some old antiques sighed. In the distant past, there was no lack of such figures in the world of cultivation. They were all powerful existences. Cultivators who were successful in cultivation were invincible in the same realm. However, Gu Fei wasn't fighting against a peak expert. He was fighting against a half-saint. In everyone's opinion, it was already a miracle that he could fight until now. If he can win, then he'll really be heaven-defying. Gu Fei's enemies also appeared in the vicinity. These people were secretly happy when they saw Gu Fei being suppressed by the blood shadow. It would be best if Azure Dragon killed Gu Fei. That way, they would have one less problem. A cultivator who was about to rise has fallen just like that. It's really sad. Gu Fei was still fighting. However, some people already knew the result. They thought that Gu Fei was struggling on his deathbed and would be defeated in the end. Master won't lose. Gu Zhong didn't believe that Gu Fei would lose to Azure Dragon. However, the truth was right in front of him. He didn't want to see this result. Humph. He Tian didn't say anything after hearing their discussion. He just sneered. The power of bloodline is really strong. Gu Fei only stopped after charging over 100 times. His martial body was almost destroyed by the blood shadow. His body was covered with ghastly wounds. However, his qi and blood were still extremely vigorous. The power of the Ascension secret technique was circulating. The injuries on his martial body were healing rapidly. It was as if he had an immortal body. The Ascension secret technique was a supreme secret technique created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. This secret technique had already reached the limit of life. It was very difficult to kill someone who had cultivated this secret technique. Even if his divine soul was scattered, he could still gather his divine soul. If this secret technique was cultivated to the great success stage, it might really be able to reach the level of immortality. However, Gu Fei's secret technique was still very far from the great success stage. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao is indeed a supreme divine technique. The blood shadow stood in front of Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon's eyes flickered. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If he didn't use the power of his bloodline, he would have already been defeated. Again, Gu Fei shouted and rushed forward again. The blood shadow in front of Azure Dragon also rushed forward. Chapter 1780. Kill. Gu Fei attacked like a madman. The primal chaos fist shattered the void. Holes appeared one after another in the heavens and earth under his fists. He was too strong. This was the manifestation of pure power. His punch could shatter the starry sky. Even the bodies of half-saints and quasi-saints would be shattered if they were hit by his punch. Using strength to prove one's Tao is indeed the most powerful path. Some old antiques sighed. The path of martial arts was a path of using strength to prove one's Tao. It was extremely difficult. In order to achieve success in cultivation, one had to put in a lot more effort than others. Since the late period of primitive times, there were not many existences like Gu Fei in the world. You're not strong enough. You're destined to lose. Azure Dragon's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. He was moving rapidly with the blood shadow formed by the power of his bloodline, not daring to leave the range of the blood shadow's power. At this moment, Gu Fei was strong enough to kill a half-saint. Even a quasi-saint would have to retreat. If it was not for the protection of the power of his bloodline, Azure Dragon would have been injured. Lose your head. Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced wildly. He was so ferocious that it made everyone's heart palpitate. Blood kept dripping from his fists. Even so, he still swung his fist at the blood-colored figure. Without any suspense, he was still firmly suppressed by the blood shadow. He could not lift his head, and was sent flying by the blood shadow again and again. How could he be so strong? Although Gu Fei seemed to be attacking without a care for his life, he knew better than anyone else that he would be exhausted to death if this went on. One should know that there was a time limit to the secret skill of rising to heaven. He could not maintain this almost invincible state all the time. Once this state disappeared, he would lose without a doubt. Fortunately, he cultivated the secret skill of ascension. This secret skill could heal injuries to the body and even the spirit quickly. He also realized that if he used the secret skill of ascension and the secret skill of rising to heaven together, he could maintain his martial body in a strange state. In this marvelous state, the duration of his ascension secret technique was greatly extended. Gu Fei hadn't expected this to happen. The duration of the ascension secret technique had been extended, which allowed him to remain undefeated for the time being. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Based on the current situation, his ending would be the same in the end. It was unchangeable. "I don't want to kill you, but..." The Azure Dragon spoke again. No one knew better than him how powerful the power of bloodline was. Unless there was another inheritance with the power of a supreme being's bloodline, he was already invincible among those of the same level. They could even challenge demi-saints. "Cut the crap. Let's have a fair fight. I won't have any regrets, even if I die." Gu Fei's fighting spirit had never weakened. Instead, it had become even more exuberant. He could feel that the bottleneck of his cultivation seemed to have loosened after he displayed his full strength. Very good. Azure Dragon was speechless. Killing a genius was not a pleasant thing to do. Bang! The blood-colored silhouette attacked. It was as powerful as an ancient supreme beast king. The laws of the beast king shook the heavens and earth as if it wanted to trample on the great Tao of heaven and earth. Gu Fei fought against the blood-colored silhouette directly. His chest was pierced through, and he was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. In the end, they aren't on the same level. The spectators didn't think that Gu Fei would win. The bloodline of a supreme beast king was extraordinary. Even a true demi-saint might not be a match for the Azure Dragon. If Gu Fei was a demi-saint, he might be able to suppress the Azure Dragon. But now, it seemed that he would definitely lose this battle. Master is invincible. How could he lose to the Azure Dragon? Gu Zhong wasn't willing to accept such an outcome. One should know that a few hundred years ago, this Azure Dragon was defeated by his master. He didn't think that the Azure Dragon would win this time, but based on the current situation, the chances of Gu Fei losing were really high. Don't worry, He Tian was still calm. Even if Gu Fei lost, his life wouldn't be in danger. Boom! At this moment, countless Tao runes rushed out from Gu Fei's body. His chest, that was pierced through, rapidly recovered. The power of the Heaven Ascension secret art was healing his body. Even the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao can't change anything. The Azure Dragon's cold voice rang out. The blood-colored silhouette pressed forward and attacked again. This time, the power of the ancient Emperor Law shattered a small part of Gu Fei's body. "I can be reborn from a single drop of blood. I can't be killed," Gu Fei said coldly. The small part of his body that was shattered was surging. The shackles of his flesh and blood regenerated in an instant, completely recovering. It's one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. The expressions of some of the old experts in the audience changed. This secret art had an unfathomable might. Legend has it that even if one's primordial spirit was shattered, one could use this secret art to reconstruct it. In the distant past, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret, art was known as the Undying Secret Art. It was truly difficult to kill someone who cultivated this secret art. The Azure Dragon didn't say anything. Actions were more useful than words. Roar. The blood-colored silhouette of a dragon appeared. The blood silhouette unleashed a great art, transforming into countless dragons that lunged at Gu Fei. Each dragon silhouette was formed from the ancestral dragon runes. This was the power of a supreme beast emperor from the ancient era. Clearly, the Azure Dragon was getting impatient. He wanted to end this battle. However, would things really develop as he expected? Come. Gu Fei roared. His body suddenly turned faint and illusory, as though he was about to fuse with the void around him. Return to truth. Gu Fei unleashed these 2 secret arts. His body fused with the void. His illusory body emanated a heaven-devouring force that devoured the dragons coming from all directions. You're courting death. The Azure Dragon's heart couldn't help but tremble upon seeing this. His opponent actually wanted to devour his bloodline power. This was simply self-destruction. Could the bloodline power of a supreme beast emperor be devoured? He's insane. Outside the Valley of Gods and Demons, the spectators were all shocked. Gu Fei actually wanted to devour the bloodline power of an ancient beast emperor. This was too crazy. Big Gu, this fellow, this time, even Erebus, who had always been calm, could no longer remain calm. Swish! The heaven-devouring force was incomparably powerful. Countless dragon silhouettes rushed into Gu Fei's illusory body. He wanted to use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Return to Truth secret art, to transform the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. Return to truth. All energy can be transformed into their most primitive state. Chapter 1781. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were known as the Invincible Secret Arts. Each of the 9 secret arts had its own heaven-defying might. The secret art of returning truth could transform all the power of heaven and earth into one zone. Rumble. Gu Fei's illusory figure was shaking, and even the void was shaking with it. The power of returning truth was circulating rapidly, and terrifying energy waves spread in all directions. Countless Tao patterns rushed out of his body, sealing the void between heaven and earth. Countless blood-colored dragon shadows were actually sealed in Gu Fei's illusory figure, unable to rush out. That was part of the ancient Supreme Beast King's power of laws. But it was sealed. How is this possible? Azure Dragon was dumbfounded, and even the spectators outside the Valley of Gods and Demons were dumbfounded. What happened was beyond their understanding. Azure Dragon was the one who felt it the most. He could feel that his bloodline power was rapidly weakening. The place where Gu Fei was turned into a vortex that could devour everything. It actually pulled the blood-colored figure into the vortex and swallowed it as well. This Azure Dragon was truly shocked. He had never thought that Gu Fei had actually cultivated such a secret art. The power of the secret art of returning truth was beyond his expectations. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He was giving it his all. If he could refine this bloodline power, he could win. He could even use this power to break through the bottleneck of cultivation and become a half-step saint. At this time, the bloodline power of the Supreme Beast King that Gu Fei had swallowed into his body was struggling left and right, trying to break through Gu Fei's seal and escape. However, all of this seemed to be in vain. Gu Fei had sealed and refined this bloodline power. So how could it easily escape? I'll give it my all. It was either succeed or die. Gu Fei was gambling with his life. The secret art of returning truth could refine the bloodline power of the ancient Supreme Beast King. If he couldn't, he would die. Roar! Gu Fei roared. It was difficult for others to know what kind of pain he was enduring. That faint and incorporeal figure of his was pierced by bloody light from time to time. Countless blood-colored Tao patterns appeared in his body. Those Tao patterns were shaped like the ancestral dragon. They were the supreme dragon patterns of the Azure Dragon clan. Damn it! The Azure Dragon is borrowing the power of the sky. The Azure Dragon found it hard to remain calm. Gu Fei was currently refining his own bloodline power. If that bloodline power was really refined by the other party, then he might not be able to be the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan anymore. The 4 primordial forces of earth, water, wind, and fire appeared once again, crazily attacking Gu Fei. The entire valley was on the verge of collapsing, and even the blood-killing demonic mark was almost unable to protect this valley. Both of them are monsters. Some of the elders, watching the battle, felt their hearts palpitate. The 2 of them had walked much further on the holy road than ordinary people, especially Gu Fei. Once he became a half-saint, he would probably be able to sweep away all opponents below the saint level. A martial body becoming a saint was something that had never happened since the late period of the Desolate Era. The place where Gu Fei was completely engulfed by the destructive power. However, the crowd was shocked to discover that Gu Fei was still devouring all the power around him. This is crazy. He's committing suicide. How could such a powerful force be dissolved? Even if that cultivator was a quasi-saint, his body would probably explode from the huge amount of energy. What is Master doing? Gu Zhong couldn't sit still when he saw this scene. Don't be impatient. Your master is using the 4 primordial forces of earth, water, wind, and fire to refine the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. Hey, Tian's voice rang out. Azure Dragon had really miscalculated this time. He wanted to kill Gu Fei, but he didn't expect that he would provide 4 powerful primordial forces to Gu Fei instead. The 4 primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind were borrowed by Azure Dragon, and not his own power. This kind of power could be easily refined by Gu Fei's secret art of returning truth into his own martialist chi, and then used to resist the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. Azure Dragon was attacking with all his might, but his attacks were like clay oxen in the sea. He had never thought that he was providing energy to Gu Fei. So, what if it's the power of the supreme bloodline? Gu Fei bellowed. His entire body swelled up as a terrifying and monstrous force collided within his body. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the Ascension's secret technique that allowed him to continuously heal his injured body, his martial body would have long exploded from the force within his body. The secret art of Ascension continued to operate. Although Gu Fei's martial body was swelled up by the power in his body, his martial body did not explode from the power in his body. How preposterous! Azure Dragon's bloodline power that was sealed in Gu Fei's body had a special connection with him. He could feel that the power was gradually weakening. In order to defeat Gu Fei, he had used a secret technique to draw out the bloodline power in his body, forming a blood shadow. Only then could he suppress Gu Fei. If Gu Fei refined the blood shadow, Azure Dragon would lose the power of his bloodline. He would lose any advantage before Gu Fei. What was more serious was that if he lost this bloodline power, he did not know when he would be able to recover the bloodline power in his body again. If that happened, his position in the Azure Dragon clan would be replaced by other powerful clansmen. Azure Dragon could not let that happen. He could only be the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. He could not let others shake his position. However, this was a fair battle. He could not use any power other than his own. He knew very well that if he used his holy weapon, his opponent could also use his holy weapon. Just as Gu Fei had said, in a fair battle, even if he died in battle, there would be no regrets. However, once this balance was broken, the consequences would be unpredictable. Azure Dragon knew that Gu Fei had an extreme, holy weapon. Once the cauldron of mountain and river appeared, even if it could not display the power of the extreme holy path, it could still suppress a part of the world. Azure Dragon was also someone with aspirations of the holy road. He had the right to be arrogant. Since it was a fair battle, he would die in battle without regrets. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were both like that. They only wanted to fight with their own power. If they relied too much on external power, they would be stuck on the holy road in the end, and it would be difficult for them to become supreme experts. At this time, blood-colored divine light continued to rush out of Gu Fei's body. However, an extremely powerful aura gradually passed through Gu Fei's body. This is, oh no, he is actually using the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan to break through. Is he finally going to take that step? The change in Gu Fei's body shocked everyone. He had actually sublimated in a battle of life and death, making a breakthrough at the edge of life and death, using his opponent's power to train himself. Not everyone had this kind of courage. Half-saint, Azure Dragon did not stop. 2 dragon swords appeared in his hands. He bit the tip of his tongue again and spat out a mouthful of blood on the 2 dragon swords. Virum! In an instant, the markings within the 2 dragon swords were all activated by Azure Dragon's blood. A terrifying holy level sword chi rippled from the dragon swords. Clang! Chapter 1782. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were both fighting with their lives on the line. At this point, they had no choice but to kill each other even if they wanted to, because they had reached a point where it was either one of them or the other. No one wanted to die, so Azure Dragon wanted to kill Gu Fei. A shocking, murderous intent rushed out of Azure Dragon's body, and the temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly under the impact of this murderous intent. Clang! The 2 dragon swords that were stained with Azure Dragon's blood vibrated and emitted the most powerful sword chi. Tens of thousands of rays of light illuminated the entire area. At this point, Azure Dragon had no other choice. Swoosh! Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out of Azure Dragon's hands and slashed towards Gu Fei. The powerful rays of light tore through the void, as if they were going to split the entire world in half. Master, Guzhong was shocked to see this. The 2 dragon swords were stained with Azure Dragon's blood, and the runes imprinted inside the swords were all activated. A strand of saint-level energy appeared in the air. Azure Dragon pushed the power of the dragon swords to the limit, displaying a trace of saintly might. It was as if a true saint was attacking. It was extremely terrifying. The dragon swords were only divine weapons that Azure Dragon had refined himself, but these 2 divine swords were extraordinary. They had the potential to transform into holy weapons and already possessed some of the characteristics of holy weapons. Swoosh! 2 frightening sword lights tore apart the layer of primordial chi around Gu Fei's body and flew towards Gu Fei, who was trapped within the primordial chi. Although Gu Fei was using his secret arts to protect himself, he was still extremely sensitive to the outside world. The fact that the chaotic aura around him had been torn apart was no small matter. However, his martial body, which had expanded due to the power in his body, was now covered with divine runes of the Great Path. There were even blood-colored ancestral dragon, runes faintly visible. Boom! The 2 rays of light instantly slashed at Gu Fei's body. It was as if they had slashed at an indestructible piece of divine metal. They were sent flying. The Azure Dragon was alarmed. He had already used all his strength in this attack, but he was actually unable to split apart his opponent's martial body. How could his opponent's martial body be so tyrannical? However, the truth was right before his eyes. Azure Dragon had no choice but to believe it. Rumble, After receiving this attack, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out from within Gu Fei's body. The bloodline power that he had sealed within his body erupted. The chaos Tao pattern that was imprinted on Gu Fei's body emitted a dazzling divine light. It drew the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings and suppressed his body. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The pressure that Gu Fei's powerful martial body was enduring at this time was simply indescribable. Even his well-tempered bone body cracked. At this time, Gu Fei could only make such a sound. His throat was blocked by the energy that was surging out of his body. His eyes bulged out, and it looked like his martial body could explode from the energy in his body at any time. I can't die. Gu Fei threw caution to the wind. Ascension's secret technique. Ascension's secret technique. Returning truth's secret technique. As long as it could save his life, he used all of them. The power of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao surged in his body. The bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan was rampaging in his body. His martial body was constantly being injured. Blood seeped out of his pores and dyed his entire body red. Although the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan was powerful, if Gu Fei could survive, his martial body would once again transform and become even more powerful. Under the effect of the Ascension Force, Gu Fei's injured martial body was rapidly recovering. The destruction and recovery were constantly repeating. The bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan was destroying the vitality of Gu Fei's martial body, but the Ascension Force could restore Gu Fei's martial body. These two forces were constantly fighting against each other. It was like 2 huge hammers constantly hammering on a piece of divine metal. Gu Fei's martial body was gradually transforming. No, after sensing the changes in Gu Fei's body, Azure Dragon was shocked and angry. Gu Fei was actually using his own power to refine his martial body. This was simply too crazy. However, if Gu Fei succeeded, the bloodline power that he had painstakingly cultivated would be lost. The bloodline power was sleeping in Azure Dragon's body. It was very difficult to stimulate it, but Azure Dragon managed to do it. However, if he lost the bloodline power that he released, although his bloodline power wouldn't completely disappear, it would take a long time to cultivate it to this level again. Azure Dragon was anxious. He frantically drove the 2 dragon swords to slash at Gu Fei. The sword light formed by the dragon sword soared tens of thousands of feet into the sky, continuously breaking through the layer of primal chaos aura around Gu Fei's body. However, such a powerful sword light was unable to truly harm Gu Fei. Outside the Divine Demon Valley, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Gu Fei's martial body was too strong. The 2 dragon swords could already emit a wisp of saintly might. Some of the quasi-sages present were also terrified. If such terrifying dragon swords were to slash at their bodies would probably be instantly minced by the sword light. How is this possible? Could it be that his body is already strong enough to be comparable to a holy weapon? The powerful physique that Gu Fei displayed shocked even the old antiques who had lived for countless years. It was hard to believe that there was actually such a strong cultivator in this world. In this great world of the mortal world, anything could happen. A physique that could compete with the martial body of the human race would most likely appear. The Holy Road wouldn't be lonely. There were bound to be intense battles on the Holy Road. Those who were interested in the Holy Road weren't just limited to the younger generation. Those old antiques who had lived for so long would also jump out and compete with the younger generation. Gu Fei's strength made those who were interested in the Holy Road feel extremely pressured. No wonder he could beat the younger generation of the southern wilderness into silence hundreds of years ago. The voice of the Vermilion Bird Princess came from the chariot of leaf fire. She was muttering to herself. Hundreds of years ago, Gu Fei had already suppressed all the young experts of the southern wilderness. But now, Gu Fei could still sweep the entire southern wilderness. One should know that the Azure Dragon represented the strongest battle force in the southern wilderness. If the Azure Dragon was defeated, there would probably not be many in the southern wilderness who could suppress Gu Fei. What was even more terrifying was that Gu Fei was in the midst of a breakthrough. He was using the power of the Azure Dragon to break through and refine his martial body. The clanging sounds did not stop. At this time, the two dragon swords had already slashed thousands of times, but they still couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Chapter 1783. Azure Dragon was on the verge of going crazy. He had never expected to encounter such a monstrous opponent. His opponent had even devoured the bloodline power that he had cultivated. Could Gu Fei really be his nemesis? Azure Dragon's sword transformed into a sword light that constantly slashed at the bloated guy in front of him. He wanted to withdraw his bloodline power. However, no attack could hurt Gu Fei at this time, unless it was the power of a true saint. However, saints were extinct in this world, so it was impossible for a true saint to appear. On Gu Fei's body, chaotic Tao patterns interweaved, firmly suppressing the ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns in his body. The four primordial powers of earth, water, wind, and fire were drawn by him and obliterated the ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns. The ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns were condensed from Azure Dragon's bloodline power. It still doesn't work. Gu Fei felt that his power was still a bit lacking. He couldn't obliterate the ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns. He couldn't help but feel anxious. If he couldn't obliterate the ancestral dragon-like Tao patterns, then the unlucky one wouldn't be Azure Dragon. The ancestor of the Azure Dragon race was a supreme beast emperor. This was the power of the supreme beast emperor that had been passed on to the current Azure Dragon. The power of the supreme bloodline was hard to obliterate. This made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. Outrageous! I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. But if this move doesn't work, then, at this time, there was no time for Gu Fei to think too much. He directly operated the immortal Tao mystic art. A violet divine light shot out from his forehead. Swish! A small figure stepped out from Gu Fei's forehead. It was a thumb-sized miniature version of Gu Fei. This miniature person looked exactly like Gu Fei. How is this possible? How can a cultivator have a primordial spirit? When they saw the little person stepping out from Gu Fei's glabella, all the spectators outside the Divine Demon Valley, except for Gu Zhong and He Tian, were dumbfounded. Essence Soul. When the Azure Dragon saw a small person walk out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, he was shocked and angry. Since ancient times, he had never heard of a warrior being able to cultivate a primordial spirit. Martial artists cultivated the strength of their bodies. They walked the path of proving their Tao through strength. They did not cultivate their primordial spirit, only cultivating their lives. This was the most difficult path to achieve Tao. Warriors who were truly determined to prove their Tao through strength would not bother to cultivate their primordial spirits. This was because the source of their strength was their physical body, not their primordial spirits. But now, a nascent divinity had emerged from Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace. That was something that surpassed everyone's understanding, and even the old-timers were shocked. How can a warrior have a primordial spirit? Some of the quasi-sages were confused as well. At that moment, Gu Fei's primordial spirit rushed out of his Naiwen Palace and entered his body. Soon, an astonishing sword aura erupted from within him. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial spirit of the Wei Sword. The power of Gu Fei's primordial spirit had transformed into a divine, sword of the great Tao that could destroy all tangible and intangible things in the world. A great battle was going on inside Gu Fei's body. The primordial spirit of the Wei sword had appeared inside Gu Fei's body. This made the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon in Gu Fei feel a great threat. All of the blood-colored ancestral dragon, Dao patterns converged and turned into a faint blood-colored shadow. Buzz. The Wei sword hummed and pierced through the blood shadow. Some of the ancestral dragon, Dao patterns were destroyed by the sword of the great Dao. The primordial spirit of the Wei sword displayed great power. The power contained in the destroyed ancestral dragon, Dao patterns, was immediately absorbed by Gu Fei's martial body. Damn it! Sensing that the bloodline power in Gu Fei's body was gradually weakening, the Azure Dragon could not help but change. His broken bones were reforming, and his flesh was regenerating. A wisp of saintly might was gradually emanating from Gu Fei's body. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were transforming. The chaos Dao patterns that were imprinted on Gu Fei's bones shone with dazzling divine light. The chaos Dao patterns were devouring the bloodline power of the Azure Dragon clan. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming. The chaos true power was vast and mighty. This was the chaos martial body. All the impurities in his body gradually seeped out of Gu Fei's pores. His martial body was transforming into a spotless state. Every drop of blood and every piece of bone was devouring the chaos true power. The shackles of cultivation seemed to have been broken. The martial body could contain more chaos true power. The essence soul Dao swords could really destroy the ancestral dragon Dao patterns. This surprised and delighted Gu Fei. The secret art created by the supreme Dao ancestor had unfathomable divine might. It could even destroy the power of the Paragon bloodline. As such, it would be difficult for people with the Paragon bloodline to threaten Gu Fei. The situation was slightly better. Gu Fei made his move. Clang! He waved his hands and clashed with the two dragon swords over 1,000 times in an instant. The two dragon swords seemed to have been struck by a giant hammer over 1,000 times in an instant and were sent flying away. The two dragon swords were covered with cracks. It seemed like they could shatter at any time. The Azure Dragon's mind was shaken. These two dragon swords were refined from his dragon horns. Moreover, they had a trace of the aura of a sacred weapon. Even a quasi-sage artifact refined by a quasi-sage would not be able to destroy his twin dragon swords. Could it be that Gu Fei's hands were even more terrifying than a quasi-sage artifact? Rumble! A thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. His essence soul Dao swords were constantly destroying the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. As the bloodline power weakened, his martial body gradually began to recover. Streams of chaos true qi circulated rapidly in Gu Fei's body, fusing into his flesh, blood, and bones. The powerful qi and blood was vast and mighty. There seemed to be a giant dragon looming above Gu Fei's head. This was a strange phenomenon formed when the qi and blood rushed up and penetrated his body. It was a narrow escape. I actually succeeded. On a mountain peak outside the Godfiend Valley, He Tian was muttering to himself. He knew very well that Gu Fei was in a very dangerous state just now. It seemed like his body was about to explode from the power in his body. If the power in his body really exploded, Gu Fei would be destroyed in both body and soul. The bloodline power released by the Azure Dragon was enough to destroy Gu Fei's bones and flesh. Even if he could be reborn from a single drop of blood, it would be useless. Roar! Gu Fei growled. Countless chaos Dao patterns bloomed with the brightest divine light. In his body, apart from the sound of wind and thunder, there was also the sound of his bones cracking. A sage-level Dao pattern appeared on Gu Fei's body. He broke through. Azure Dragon was truly shocked. To be able to ascend and break through in battle was simply too shocking. Could it be that this was the legendary martial artist? Buzz. The two dragon swords vibrated. The dense cracks on them gradually disappeared. These two divine weapons were really extraordinary. They could repair themselves automatically. The Tao patterns imprinted on them were not damaged. Chapter 1784. Roar. Gu Fei roared at the sky. His voice shook the 9 heavens, and the entire valley cracked. Countless baleful blood marks were activated, sealing the void. In the sky above the God-fiend valley, an incomparably huge demonic shadow appeared. This was a demonic shadow condensed from the demonic laws of the God-fiend valley. It was faint and illusory. At this moment, even the leaders of the demons were incomparably shocked. Could the ancient legends be true? Did an unparalleled demonic ancestor really fall in that place? Baleful blood chi was vast and mighty. Beams of demonic light shot out from the ground of the God-fiend valley. It seemed like something was about to rush out from the depths of the God-fiend valley. This caused everyone to be shocked. Could it be that there was a powerful demonic creature hiding in the depths? This valley had existed for too long. No one knew what had happened here in the distant past. Buzz. Just as the demonic shadow appeared, the figure that had been sitting cross-legged in the sky moved at this moment. The yin-yang diagram emitted a mighty force. Bang! The void trembled. Under the suppression of the yin-yang diagram, the demonic shadow dissipated in the void. In the depths of the God-fiend valley, there was a powerful demonic force that wanted to rush out. But very quickly, this demonic force retreated. The fierce man from the extreme north made his move, shocking the demonic force in the depths of the God-fiend valley. Gu Fei, I don't believe that I will lose to you again. At this moment, Azure Dragon's eyes turned red. He held 2 dragon swords in his hands and directly rushed towards Gu Fei. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty. The dragon swords hummed. Azure Dragon threw caution to the wind. His entire body seemed to be on fire. The power of the true dragon rose and danced on Azure Dragon's body like divine flames. Buzz. The dragon swords hummed. The tip of the sword streaked across the void at high speed. The void was directly torn apart. Wherever the dragon swords passed, 2 pitch-black spatial cracks were left. Swoosh! The Azure Dragon attacked with all his might. The powerful true dragon force was unprecedentedly strong. The 2 dragon swords directly split apart the chaotic aura around Gu Fei's body, and then pierced towards the center of his brows. The Mud Pill Palace was located between the eyebrows. As long as Gu Fei's Mud Pill Palace was broken, the power of his primordial spirit would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult for him to use that supreme secret technique again. Inside Gu Fei's body, a crucial battle was taking place. The primordial spirit Tao sword was clashing, and the blood-colored figure was constantly being destroyed by the primordial spirit Tao sword. The blood-colored figure that Gu Fei had sealed in his body gradually dimmed, as if it could dissipate at any time. Ding! At this moment, the tip of the dragon swords instantly pierced the center of Gu Fei's brows. The 2 dragon swords both hit their target, but a scene that shocked the Azure Dragon happened. The 2 dragon swords actually could not pierce the center of Gu Fei's brows. The bodies of the 2 dragon swords were bent. No matter how hard the Azure Dragon tried to inject the true dragon force in his body into the dragon swords, the 2 dragon swords in his hands could not even cut through the skin of Gu Fei. How can this be? The Azure Dragon was completely stunned. The divine weapons that he had refined could not even pierce through the skin of his opponent. This was simply too unbelievable. Gu Fei was only a pinnacle mighty figure. How could there be a pinnacle mighty figure in this world with such a strong physical body. It was impossible. Even if Gu Fei was a warrior, it was still impossible. However, the truth was enough to explain everything. Swoosh! A dazzling divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. The divine light seemed to have materialized and swept towards the azure dragon, causing him to have no choice but to retreat. His martial body, that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, was about to break through to another realm at this moment. The aura of the sage realm lingered around. Although he was not a sage, he already possessed some of the characteristics of a sage. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming into a sage martial body. As his martial body was transforming, even Gu Fei's primordial spirit was becoming stronger. Swoosh! Within Gu Fei's body, the primordial spirit Dao sword was rampaging, constantly destroying the ancestral dragon Dao patterns. The power contained in the ancestral dragon Dao patterns was constantly being absorbed by his martial body. His martial body was getting stronger and stronger, but the bloodline power released by the azure dragon was getting weaker and weaker. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the bloodline power was destroyed. Azure Dragon, you should just admit defeat. Gu Fei already had the absolute advantage. Once the primordial spirit Dao sword completely destroyed the bloodline power in his body, he would be able to free up his hands to deal with the Azure Dragon. Rays of primal chaos divine light circled around Gu Fei's body, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. Heavenly tribulation. The entire world seemed to be pressing down. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Some people could feel that there was a power gathering in the sky. Tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky above the God-fiend valley. Is he really going to break through to the sage realm? Everyone who was watching the battle was shocked. This Gu Fei was too crazy. He actually went through the tribulation under such circumstances. He was simply courting death. Boom! A dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, illuminating the dark world for a moment. This was the might of heaven and earth. As long as one was not a sage, they would forever be bound by the great Tao of heaven and earth. It really is the heavenly tribulation. Anyone who could enter the demon domain and come to the valley of gods and demons was no weakling. All of the powerful beings present had felt the ripples of the might of heaven and earth. In fact, many of them had even gone through multiple heavenly tribulations. As for those old antiques, they were extremely familiar with the power of the heavenly tribulation. One must know that in the distant past, the laws of heaven and earth had yet to change. If a cultivator wanted to break through a bottleneck, they would definitely be sensed by the heavenly Tao and send down a heavenly tribulation. But now that the human realm had arrived, the laws of heaven and earth had changed once more. The great Tao of heaven and earth was no longer ethereal and could be touched. And when a cultivator wanted to break through a bottleneck, the heavenly tribulation would descend. This was a form of training for a cultivator, but at the same time, it was also a tribulation that concerned one's life and death. If one couldn't pass through the heavenly tribulation, there would only be one outcome: death in body and soul. Most people would prepare everything beforehand before summoning the heavenly tribulation. Nobody would be like Gu Fei, summoning the heavenly tribulation while he was still in the midst of breaking through. The azure dragon retreated immediately. He did not want to be dragged into the heavenly tribulation by Gu Fei. Humph, if you can survive, I'll admit defeat. The azure dragon rushed out of the valley of gods and demons. Gu Fei was about to undergo his heavenly tribulation. If Gu Fei could pass it, then he would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. But if Gu Fei couldn't pass this heavenly tribulation, his body and soul would be destroyed by it. At that time, The Azure Dragon would still be the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. Very well. Gu Fei's voice rang out from the Valley of Gods and Demons. His tone was filled with confidence. No one could have imagined that the battle would develop to this point. Gu Fei was really about to make a breakthrough. The heavenly tribulation was brewing high up in the sky, and dazzling bolts of lightning kept appearing in the tribulation clouds. Chapter 1785. Gu Fei had broken through and transformed at the edge of life and death. He was a martial artist, a natural-born god of war. The heavenly tribulation of the half-sacred realm was incomparable to that of an ordinary heavenly tribulation of the half-sacred realm. The tribulation clouds gathered above the valley of the demons from all directions, shrouding the entire heaven and earth. The destructive power was brewing as the tribulation clouds continued to spread. In the end, half of the demon domain was shrouded by the tribulation clouds. It was too shocking. The power of the heavenly tribulation forced all the experts in the vicinity of the Valley of the Demons to retreat, afraid of being implicated by it. The heavenly Tao could sense it and send down the heavenly tribulation. This kind of feeling could also trigger the heavenly tribulation of other cultivators, which was not a good thing. Even the figures sitting on the yin-yang diagram had instantly left the area shrouded by the tribulation clouds and appeared at the edge of the demon domain. The fierce man from the extreme north didn't do anything special. He didn't excessively provoke the demons either. It seemed like this fierce man also had some concerns. Because this was only a clone of the fierce man, it couldn't be compared to his real body. The demon domain in the 100,000 mountain range was the origin of demons between heaven and earth. Legend had it that the most ancient demon was sleeping here. Obviously, the fierce man from the extreme north didn't want to disturb such an existence at this time. Rumble, dull thunder sounds resounded. The black tribulation clouds in the sky almost touched the ground. Huge lightning bolts the size of mountains dashed out from the tribulation clouds, tearing apart the void of heaven and earth, wreaking havoc in the sky above the Valley of the Demons. The destructive power spread across the heaven and earth. The might of heaven and earth shook the entire place. Countless demons fled into the depths of the demon domain, seeking the protection of the demons there. They didn't dare to expose themselves to the heavenly tribulation. This human, a few figures appeared in the depths of the demons. The successor of the martial progenitor, an old demon, sensed the fluctuation of martial Tao true force from Gu Fei, and couldn't help but be startled. A supreme martial progenitor was an invincible existence. Countless demons had died under his fists. This human can't be left alive, one of the demon race's powerhouses said. However, the other leaders of the demons did not respond because the fierce man from the far north had locked onto them. If they dared to attack Gu Fei, the fierce man from the far north would certainly not sit idly by. The strength of that fierce man from the extreme north was obvious to all. Just a while ago, a leader of the demons was crippled by this fierce man and was almost beheaded on the spot. With this as an example, how could the demons dare to act rashly? Roar! Gu Fei roared. He could sense the extremely powerful destructive power of the heavenly tribulation. This power was stronger than all the heavenly tribulations he had faced before. At this moment, his condition was truly terrible. The Azure Dragon bloodline power sealed in his body had yet to be completely destroyed, and the heavenly tribulation had descended. Even someone as powerful as Gu Fei felt a great deal of pressure due to the internal and external troubles. The chaotic true force was constantly strengthening. The bloodline power released by the Azure Dragon was gradually absorbed by Gu Fei's martial body and transformed into his martial Tao true force. The chaotic Tao pattern on his body was getting brighter and brighter. The chaotic true force was constantly tempering his martial body. The Tao pattern was branded into every inch of his bones and flesh. The impurities in his body were constantly being discharged from his pores. Even his blood was seeping out. The blood in his body was transforming, becoming brighter, and the vitality it contained became stronger. Changing blood, changing bones. Gu Fei's martial body was undergoing a complete transformation. He had taken that step, and his martial body was transforming into the sacred martial body. However, this was a long process. He had taken this step, and the sacred martial body would appear sooner or later. This required time. The strength of the half-sacred martial body had already been verified. Even the dragon sword refined by the Azure Dragon could not pierce through Gu Fei's skin. It could not break through Gu Fei's defense. Rumble, the tribulation clouds continued to press down. A terrifying destructive force was approaching Gu Fei. The half-sacred, heavenly tribulation was about to begin. The entire God-Devil Valley was enveloped by tribulation clouds. There seemed to be several indistinct figures within the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. Such powerful tribulation clouds definitely couldn't have any life. It was filled with destructive power. Only a saint could ignore the threat of the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation phenomenon. Some of the old antiques also noticed the changes in the tribulation clouds. They were incomparably shocked. They had never imagined that the legendary heavenly tribulation would appear in front of them. Legend had it that in the distant past, there were heaven-defying characters who could trigger heavenly tribulation phenomena when they underwent their tribulation. Who would have thought that it was true? This was too shocking. Those who could trigger heavenly tribulation phenomena were all heaven-defying characters who had the qualifications to contend for the throne of the world's supreme experts. Come. Gu Fei completely released his powerful aura, causing a strand of saint's might to appear in the heavens and earth. The moment this strand of saint's might appeared, a huge figure charged out from the tribulation clouds in the sky and pounced towards Gu Fei. Even Gu Fei was stunned. This was a dragon formed from interweaving lightning. It was incomparably real, and its draconic might shook heaven and earth. For primordial spirits, the moment Gu Fei saw the dragon, he immediately understood what it was. It was an azure dragon formed by the power of the heavenly way. The appearance of this azure dragon shocked even the members of the Azure Dragon clan. There was nothing more to say. Gu Fei directly attacked, and a powerful force slammed into the incoming Azure Dragon. Boom! The void trembled as Gu Fei's fist blocked the incoming Azure Dragon. Moreover, the head of the Azure Dragon formed from the heavenly Daos exploded. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts exploded, illuminating the entire dark world. The heavenly tribulation had just begun, and he was already met with such a powerful attack. This forced Gu Fei to be cautious. He didn't want to die just like that. Damned heavens, what can you do to me? Gu Fei roared. His blood and bones were transforming, and his chaotic martial body was gradually forming. The heavenly Daos sensed that the heavenly tribulation was about to begin. Bang! Another beast rushed out of the tribulation clouds. It was a vermilion bird, and it was surrounded by boundless flames. The moment the vermilion bird appeared, flames burned the sky. The four primordial spirits all jumped out of the tribulation clouds and attacked Gu Fei. Boom! A golden hand struck from below. The power of the metal element was vast, and the four primordial spirits were all blown away. The powerful shockwave even destroyed some of the blood Tao patterns in the valley. What? Chapter 1786. Gu Fei had triggered the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. This was a heavenly tribulation, so powerful that it made everyone's heart palpitate. This was not an ordinary heavenly tribulation. The endless tribulation lightning had condensed into the four ancient divine beasts. They were the legendary supreme divine beasts born from the heavens and earth. Legend had it that the four ancient clans of the southern wilderness were the descendants of the four ancient divine beasts. The blood of the four ancient divine beasts flowed in their veins. This kind of bloodline was hidden in the disciples of the four ancient clans. This kind of heavenly tribulation has only appeared a few times since ancient times. Some old antiques murmured the heavenly tribulation that Gufei had triggered was too terrifying. This was the most powerful and terrifying heavenly tribulation among all the heavenly tribulations. This was a manifestation of the will of the heavens and earth. The four ancient divine beasts were connate divine beasts. They were supreme existences born from the heavens and earth. This was why the heavenly Tao could send down such a heavenly tribulation. To a certain extent, all connate life forms were inextricably linked to the heavenly Tao. All connate life forms that had appeared before would leave their mark on the heavenly Tao. If these connate life forms were to die, there would only be one outcome. They would return to the heavenly Tao. Gufei was extremely powerful. Even though the heavenly Tao had sent down such a heavenly tribulation, he did not retreat. His battle intent was still as strong as before. So what if it was the heavenly Tao? There was no hesitation, no retreat, and no fear. Right now, Gufei was fighting the heavens and challenging the heavens in order to survive. The heavenly Tao had sensed this and sent down a heavenly tribulation that made all cultivators despair. If it was any other cultivator, they would have lost the courage to resist the heavenly tribulation. However, Gufei was different. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more power his martial body could unleash. Of course, the strength of the four ancient divine beasts formed from the tribulation lightning was only on par with Gufei. The heavenly Tao was heartless, but there was still a chance of survival. Roar! The azure dragon divine beast roared. This azure dragon that was condensed from tribulation lightning seemed to be even stronger than the azure dragon's bloodline power. It was like a real ancient azure dragon had descended. With a single roar, the entire world shook. The four primordial spiritual beasts seemed to be living beings with flesh and blood. Even the scales on their bodies could be seen clearly, and a towering dragon might fill the sky. How is this possible? Is this the power of the Azure Dragon Patriarch? Quite a few experts from the Azure Dragon race had also arrived. When they sensed the dragon roars coming from the heavenly tribulation, their expressions changed. The other ancient race experts were the same. In the center of the heavenly tribulation, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise's power rippled out, shocking the heavens. They were the ancestors of the four great ancient clans, the supreme divine beasts of the mythological era. This is unbelievable. Even the experts of the four great ancient clans found it difficult to become supremes. How could the heavenly tribulation that Gufei had triggered have the fluctuations of their ancestors' power? It must be known that the ancestors of the four great ancient clans had already disappeared during the desolate times. Kill! A loud roar sounded out from the center of the tribulation as a shocking battle intent exploded out, causing the heavens and earth to change color. This was Gufei's boundless battle intent. He wanted to challenge the heavens and break the legend. Roar! The four great ancient beasts roared as well. They seemed to have a life of their own, as though they could feel the threat that Gufei posed to them. At the same time, they pounced towards Gufei. Gufei soared into the sky and began fighting against the four great ancient beasts. At this time, The bloodline power in his body also rose up, making a final struggle. His Yuan spirit Dao sword heavily injured that power. Under the attacks from both inside and outside, Gu Fei's martial body was almost crippled. Blood constantly dripped from his body. However, he was an unyielding warrior and still fought with his life on the line. Bang! His fist landed on the huge body of the Azure Dragon. The dragon scales shattered and dragon blood splattered everywhere. This scene was incomparably real, as though it wasn't an illusion. The Azure Dragon was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist. That 30,000-meter-long dragon body was almost broken as it was heavily injured. And just as Gu Fei sent the Azure Dragon flying, the vermilion bird and the white tiger rushed over. Towering divine flames instantly engulfed Gu Fei, wanting to turn Gu Fei into ashes. Humph! Gu Fei allowed the divine flames to engulf his body. He didn't block them at all. He was actually guiding the vermilion bird divine flames to temper his martial body. Countless chaos Dao patterns appeared on his body. Traces of fire energy seeped into his body through his pores, tempering his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. The white tiger divine wind howled angrily. If one was hit by that divine wind, even a peak stage mighty figure would be destroyed in body and soul. Formless astral winds swept through the void, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks. This was simply like an invisible, heavenly blade chopping down. The wind increased the intensity of the flames. The vermilion bird divine flames burned the entire world red. Flames soared into the sky, and terrifying heat spread out. This place was like an oven. Even those who were thousands of miles away could feel the scorching heat waves constantly assaulting their bodies. It was truly hard to imagine what would happen to Gu Fei within the divine flames. Even if divine metal was thrown into the divine flames, it would still be burned into smoke. Master, Gu Zhong couldn't help but worry when he saw this scene. However, he believed that his master wouldn't die so easily. A mere heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Boss Gu can't come. If he can successfully pass the tribulation, I'm afraid very few people in this world can be his opponent. He Tian sighed in admiration. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei triggered was too rare. There were only a few people who could trigger such a heavenly tribulation since ancient times. Moreover, those few people eventually became the strongest existences in this world. From He Tian's point of view, Gu Fei had limitless potential. He even had the qualifications to contend for the supreme throne. However, all of this required time. Boom! Suddenly, the monstrous fire exploded. The endless fire dissipated like ice and snow, turning into flame essences that frantically converged towards a figure in the sea of fire. How delightful! In the sea of flames, Gu Fei bathed in the divine flames. His entire body was glowing. The power of the vermilion bird was guided into his body and absorbed by his martial physique. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Not only was the power of the vermilion bird absorbed by Gu Fei's martial physique, even the power of the white tiger was no exception. Even the black tortoise was riding on Gu Fei's back. The power of the Azure Dragon was also shaken. Right now, Gu Fei's martial physique was like a bottomless black hole that was devouring spiritual energy from all directions. This was a scene that everyone would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. The four great ancient supreme divine beasts were actually struggling, wanting to escape. However, the four great divine beasts were being sucked in by a heaven-devouring power, unable to escape at all. He's devouring the power of the heavenly tribulation. This is insane. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded and shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei's actions were truly unbelievable. He actually wanted to devour such a powerful heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Gu Fei was in a difficult situation. He had no choice but to do this because he wanted to trigger the power of the heavenly tribulation to destroy the bloodline power in his body. The effect of this was obvious. After the power of the 4 ancient divine beasts surged into Gu Fei's body, it immediately suppressed the bloodline power, especially the power of the Azure Dragon. It actually resonated with the bloodline power in Gu Fei's body, devouring the bloodline power. Although the Azure Dragon, formed by the heavenly tribulation, was just a mark, the bloodline power was the source energy. It actually fused with the mark. This was something that Gu Fei never expected. The bloodline power of the Azure Dragon was dissolved just like that. This made Gu Fei feel a little unreal. This was too easy. After the power of the Azure Dragon fused with the bloodline power, it instantly became stronger. However, this true dragon power was immediately suppressed by Gu Fei. Buzz. The primordial spirit, Tao sword, slashed out and killed the 4 ancient beasts in the void. 4 imprints shot up into the sky and disappeared in the sky. It was as if the 4 ancient beasts had never appeared before. Rumble, the power of the heavenly tribulation was still increasing. It didn't show any signs of stopping just because Gu Fei killed the 4 ancient beasts. Powerful silhouettes appeared once again in the lightning tribulation. The marks left behind by other Khanate life forms. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw those silhouettes in the heavenly tribulation. Was he fighting against Khanate life forms of the past? This was too crazy. Khanate life forms were incomparably powerful when they were born. If the heavenly tribulation evolved all the Khanate life forms, even Gu Fei would probably be exhausted to death by this tactic of overwhelming numbers. One must know that the number of Khanate life forms born in the world was definitely a number that would make Gu Fei feel despair. Those silhouettes walked out of the tribulation clouds. They were 12 faint and illusory silhouettes, but each of them emitted a powerful half-saint aura. 12 half-saint Khanate life forms. Gu Fei's pupils shrank. This wasn't the true body of the Khanate life forms, but a mark that the Khanate life forms had imprinted on the heavenly Tao. Although it wasn't their true bodies, the ripples of power that emanated from these 12 silhouettes shocked Gu Fei. None of the Khanate life forms that could leave their mark on the heavenly Tao were weak. They were all heaven-defying geniuses. Even one of these opponents was enough to give Gu Fei a headache. Not to mention that there were 12 of them. Damn the heavens, Gu Fei didn't retreat. His battle intent was raised to the limit. At this time, the bloodline power in his body had been dissolved. He could finally attack without any reservations. The experts outside the range of the heavenly tribulation saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. They could already see that the 12 silhouettes that walked out of the tribulation clouds were all extremely powerful. Chapter 1787. The appearance of the 12 made Gu Fei feel an incredible pressure. This pressure was far greater than what the 4 primordial beasts had felt. Boundless tribulation, lightning power seemed to converge on the 12 figures, causing terrifying fluctuations to spread out. Even some of the old-timers who saw what was happening were flabbergasted. Of the 12 Sciention life forms formed from the power of tribulation lightning, some were humanoid, while others were strange. However, all of them had one thing in common, and that was that they were powerful. 12 indistinct figures walked out of the tribulation clouds, their powerful auras causing heaven and earth to tremble. These 12 were all half-saints. The aura of the sage Tao was vast and mighty, shaking heaven and earth. This was the will of the heavenly Taos. If Gu Fei wanted to become a half-saint, he was challenging the heavenly Taos. The heavenly Daos wouldn't let Gu Fei become a half-saint so easily. Ordinary people would have long since given up when the 12 Khanate life forms appeared in the midst of the tribulation. The heavenly Dao's brand was far too powerful to resist. This is a sure death situation. One of the old-timers said, even a true half-saint would most likely be turned to ash by the heavenly tribulation. It would be very difficult for Gu Fei to take this step. He could die at any moment, but he had no other way out. Die! The 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao revolved furiously, pushing Gu Fei's combat prowess to the limit. He shot into the sky, attacking the 12 figures. Boom! An intense battle erupted. Gu Fei clashed head-on with one of the Khanate life forms, causing the void to shatter and the explosive power to reach the heavens. Gu Fei and the Khanate life form were both sent flying. That's just a brand of the heavenly Tao. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. These Khanate life forms weren't true bodies, but just brands branded into the heavenly Daos. And yet, they were still incomparably powerful. In a battle of the same level, not a single one of them was weaker than Gu Fei. Living beings born from the world were already blessed by the heavens. Khanate life forms had a much higher starting point than other living beings. Some Khanate life forms were already comparable to immortals and gods the moment they were born. The 12 Khanate life forms were definitely the most powerful beings in all of history. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left their imprints on the heavenly Daos. Rumble, the other Sciention life forms made their moves, and a terrifying half-step saint-level power enveloped Gu Fei in an instant. An intense battle broke out, and Gu Fei encountered the most dangerous heavenly tribulation he had ever faced since he started cultivating. Everyone was stunned. That place was covered by the power of the heavenly Tao, so no one could see what was happening inside. Only a saint could ignore the heavenly Tao. Master, you must survive, Yi Fuqian said. On the mountain peak, Guzhong clenched his fists. This great tribulation was too powerful. It had greatly affected him. He wondered if he would also trigger this tribulation when he tried to break through to the half-step saint realm. He Tian stood beside Guzhong. At this moment, he had already put away his frivolous demeanor, and his expression had become incomparably solemn. He activated the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes, but it was useless. Even the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes couldn't see into the battle. The space there was covered by the power of the heavenly Tao. Unless one became a saint, everyone was just an ant under the power of the heavenly Tao. And cultivators were just ants that were a little stronger than other ants. Bang! Gu Fei's martial body exploded. It was destroyed by the joint attack of the few Khanate life forms. His broken flesh and bones seemed to be burning. However, before Gu Fei's martial body was destroyed, a Khanate life form created by the heavenly Tao was torn in half by him. Blood splattered everywhere. All of this seemed so real, as if what Gu Fei had torn apart was a real Khanate life form with flesh and blood. As long as my battle intent is not extinguished, my soul shall not be extinguished. Gu Fei's divine will spread out. The countless pieces of his martial body quickly gathered together. Chaotic Tao runes interweaved as a figure appeared under the heavenly tribulation. After paying the price of having his martial body destroyed, Gu Fei had successfully killed a Khanate life form. However, there were still 11 Khanate life forms staring at him. Again, the Heaven Ascension secret art was activated. Gu Fei's injured martial body instantly recovered to its peak state. Swoosh! A humanoid Khanate life form made his move. A large number of destructive Tao runes rushed out from his hands, imprinting themselves on the sky. In the blink of an eye, the void around Gu Fei was sealed by the Tao runes. The sealed void seemed to have solidified into a piece of godly metal. This Gu Fei could feel the changes in the space around him. He couldn't help but be moved. These Khanate life forms could actually use the mystic arts they cultivated when they were in the half-step saint realm. Boom! The space that was sealed by the humanoid Khanate life forms suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces. They looked like transparent ice cubes. Gu Fei's martial body also shattered. This mystic art, Gu Fei's heart trembled. This was using the destructive power of the shattered space to kill the opponent in an instant. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Countless chaotic Tao runes rushed out from his shattered flesh and bones, dispersing the destructive power of the void. The powerful martial body was hard to destroy. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei's shattered body reformed. Bang! Gu Fei immediately made his move. He attacked that humanoid Khanate life form. At this time, the other Khanate life forms joined the battle again. They could feel Gu Fei's strength and wanted to join forces to kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei's blood was becoming more and more vigorous. The Tao runes he had comprehended were changing. Countless Tao runes started to regroup. Finally, only 9 Tao runes were left. With 9 chaotic Tao runes imprinted on his body, Gu Fei was like a god of war, fighting against the 11 figures. He didn't know how many times his martial body had been shattered. Each time, he could use the Heaven Ascension secret art to recover. It had to be said that this secret art was truly heaven-defying. If it wasn't for this secret art, Gu Fei would probably be in danger. After his martial body was destroyed, once the reconstructed martial body would be slightly stronger. The martial body's power was gradually released. The human body's treasures were endless. Roar! Gu Fei kept roaring. This heavenly tribulation was too powerful and abnormal. His primordial spirit had been shattered countless times. However, under the power of the Heaven Ascension secret art, the shattered primordial spirit reformed again and again. Buzz! In the end, Gu Fei's glabella emitted a dazzling divine light. The void trembled. A small figure sat cross-legged in his Niwen palace. It was like a sovereign of the immortal Tao. Its entire body was radiating with immortal light. Similarly, 9 Tao runes appeared on Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Chapter 1788. Gu Fei was the first person in history to combine both the immortal path and the martial path. There had never been such a person before. Of course, it was not that there were no dual cultivators. However, most of these people found it difficult to truly grow up, and it was difficult for the world to know of their existence. And Gu Fei was definitely the only immortal cultivator who had achieved success. However, in Gu Fei's view, he was still a cultivator. The immortal path was only a supplementary function to him, not his foundation. Buzz! A blinding divine light shot out from Gu Fei's brow, and a violet gold sword or a sword into the sky. Everyone felt this fluctuation and a chill. Swish! A violet gold divine sword rushed out from Gu Fei's Niwen palace. This was a sword formed from his primordial spirit, a divine sword of the great path. The sword light shot up into the sky and slashed at the 11 blurry figures. A Khanate life form was cleaved in half by the primordial spirit Tao sword and dissipated into the void. Roar! The remaining 10 figures sensed the danger. Like true Khanate life forms of flesh and blood, they let out angry roars and charged at Gu Fei. Clang! Endless tribulation, lightning turned into a chaotic divine saber that cut through the void and slashed at Gu Fei. The terrifying saber light was no weaker than Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this. This was a great technique from a Khanate life form, and it was very frightening. It called upon the chaotic power of heaven and earth. These Khanate life forms were all extremely powerful. Even in the half-saint realm, they were powerful enough to sweep through an area. They were the kings of half-saints, invincible in the same realm. Come at me. Gu Fei was a natural warrior. The stronger his opponent was, the more his fighting spirit would be aroused. He had an invincible heart, and no one could shake his Tao heart. Buzz. The primordial soul Tao sword sent out countless sword lights, blocking all the chaos saber chi. The chaos divine saber and the primordial soul Tao sword clashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's primordial Tao sword had clashed with the chaos divine saber conjured by the Khanate life form no less than 10,000 times. The entire void was torn to shreds by the sword light and saber energy. Even the other Xiantian life forms were affected by the shock waves and fled far away. Chaos Fist. Gu Fei soared into the sky, directly pouncing towards the Xiantian life form. His fists continuously smashed through the blade chi of primal chaos as he charged towards the Xiantian life form. Kill. Gu Fei unleashed his strongest punch. The fist force was so violent that it shook the heavens. This punch definitely had the power to break the heavens. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's fist. Bam! The Xiantian life form also punched out, meeting Gu Fei's attack head-on. Boom! The 2 fists instantly collided, causing a loud explosion. The earth-shattering collision caused the void within a radius of 1,000 miles to be annihilated. The remaining 9 figures were all swallowed up by the annihilated void. This collision even shook the heavenly tribulation of the half-sage. The tribulation clouds that covered a radius of a few thousand miles were actually dispersed by half, and the power of the heavenly tribulation was greatly weakened. Gu Fei and the Xiantian life form were moving at high speed, fighting in the annihilated void. Drops of blood splattered out. This was the battle blood in Gu Fei's body. The 9 figures of the Xiantian life forms that were swallowed up by the chaotic void were also closing in on Gu Fei. The heavenly tribulation was about to end. However, some people could already tell that the power of the heavenly tribulation was no longer able to suppress Gu Fei. A half-sage was about to appear in the world. This was one of the few newly advanced half-sages in this world. In the past 100 years, only the Azure Dragon of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wilderness and a few others had reached the half-sage realm. After a few hours, an extremely weak aura of the divine path appeared in the world. No one knew what had happened in the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei did not die, and the tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse. Let's go! He Tian and Gu Zhong rushed over before the tribulation clouds had completely dispersed. In fact, with the incarnation of the extreme north guarding this place, no one dared to attack Gu Fei. However, He Tian and Gu Zhong did not care about this. He actually survived. Even though he survived, he is most likely half dead. It will not be easy for him to recover. We have to eliminate him when he is at his weakest. No one dared to act rashly. The incarnation of the extreme north was still there. Attacking Gu Fei at this time was undoubtedly a challenge to the extreme north's dignity. Rumble. The shattered space gradually repaired itself under the effect of the power of the world. Within 1,000 miles of the battlefield, there were terrifying spatial holes everywhere. Even the sky and earth were pierced and torn. From this, one could see how fierce the battle between Gu Fei and the 12 Khanate life forms was. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The Khanate life forms, formed by the power of the heavenly tribulation, could not have a body of flesh and blood. The smell of blood here meant that it was Gu Fei's blood. Master Gu, Gu Zhong and He Tian sensed a weak aura of life. They followed the aura and found Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was extremely miserable. His body was broken, and only his head was intact. Next to his forehead, there was a bloody hole that was oozing blood. The broken pieces of his body floated around Gu Fei's head. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the heaven transformation secret technique, he could only gather the broken pieces of his body around his head. It was difficult for him to reassemble his body. He's weak to this extent. Gu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help being shocked when they sensed Gu Fei's state. This was a narrow escape. If the bloody hole on Gu Fei's forehead had been a little more to the side, his Naiwan palace would have been pierced. Of course, Gu Fei was a cultivator. Even if his Naiwan palace was pierced, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, the Naiwan palace was where the primordial spirit resided. Once it was pierced, the primordial spirit inside would definitely be scattered. At the final juncture of the heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei couldn't even reform his martial body, let alone his primordial spirit. If his primordial spirit was scattered, Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit would be destroyed. At this time, Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit was sleeping in his Naiwan palace. Gu Fei's martial body and primordial spirit were both heavily injured. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that he had a slim chance of survival. Gu Fei had almost died. It was almost impossible to defeat the 12 Khanate life forms one by one. However, Gu Fei still managed to accomplish such an impossible feat. Let's go. He Tian opened his inner world and put Gu Fei's head and broken body into it. Then, he took out the teleportation formation and directly boarded it with Gu Zhong. They moved through the void and left. Chapter 1789. Gu Fei's survival was a miracle in everyone's eyes. Such a heavenly tribulation was rare since ancient times, and the number of times it had appeared could be counted on one's fingers. However, Gu Fei had managed to carve out a path of survival in the face of such a deadly heavenly tribulation. He had firmly grasped the slim chance of survival. However, even though he had survived, Gu Fei's life aura had weakened to the extreme, and he could only preserve a tiny bit of his true spirit. It would not be easy for him to recover. No one could have imagined that the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon would develop to this point. Gu Fei had actually sublimated in the middle of the battle and attracted the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. Taking this step was extremely difficult. No one knew better than those old fogies who had been stuck at the peak of the almighty realm for their entire lives. Half-step saints had the word saint attached to them, and they were on 2 different levels compared to peak almighties. Half-step saints could easily kill peak almighties. Some people would find it difficult to take this step in their entire lives, and they would remain peak almighties until they died. However, Gu Fei had successfully taken this step. Moreover, he was a martial artist, and once he took this step, there would not be many half-step saints in the same realm who could be his opponent. Even Azure Dragon would find it difficult to suppress Gu Fei. Moreover, the bloodline power that Azure Dragon had stimulated had been obliterated by Gu Fei. At this time, Azure Dragon might not even be able to maintain his position in the Azure Dragon clan. The heavenly tribulation ended, and the crowd gradually dispersed. That fierce man from the extreme north also left. Half a day later, the experts of the demons slowly approached the battlefield. The shattered void hadn't been completely restored, and there was primal chaos energy seeping out from the pitch-black chaos. Seeing this scene, even the demons' leader's expression changed. That heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. It had actually destroyed the void to such an extent. This kind of heavenly tribulation was probably the strongest heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. Gu Fei survived. This result made Gu Fei's enemies very uneasy. They knew that once Gu Fei recovered, they would be out of luck. The people from the primordial Zhao clan could no longer sit still. Gu Fei had a great enmity with them, and this enmity could no longer be resolved. The two sides were destined to fight. Someone wanted to take advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was severely injured to eliminate him. Some of the old-timers set out to find Gu Fei and get rid of him. Otherwise, if Gu Fei continued to grow, it would be a disaster for them. In the distant past, a successful martial artist could be said to be an invincible existence. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had not reached that level, he had already taken the most crucial step. Half-step saint realm martial artists could do whatever they wanted in the human realm and compete with demi-saints. I didn't expect him to survive. Outside of the 100,000 Great War, a war chariot stopped high up in the sky. Leaf flames curled about it, and fiery energy surged. It was as if a divine sun was hanging there, releasing terrifying heat. This was the Vermilion Bird Clan's Leaf Fire Chariot. It was a saint artifact refined by a reorganized ancestor. This chariot was currently the Vermilion Bird Clan's princess's personal carriage. The descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline has appeared. How interesting. Another voice came from the Leaf Fire Chariot. The human realm is in a great era. Perhaps it's time for those who have disappeared to return. The Vermilion Bird Princess sighed. The arrival of the human realm was a sign that a storm was about to sweep through the entire cultivation world. Right now, this superstorm was still brewing. Just one more fuse would be needed to trigger it. Let's go. We need to prepare as well. Another voice sounded. No one would have thought that there was another person on the Vermilion Bird Princess's carriage. Soon, the Leaf Fire Chariot disappeared into the distance. Just as the Leaf Fire Chariot left, a figure appeared in the sky. This person was the madman of the White Tiger Clan, the Tiger Emperor. Humph! The Tiger Emperor looked at the direction where the Leaf Fire Chariot disappeared. He then snorted coldly and turned around to leave. The four ancient clans of the southern wasteland were not as united as they seemed on the surface. The competition between them was extremely intense as well. There seemed to be some sort of conflict between the Vermilion Bird Princess and the Tiger Emperor. The Vermilion Bird Princess and the Tiger Emperor were definitely two of the most outstanding characters within the four ancient clans. Roar! Just as everyone was leaving the demonic realm, a horrifying demonic roar came from the depths of the realm. A powerful figure of the demon clan walked out as a torrential demonic aura shrouded the entire world. A gigantic demonic figure could be vaguely seen within the demonic aura. None of the powerful figures of the demon clan dared to come out under the intimidation of the extreme Northman. Once the extreme Northman left, these powerful figures would no longer have anything to worry about. Find that human and kill him. A powerful figure of the demon clan uttered. Demons and the bloodline of martial ancestor were mortal enemies in the distant past. The powerful figures of the demon clan didn't want to see the successor of the bloodline of martial ancestor grow up. On this day, the entire cultivation world was in turmoil. Even the demons clan dispatched powerhouses to hunt down Gu Fei. These people only had one thought: to kill Gu Fei while he was severely injured. It should be noted that once Gu Fei recovered, he would be a supreme semi-sage level knight. It was not a legend that a martial artist was unrivaled among the same level. Gu Fei's performance was enough to prove it. When these forces dispatched their powerhouses to hunt down Gu Fei, and the others had long left the innumerable huge mountains. They didn't even return to Dragon Emperor City. The current Dragon Emperor City was not safe anymore. South Wilderness was the territory of four ancient clans. Even the force of Zhou clan of remote antiquity could barely extend into Dragon Emperor City. Additionally, an unrivaled figure appeared in Zhou clan of remote antiquity. It was not because of luck that Zhou clan of remote antiquity could occupy a region in innumerable huge mountains. Instead, it was because of their great power. As the descendants of ancient human emperors, Zhou clan of remote antiquity had a profound background. Even the demon domain in innumerable huge mountains dared not offend Zhou clan. That unrivaled figure of Zhou clan was very mysterious. Nobody had seen his face. However, his military exploits were extraordinary. This person once deepened into the demon domain and killed more than one great demon. As a result, the powerful figures of the demon's clan chased after him. However, even the powerhouses of the demon race couldn't stop this person from the Zhou clan of the primordial desolation. He easily escaped the demon realm. This mysterious man had a title, and that was Emperor Zhou. Some people compared him to the young human emperor of ancient times. This Emperor Zhou was indeed not much inferior to the young human emperor of ancient times. Boss, why did we come to this place where birds don't shit and turtles don't lay eggs? Chapter 1790. There were basically no trees in this desolate mountain range. Even if there were only a few short, withered trees swaying in the wind. Along the way, Gu Fei and the rest could only see rocks and sand. There were no flowers or plants, and there were many withered trees standing between the mountains. These withered trees only had their trunks left, and they were almost rotting. How did this place end up like this? Gu Fei and the others saw bones scattered among the withered trees. This place used to be full of life, but now it was dead. This desolate mountain range occupied 1,000 miles of land. Compared to the endless mountain range in the southern wasteland, it was insignificant and inconspicuous. Furthermore, there was no spiritual qi here. The spiritual qi was so thin that it was almost negligible. Everything seemed a little strange. This is the place. Gu Fei decided to stay here. No one would have thought that he would come to a place with such thin spiritual qi to cultivate. Normally, Gu Fei would need to find a place with abundant spiritual qi to recover his vitality because his life force was extremely weak. His body had been drained dry. What he needed the most now was spiritual qi. They then walked into the depths of the mountain range. Over there was a cliff. Below the cliff, countless rocks were scattered. They discovered that behind the rocks, there was a pitch-black cave entrance. Very good. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but nod their heads. This place was indeed not bad. He Tian then began to arrange a formation around the cliff. Runes flew out from his hands and branded themselves into the surrounding void of heaven and earth. In the entire human realm, only He Tian was able to create a formation out of thin air. Gu Fei walked into the black hole and saw that there were quite a few traces of animal activity inside. On the surrounding rock walls, there were also many scratch marks. It was obvious that a ferocious beast once lived in this cave. In order to recover his vitality, Gu Fei needed an enormous amount of heaven and earth's essence. His martial physique was still intact, but the martial force in his body was almost depleted. There was only a speck of chaotic spiritual light in his dantian. He was not lacking in heaven and earth spiritual qi. What he needed to do now was to try his best not to be discovered before he recovered his yuan qi. He knew that there were many people outside who wanted to take advantage of his weakness to take his life. However, how could Gu Fei's life be taken so easily? Up until now, those who wanted to take Gu Fei's life had all been killed by him. After Gu Fei entered the cave, He Tian and Gu Zhong stood guard outside. Although this place was inconspicuous, there was no guarantee that no one would be able to find their way here. He Tian was a very careful person. It was precisely because of his carefulness that he was able to survive until now. Inside the cave, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. The surrounding spiritual energy was extremely thin. It was too unrealistic to absorb spiritual energy from this side of the world. What he needed to do now was to activate the power of the three great inner worlds in his body to replenish his yuan qi. At this time, his condition was very bad. He could barely reconstruct his martial body. Now, only one immortal spirit was needed to take Gu Fei's life. Too weak. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he sensed his own condition. The yuan spirit in his glabella had also completely quietened down. It had sunk into a deep slumber. Only when his martial body recovered to its peak would the yuan spirit in his Naiwan palace have a chance to awaken. Gu Fei adjusted his martial body and began to guide the heaven and earth spiritual qi in his inner world. The place where his dantian was located gradually lit up. It was a spiritual light visible to the naked eye. Countless spiritual lights spread from his dantian to his whole body. Gu Fei's martial body was like a withered tree that had come back to life. Under the nourishment of the spiritual lights, it once again glowed with vigorous vitality. This feels great. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, Gu Fei was so comfortable that he almost moaned. The vitality in his body was rapidly recovering, and the martial way true power was gradually growing. At first, the true power was like a stream, but later it became a river. The martial way true power flowed rapidly in his body, and the sound of wind and thunder gradually came from his body. His muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were vibrating. Some of the hidden injuries in Gu Fei's body began to heal. He did not dare to be careless. He began to operate the emergence secret technique and retempered his martial body. All the hidden injuries disappeared, and his martial body was completely restored. His mind gradually immersed in cultivation. He forgot the world, forgot where he was, and let his thoughts drift above the ninth heaven palace. Rumble, just as Gu Fei entered a state of cultivation, a chariot surrounded by demonic energy appeared thousands of miles away from the barren land where Gu Fei and the others were. A vague demonic shadow stood on the chariot, and a pair of blood-colored pupils swept around. Under the cliff in the depths of the barren land, He Tian laid down the heaven-deceiving Great Array, which concealed all auras. Even if someone passed by the cliff, they would not be able to find someone hiding under the cliff. Where the hell is that human martial artist hiding? On the chariot, the demonic shadow muttered to himself. This was a great demon that came out of the depths of the 100,000 mountains. He was incomparably powerful. On the ancient chariot, there were traces of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. The owner of the chariot was definitely an expert of the demons who had experienced hundreds of battles. Old demon, how dare you walk out of the 100,000 mountains? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. A figure appeared in the distance and walked towards the demonic shadow step by step. There were 9 divine lights of the immortal path lingering around this person. Like an immortal descending from the 9th heaven, this was a black-bearded, middle-aged Taoist with a purple crown on his head, a purple ribbon immortal robe, and a floating sword in his hand. Reckless. The demonic shadow standing on the chariot laughed coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the middle-aged Taoist. A pitch-black hand appeared in the void, instantly covering a radius of tens of miles, and slammed down towards the middle-aged Taoist. The void was collapsing, and a powerful demonic force was surging. This great demon had displayed his formidable combat strength. The middle-aged Taoist was taken aback. This great demon was not simple. The first move he made was a great mystic art of the demons, the heavenly demon hand. The demonic might was incomparably strong. Buzz. The void trembled, and a purple divine sun appeared behind the middle-aged Taoist's head. A god mirror appeared in the Taoist's hand. He held the God mirror and shot it towards the incoming demonic hand. Swish! The purple golden light instantly pierced through the demonic hand, and the middle-aged Taoist rushed out. Purple Sun Mirror. Chapter 1791. The demon that walked out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains was searching for Gu Fei. The black chariot stopped in the air above a mountain, and a demonic figure could be faintly seen on it. Purple Sun Mirror, you are from the primordial Tao sect. The demon was facing off against a black-bearded, middle-aged Taoist. The black-bearded Taoist had just received an attack from the demon, and it hadn't been easy at all. The demon gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Who are you? The black-bearded Taoist was shocked when he saw that the demon recognized the divine mirror in his hand. The Purple Sun Mirror was an important treasure of his sect, the person who wants your life. Although the demon was wary of the Purple Sun Mirror, he seemed to hate it very much. He attacked again. This time, demonic energy surged, and 9 demonic dragons charged out from the demon figure on the chariot. Endless demonic energy condensed into 9 dragons that emitted powerful demonic power. They charged towards the black-bearded Taoist. Buzz! The purple sun divine light behind the black-bearded Taoist's head shone resplendently. On the purple sun mirror in his hand, immortal patterns of the great Tao were rapidly awakening. Swoosh! The immortal patterns on the divine mirror intertwined, and a purple mirror light rushed out from the purple sun mirror, sweeping towards the 9 demonic dragons. Under the mirror light, the void was silently annihilated. As the demonic aura dissipated, the purple yang mirror displayed its powerful might. The moment the mirror light came into contact with the demonic dragons, the 9 demonic dragons immediately dimmed and almost dissipated into the void. The demon figure on the chariot was clearly shocked. He didn't expect that the purple sun mirror would still be so powerful after leaving the hands of its original owner. Boom! A powerful demonic aura erupted from the demon figure on the chariot. A demonic spear stained with blood stabbed out of the demonic energy. It broke through the purple sun mirror's light and pierced towards the black-bearded Taoist. The demonic spear sliced through the void and tore apart the world, displaying its powerful might. Swoosh! The black-bearded Taoist dodged and instantly moved 3,000 feet. Tao patterns appeared under his feet, and the void seemed to distort as he shifted positions. Star-shifting steps. An angry roar came from the chariot. Your Ziyang's successor. As he spoke, the demonic energy on the war chariot churned. Although the demonic figure's attack had missed, it did not continue to attack. Instead, the demonic energy spread out from the demonic figure's body to envelop a small part of the world. How dare you, demon? How dare you call out my sect's ancestor's name? I'm going to destroy your body and soul. The black-bearded Taoist was enraged. Immortal light flickered around him as the power of the violet yang mirror continued to rise. A sacred aura emanated from the ancient mirror. Ziyang's successor. Damn it! The fiend shadow seemed to have a grudge against the black-bearded Taoist's patriarch. He charged out of the chariot and charged at the black-bearded Taoist with a demonic spear in hand. The terrifying demonic might shook heaven and earth. All of the creatures in this mountain range were trembling in fear. Everything within a range of several thousand li became quiet. Not a single creature's voice to be heard. Only the mountain breeze blew, the trees swayed, and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and the spiritual energy of the entire region was disturbed. An intense battle broke out as the immortal Tao's purple light and the power of the true demon clashed continuously. There were mountains that were swept by the immortal Tao's light or the demonic energy. instantly turning into dust and dispersing from the world. A battle of this level was extremely intense, and the impact was huge. The ripples it caused spread out tens of thousands of li, alarming many people. In the endless mountain range of southern wasteland, many people were searching for traces of Gu Fei. The battle between the demon and the black-bearded Taoist alarmed these people. Roar! Very quickly, a long roar rang out from afar. It lasted for a long time and echoed in the mountain range. A figure appeared on the top of a mountain far away. "Great demon, die!" That person shouted and attacked right away. A beam of sword light shot up into the sky and instantly crossed thousands of li of the void, heading towards the demonic figure in the middle of the demonic energy. The person who attacked was a powerful sword immortal. This kind of sword cultivator was far stronger than the average cultivator of the same level. That sword was extremely powerful. Even the great demon that walked out from the depths of the 100,000 mountains couldn't help but be moved. Clang! The great demon swept out with the demonic spear, smashing the beam of sword light away. It was extremely domineering. "Bring it on! I have nothing to fear." The demon shouted. His battle intent was like a rainbow. With the demonic spear in hand, he fought with the black-bearded Taoist, forcing the Taoist to retreat continuously. It was obvious that he had the upper hand. Buzz! The sword light vibrated on the top of the mountain far away. The sword immortal turned into a beam of sword light and instantly came close. The sword light that was smashed away by the demon instantly fused with the sword light formed by the sword immortal. This was the realm of being one with the sword. In an instant, the sword energy wave emitted by the sword immortal increased by several times. The powerful sword energy wave caused the world to lose its color. The demon was shocked. Where did this demon come from? How dare he come here and behave atrociously? At that moment, another loud shout came from afar. A white tiger that was as huge as a mountain appeared in the mountain ridge far away. A powerful tiger might appeared in the world. This was the arrival of an expert from the White Tiger clan. Furthermore, this expert was not simple. This huge white tiger was not his real body, but a phantom image. The aura of this expert from the White Tiger clan was released, forming an incomparably huge white tiger phantom image. Shit! Sensing the powerful aura of the White Tiger clan expert, even the demon could not help but be shocked. He could sense that there were still a few obscure auras in the distance. There were people hiding in the dark, watching from the shadows. The great demon suddenly attacked with all his strength, forcing back the black-bearded Taoist and the sword immortal. He then charged onto the chariot shrouded in demonic aura, directly shattering the void and charging into the chaotic void. No one expected that the demon would suddenly escape at that moment. Even if the black-bearded Taoist acted in time, it would be difficult for him to stop the demon. The demon tore through the void and escaped at an incomparably fast speed. The demon actually managed to escape. Just like that, the battle came to an end. Demons were the greatest enemies of the human world. Although these people all had their own goals in searching for Gu Fei, there was one thing they all agreed on, and that was to slay the demon. Seeing that the great demon had escaped, the few of them also dispersed. These were the experts sent by the major factions to search for Gu Fei. Among them, many of them wanted Gu Fei's life. Such fluctuations were naturally sensed by He Tian and Gu Zhong. These guys, after sensing the powerful auras of these people, even He Tian's expression turned solemn. None of these people were weaklings. The weakest was a pinnacle mighty figure. The black-bearded Taoist cultivation level was not high. He was the pinnacle mighty figure. However, he had the purple sun mirror in his hands. That was an out-and-out sacred artifact. Moreover, the black-bearded Taoist was the disciple and grand disciple of the old freak Ziyang that the demon had mentioned. Others might not be able to unleash the power of the purple sun mirror, but the black-bearded Taoist was the successor of old ancestor Ziyang. Among these people, the black-bearded Taoist's battle prowess was not much weaker than the other experts. Gu Fei was in seclusion, so He Tian and Gu Zhong didn't want to cause trouble. They only observed in the dark and had no intention of taking action. Even if the great demon had escaped, they wouldn't act rashly. These people didn't discover He Tian's group. No one knew that Gu Fei was actually hiding in a barren land to recover his yuan qi. It had to be known that for people like Gu Fei who had exhausted a large amount of yuan qi to transcend the tribulation, the fastest way to recover was to find a place where spiritual energy converged and devour endless spiritual energy to replenish their lost yuan qi. Therefore, any barren land was not a place that these people would look for. He Tian and Gu Zhong retreated to the Grand Array at the bottom of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a pitch-black cave with strands of spiritual qi overflowing. Gu Fei, who was inside the cave, was wrapped in layers of spiritual qi. Every pore on his body was expanding and greedily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, the amount of spiritual energy required for a half-step St. Martial body was too huge. Even if Gu Fei drew the spiritual energy from his inner world into his body, it would be difficult for him to fully recover his yuan qi in a short time. Gu Fei's martial body was like a bottomless black hole, constantly devouring the spiritual energy from his three inner worlds, refining it to replenish his chaotic energy. He even drew the essence of the heavenly spring of life from the world in his dantian. The essence of the heavenly spring of life was too vast. It provided a steady stream of spiritual energy for Gu Fei. This was also the reason why he had to find a barren land to undergo seclusion. With the three great inner worlds in hand, Gu Fei could carry three great spiritual qi repositories with him at all times. There was no need to worry about the depletion of spiritual qi. More than 10 days passed in a row. Gu Fei was still in seclusion. He didn't have any intention of coming out. During these days, He Tian and Gu Zhong stayed outside the cave. They didn't leave even a step. Only when Gu Fei recovered his yuan qi would they be able to move unhindered in the human world. During this time, many people appeared in the nearby area. However, due to the isolation of the grand formation laid out by He Tian, no one could sense Gu Fei's aura. They also didn't discover that He Tian and Gu Zhong were hiding in the depths of the mountain range. Another 10 or so days passed. Suddenly, in a barren land in the southern wasteland, a powerful aura was emitted. Then, the entire barren land began to shake. The cultivators in the mountain range all turned pale when they sensed this aura. This is bad. When those who had a grudge against Gu Fei sensed this aura, they knew that they had missed the best opportunity to kill Gu Fei. Thus, all of them retreated at the first opportunity. Rumble. Chapter 1792. In the boundless mountains of the southern wasteland, a thunderous sound rang out, alarming all the creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles. A powerful force fluctuated between heaven and earth. In the mountains, the experts who were searching for Gu Fei immediately rushed up to the sky and looked towards the direction of the fluctuation. They were incomparably nervous. It's him. This was the aura of Gu Fei. Everyone recognized it. Gu Fei's power was erupting. The fluctuation of his true force was vast and mighty, shocking everyone to the extreme. How is this possible? He actually managed to recover his yuan qi so quickly. At this time, everyone knew what had happened. Gu Fei had recovered his true qi. He no longer hid because it didn't matter even if these people who were chasing him sensed his existence. Some people wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's weakened state to eliminate this great trouble. However, at this time, everyone knew that it was too late. Gu Fei had recovered his true qi. That was a powerful semi-saint martial artist. Who would dare to provoke him? Some people immediately retreated after sensing Gu Fei's aura. At this time, Gu Fei wasn't someone they could contend with. If they went up, they would only be courting death. Finally appeared. A voice sounded in the mountains. A war chariot rolled across the sky. The powerful devil might cause the heavens and earth to tremble. On top of the war chariot stood a devil shadow, holding a devil spear in his hand. This great devil directly drove the war chariot towards the southern wasteland. At the same time, several shocking auras also erupted from other regions. There were also powerful existences rushing towards the region where Gu Fei was at. This old man better not get involved in this muddy water. In the mountains, an old Taoist wearing a Taoist robe stood on top of a mountain peak, looking at the southern wasteland in front of him. In the depths of his turbid eyes, a light flickered. The old Taoist watched for a while, then turned around and left. At this time, the cave Gu Fei was in had already collapsed, and even the cliff had exploded. Endless primal chaos energy wrapped around a figure. Beams of primal chaos divine light flickered. It was a huge primal chaos sphere that was completely condensed from primal chaos essence chi. On the surface of the primal chaos sphere, primal chaos Tao patterns were faintly visible. They were 9 chaotic Tao markings. These 9 chaotic Tao markings seemed to contain all the truths in the world, and they emanated the aura of the grand Tao that was profound and unfathomable. Master has finally recovered. Guzhong and He Tian stood on top of a barren mountain in the distance. They were incomparably excited. Gu Fei had finally stepped into the semi-sage realm. His realm had completely stabilized, and his martial body had also transformed and become even more powerful. With 9 primal chaos Tao runes imprinted on his body, Gu Fei's martial body had officially transformed into a chaos martial body. Furthermore, he had already taken a small step on the chaos martial body. As long as he could cultivate the chaotic martial body to the large success realm, he would be able to break the shackles of heaven and earth and achieve the great Tao of the martial saint. Martial saint, this was a name that had not appeared for countless years. The primal chaos ball had condensed a terrifying power. This kind of power rippled over a radius of tens of thousands of miles, shaking the heaven and earth in all directions. Countless living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were trembling in fear. It's Gu Fei. At this time, all the experts in the southern wasteland had sensed it. Even some of the old antiques who were still in a deep sleep were startled awake. From the ancestral lands of the 4 major ancient clans of the southern wasteland, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise, divine senses rushed out and swept towards the location where Gu Fei was. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in all directions crazily gathered towards Gu Fei. The primal chaos ball that was condensed from the essence of the primal chaos was constantly flickering like a huge beating heart. Rumble. The void trembled as a strand of saints' aura shook the heavens. Gu Fei had successfully taken the most crucial step, becoming a half-step saint. This was something that had never happened in countless years. With the word saint attached to it, one would become different from the masses, possessing some of the characteristics of a saint. This was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, becoming a dragon after leaping over the dragon gate. The current Gu Fei was no longer a fish, but neither was he a dragon. He could only be considered as a half-dragon because he had yet to truly leap over the dragon gate. Even so, there were only a few people in the human realm who could be a match for Gu Fei. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, a muffled sound came from the distance. A war chariot shrouded in demonic energy came crashing down from the sky, rapidly approaching Gu Fei. A powerful demonic aura appeared between the heaven and earth. Demons! Seeing the war chariot shrouded in demonic energy, He Tian and Gu Zhong couldn't help but change their expressions. Courting death. He Tian was about to soar into the sky to meet the demons head-on. However, at this moment, a huge hand appeared in the sky, slapping towards the war chariot. The palm force shook the heavens and earth. Bam! The war chariot immediately exploded. The demon shadow on the war chariot soared into the sky, wanting to escape. However, under the envelopment of this huge hand, this great demon had no chance to escape at all. Roar! The great demon shadow roared. At this moment of life and death, this great demon unleashed his full strength, wanting to break through the huge hand and escape. A blood-red light rushed out from the great demon shadow's hand. A blood-dripping demon spear manifested a powerful might. The Tao runes on the demon spear were constantly awakening. This great demon shadow was activating the demon spear in his hand regardless of the price. The power of the demon spear soared as a demon saint's power erupted from the demon spear. However, all of this seemed to have been predestined. The huge hand was like the hand of the heavens, destroying everything. The demon spear was sent flying away, disappearing into the distance. Bam! As the huge hand descended, that great demon was directly smashed into pieces. In an instant, his body and soul were destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. Seeing this scene, Gu Zhong and He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was too domineering, wasn't it? He killed a great demon at the half-saint realm with a single slap. This combat strength was too monstrous. One must know that that was a great demon at the half-saint realm. A great demon at the half-saint realm was truly invincible within the same realm. Just now, it was Gu Fei who attacked from within the primal chaos light sphere. The moment he attacked, he killed a great demon at the half-saint realm, displaying his invincible combat strength. What a powerful martial artist. Some of the experts who had just arrived just happened to see this scene. All of them stopped and watched, not daring to act rashly. Right now, Gu Fei was no longer an ant that they could slaughter. Buzz. The void trembled as a divine arrow shot over from the horizon, directly shooting towards the primal chaos light sphere that Gu Fei was in. Gu Fei's might wasn't enough to intimidate everyone. Chapter 1793. Gu Fei was still absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but someone had already made a move against him. Swoosh! The void trembled, and a divine arrow was shot from the sky, directly piercing through Gu Fei in the chaotic light ball. There were Tao runes circling around the divine arrow. This was a divine arrow that carried the law of the great path. Gu Fei did not make a move to stop it. Instead, he allowed the divine arrow to pierce through the primal chaos divine light and into the primal chaos light sphere. The divine arrow's powerful energy did not erupt. The chaotic light ball vibrated and countless chaotic lights quickly converged and were devoured by Gu Fei's half-saint martial body. Soon, the huge chaotic light ball disappeared, and all the chaotic energy was devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. A figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw Gu Fei's figure. They saw that the divine arrow that had been shot into the primal chaos sphere was actually caught between the index and middle fingers of Gu Fei's right hand. This was an arrow that contained the law of the great path. It was extremely powerful. Even a half-saint would not be able to catch it with 2 fingers so easily. Buzz. The divine arrow vibrated and wanted to break free from Gu Fei's hand. However, Gu Fei's fingers were like two ancient divine mountains. It was difficult to move. Gu Fei's cold eyes swept across the sky. There was a figure standing there. He stretched out his left hand and used the middle finger of his left hand to flick the body of the divine arrow. The divine light on the divine arrow immediately dimmed. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the arrow. The Tao runes on it were damaged. Then the divine arrow shattered. "Eat another arrow of mine." A loud shout came from the distant sky. The figure standing in the sky drew his bow and knocked an arrow. The endless spiritual energy of the world immediately gathered towards the person, bow, an arrow in a frenzy. What a fierce person! He actually dared to attack Gu Fei at this time. There were many people watching nearby. They couldn't help but be shocked. Who was that person in the sky? He actually dared to challenge Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not make a move. He let that person gather energy. Roar! In the blink of an eye, that person had completely drawn the divine bow. The endless heaven spirit chi that had all gathered towards the divine arrow. Profound runes appeared on the divine arrow on the bowstring, and it gave off a dazzling divine light. This was a heaven-shaking power. This arrow could definitely injure a half-step saint. "Come on." Gu Fei stood under the sky. His eyes were calm and deep. At his level of cultivation, there were very few people who could threaten his life. He wanted to test just how powerful a half-step martial sage realm martial body was. Humph! The man sneered and let go of the bowstring in his right hand. Tung! With a bang, the divine arrow on the bowstring immediately turned into a beam of divine light. It soared thousands of meters into the sky and shot towards Gu Fei. This arrow was incomparably powerful. The light of the divine arrow was like a divine rainbow that tore through the sky and pierced through the void. In an instant, it had already shot in front of Gu Fei. Buzz! The void around Gu Fei vibrated. Then a ball of chaotic divine light rushed out from his body and enveloped Gu Fei. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the chaotic divine light. Boom! The divine arrow transformed into an arrow of light and shot directly at the layer of primal chaos chi around Gu Fei's body. It was as if 100,000 ancient divine mountains were crashing towards Gu Fei at an extreme speed. A large portion of the void around Gu Fei was annihilated by the impact of the powerful force. However, Gu Fei was like an immortal divine mountain. He did not retreat at all and completely blocked the power of the arrow. The divine arrow hit the chaotic chi, but it only pierced the arrowhead and could not move forward another inch. Just SOL. Gu Fei threw a punch at the divine arrow in front of him. The divine arrow was immediately shattered by his punch. At this time, Gu Fei's expression changed. The person with the divine bow had actually escaped. Preposterous. Gu Fei was furious. However, he could not do anything. After that person shot that shocking arrow, he immediately tore through the void and teleported to some unknown place. However, Gu Fei had already remembered this person's aura. If they met again, this person would not be so lucky. The battle that everyone was anticipating did not break out. The spectators in the nearby area did not make a move, and Gu Fei's enemies immediately retreated. Gu Fei had already fully recovered his vitality. At this moment, even a quasi-sage level knight might not be able to suppress this semi-sage martial body, which could be said to be unrivaled among the same level. When the few forces that had enmity with Gu Fei received the news, they were all terrified. The desolate Zhao clan, Dongfang clan, as well as the Beitang clan, these three major forces' disciples immediately evacuated from the southern wasteland. That little guy has really promoted to a semi-sage level knight. An old voice drifted from the residents of the powerhouses of Dongfang clan in Dragon Emperor City. Some people were sitting in a pavilion. The pavilion was surrounded by small bridges and flowing water. Flowers, grasses, and trees were decorating the rockery. Birds were chirping on the twigs, which looked tranquil. There were not too many such tranquil courtyards in Dragon Emperor City. That guy has really grown up. An old man in cyan let out a deep sigh in the pavilion. Although Dongfang clan was powerful, Gufei was not weak. Dongfang clan was in trouble. 2 ancestors before the human emperor's seal is sent back to our ancestral land. How about we get rid of this trouble with it? A young cultivator suggested to the 2 old men in front of him. Everyone knew that Dongfang clan had the human emperor's seal. In the virtual sky world not long ago, this human emperor's seal displayed its shocking power. After arousing the power of his bloodline, with the help of the human emperor's seal, Jiuyin ancient semi-sage could even be on par with Ghost Emperor Fengdu. This method won't work. My vitality has not recovered yet. The black-robed old man frowned. This old man was Jiuyin ancient semi-sage. His vitality had been damaged in the battle in the virtual sky world. It would not be easy for him to recover. Then what should we do? Do we just let that Gufei continue to grow? The young cultivator asked. We'd better wait and see. We're not the only ones who want to kill that Gufei, the star ancient semi-sage said. It was not that they didn't want to take action, but they couldn't because their vitality had been damaged in the battle in the virtual sky world. Although the young cultivator was unwilling, he had to accept this reality. Chapter 1794. The news that Gufei had promoted to a semi-sage level knight had long spread across Dragon Emperor City. In the early evening, Dragon Emperor City was still very boisterous. On one side of the avenue of Dragon Emperor City, there was a high-rise pavilion which was much higher than all the neighboring pavilions. On the door of this pavilion, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy, "Drunken Immortal Residence." I've not imagined that he could promote to a semi-sage level knight. A sigh drifted from the 9-story pavilion of Drunken Immortal's residence. Zhongli Meng was the spokesperson of Zhongli clan. In Dragon Emperor City, she was smooth and slick. Even the rising talents of the 4 ancient clans had to show respect to her. Although such a fairy didn't cultivate any earth-shaking battle skill or ability, she had the entire Zhongli clan on her back. In South Wilderness, although Zhongli clan was not particularly powerful, its force was deeply rooted in South Wilderness. Its background was far more profound than what it looked like. I have to get his martial body's true blood. Another voice sounded out. It was the voice of a man, and he sat in front of Zhongli Meng. His face was hidden in the shadows, and under the dim light, no one could see his face clearly. Elder brother, do you want to... Zhongli Meng was moved by his words. I only need a few kinds of true blood to form the most powerful battle body. The man said these words. Nobody knew about the background of Zhongli clan. Nobody even knew the origin of Zhongli clan. They only knew that Zhongli clan appeared at the same time as the 4 ancient clans. The fact that the Zhongli clan was able to survive since the ancient times and not be buried in the long river of history was sufficient to show how extraordinary the Zhongli clan was. It's not easy to get Gufei's true blood, Zhongli Meng murmured. Besides Zhongli Meng and her elder brother, many people in Dragon Emperor City were thinking about Gufei. Nobody dared despise a semi-sage level knight, especially a semi-sage level knight. Cyan Dragon. He's not qualified to be the current Cyan Dragon of Cyan Dragon Clan anymore. Many powers of Cyan Dragon Clan were gathering in the Major's mansion of Dragon Emperor City, including some old guys who had woken up from deep sleep. In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, a white-haired old man said, "There was a person sitting on the throne at the center of the hall. Dragon chi revolved around that person, and his blood chi was exuberant. He was the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. It's not up to you to decide who can become the current Azure Dragon of our Azure Dragon clan. The other old man and the white-haired old man stood opposite each other. It seemed like the Azure Dragon race was not united. He has lost the power of his bloodline. How can he be qualified to be the Azure Dragon, to become the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan? The strength of one's bloodline was very important. In fact, it was so important that it could decide which of the clan's younger generation would become the Azure Dragon. The elders below spoke one after another, arguing until their faces turned red. In fact, these people only had one goal, and that was to get the person they supported to take the seat. The Azure Dragon clan was divided into a few factions. These people all had the support of the younger generation. The current Azure Dragon was a member of the clan leader's bloodline. His bloodline was pure, and his bloodline was the strongest among the younger generation. The other factions had no objections to him becoming the Azure Dragon. However, that day when the Azure Dragon fought with Gu Fei, he had lost the power of his bloodline. Now, what he had to face was not pressure from Gu Fei, but pressure from his own clan. Within the Azure Dragon clan, there were many people who wanted to pull the Azure Dragon down from his throne. Have you all said enough? The Azure Dragon in the main hall spoke. Humph, those elders were very unhappy. However, they were not willing to publicly fall out with the Azure Dragon. One must know that the Azure Dragon was still the Azure Dragon now. He had a high status in the clan. The Azure Dragon swept his gaze across the crowd below. If you want to sit on my seat, you'll have to show some strength. The Azure Dragon said coldly, as long as someone defeats me, this seat will be his. The Azure Dragon's meaning was very simple. If they wanted to pull him down, they would have to challenge him and defeat him. Only then would they have the qualifications to become the Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. The title of Azure Dragon was the goal of the younger generation of the Azure Dragon clan. Everyone wanted to obtain this title, but there was only one person who could obtain this title. Humph, this is very good. At this moment, a voice rang out in the main hall. A young man walked in from outside. Wu-Sang, it's you. When the Azure Dragon saw this person, he couldn't help but be shocked. This person only had one eye. His right eye was only left with a hole, and there was a hideous scar on the right side of his face. You still recognize me? Wu-Sang's single eye shot out rays of light. Streams of true dragon chi revolved around him, and the image of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. You've returned. Azure Dragon was very surprised. This Wu-Sang was once a strong opponent of his. During the fight for the title of Azure Dragon, he had fought with Azure Dragon for 3 days and 3 nights before being defeated in the end. Humph! In order to defeat you, I've cultivated hard for hundreds of years. Now it's time for me to take back everything that belongs to me. Wu-Sang's battle intent surged. He stared at Azure Dragon, and his body shook. A powerful bloodline power awakened in his body, and the image of a dragon rushed out of his body. Humph! Do you really think I don't exist? At this moment, an old voice was heard. An old man sitting in the first seat below Azure Dragon opened his eyes. Hearing this person speak, the others couldn't help being startled. This person had quite the background. Even Wu-Sang, who had wanted to attack the Azure Dragon aggressively, withdrew his aura and bowed respectfully to the old man. Greetings, Azure Dragon. Wu-Sang didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of this old man, because this old man was Azure Dragon of the previous generation. He was a legendary figure of the Azure Dragon clan. He had been in power for nearly 10,000 years and had fought bloody battles. He was almost at the threshold of becoming a sage. He was an unparalleled powerhouse who was even more powerful than a sage to be. If it weren't for the fact that he was born at the wrong time and the Dharma of heaven and earth had changed greatly in his era, he might have long become a sage. 3 months later, at the ancestral land of our clan, the two of you will have a fight. The one who wins will get the title of Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon took a look at the current Azure Dragon and then at Wu Sang. Nobody dared to object to his words. Very well, let's do that. The other old men nodded in agreement. It was very fair. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. If the current Azure Dragon couldn't defeat the old man, he would not be qualified to have the title of Azure Dragon anymore. When Azure Dragon was facing the challenge of his former opponent, Gu Fei, and the others had already left the mountain and arrived at the vicinity of Dragon Emperor City. Boss, are we going to have a big fight this time? He Tian rubbed his palms. He had long disliked those people. At this moment, they still had the chance to take revenge. You take the lead. Gu Fei threw a glance at him. He Tian immediately became silent. He didn't want to be the vanguard. After all, Dragon Emperor City definitely didn't lack semi-sage level powerhouses, even quasi-sage level powerhouses. He was not Gu Fei, who was unrivaled among his peers. Uncle Master He, what's wrong with you? Gu Zhong asked as he watched He Tian with a faint smile. You brat, how dare you make fun of your uncle, He? He Tian was afraid of Gu Fei, but he wasn't afraid of Gu Zhong. He kicked out, wanting to make Gu Zhong tumble. However, Gu Zhong was extremely quick-witted and dodged with a flash. Alas, you brat, He Tian wanted to chase after him. However, Gu Fei stopped him at this moment. Well, go inside and check whether Zhao clan and Dongfang clan are still in the city. Gu Fei didn't intend to let go of Zhao clan and Dongfang clan. He wanted to practice his skills on them. Now that they had become his enemies, he would never let them go. Fine. He Tian nodded unwillingly. However, he still went inside. On a mountain peak outside Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were waiting. They had to figure out the situation in Dragon Emperor City before making the next move. They had to be careful because Dragon Emperor City was not ordinary. This time, the moment Gu Fei arrived at Dragon Emperor City, he had sensed some special qi, which made him feel threatened. An unrivaled figure was in Dragon Emperor City. After 2 hours, He Tian came back with the news in Dragon Emperor City. I've not imagined that people of Dongfang clan are so afraid of death. They escaped away. Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were both shocked. Dongfang clan was their primary target. However, they escaped away. Therefore, they could only deal with them in the future. According to the news brought by He Tian, they knew that people of Zhao clan in remote antiquity were still in the city. Someone in Zhao clan in remote antiquity is still my enemy. Previously, Gu Fei thought that the animosity between him and the immortal girl of Zhao clan had come to an end. However, it was just his naive thought. Many powerhouses of Zhao clan in remote antiquity were killed by Gu Fei. All of them were supported by someone. Their relatives couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei apart. Many people in Zhao clan in remote antiquity wanted to kill Gu Fei. However, as Gu Fei had promoted to a semi-sage level knight, those people in Zhao clan in remote antiquity had to behave themselves. It was very difficult for them to kill Gu Fei unless they used an imperial immortal weapon. Someone saw the immortal girl of remote antiquity in Dragon Emperor City. He Tian's eyes shone. The immortal girl of Zhao clan, as a god's favored one, she must have a lot of rarities. That woman is very powerful. You'd better not target her. Gu Fei had fought the immortal girl of remote antiquity. Therefore, he was clear about her battle strength. She was definitely an unrivaled powerhouse. Even Hate Tian might not be able to defeat her. It's time to go there. Chapter 1795. The people of Dongfang clan had already left Dragon Emperor City and returned to the ancestral court of the East Domain. Gu Fei couldn't settle accounts with these people for the time being. The people of Buddhism sect in West Earth had also left. They were afraid that Gu Fei would settle accounts with them after he became a semi-sage. Therefore, they all returned to Spirited Mountain in West Earth and made preparations in advance. The resentment between Buddhism sect and Gu Fei couldn't be resolved. It was essentially different from that of Zhao clan in remote antiquity. The resentment between Buddhism sect and Gu Fei was too deep. The old monk, Heavenly Law, had tried to kill Gu Fei several times in thousandfold Buddha heaven. How could Gu Fei let go of such a deep resentment? Furthermore, Gu Fei had killed the third arhat of a highly respected Buddhist elder not long ago. As Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple, of course Gu Fei would be responsible for this. The East Domain and West Earth were too far away from the South Wilderness. Even if there were teleportation arrays, it would take a lot of time. Gu Fei didn't want to settle accounts with the two major forces so soon. However, there was one thing that Gu Fei had to do. At dawn, Gu Fei and the others entered 100,000 Mountain Range again. At this moment, the 100,000 Mountain Range was full of vigor. The cries of birds and beasts could be heard everywhere. There were faint clouds and mist lingering between the ridges. It was full of vitality. In fact, there were many places with dense spiritual qi in the 100,000 Mountain Range, which were suitable for cultivators to live and cultivate. However, there were already two major forces in the 100,000 Mountain Range. Furthermore, there were many dangers in the 100,000 Mountain Range. No one knew how many powerful existences were hiding in there. If one was careless, one might lose his life here. Roar! A deafening roar of a beast resounded. In a mountain forest, a demonic ape grabbed the legs of a tiger and tore it into two halves. On another mountain peak, a golden eagle with a wingspan of over 30 meters was grabbing a huge snake that was over 30 meters long with its sharp golden claws. It was pecking at the brain of the huge snake. This most primitive and bloody scene was constantly happening in this mountain range. These were the two most common things that Gu Fei and the others had encountered. The fierce beasts and birds in the 100,000 Mountain Range were much more powerful than those in the outside world. It should be noted that the weak would be eliminated in the 100,000 Mountain Range. Only the strong could survive. Gu Fei and the others didn't care about it, nor did they intervene. They directly headed towards the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. The Zhou clan of the Desolate Clan was a very special clan among the desolate clans in the human realm. This clan's ancestral ground was in the 100,000 mountains. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity was a neighbor of the demon race, and they were also a force that prevented the demon race from entering the southern wasteland. This family had once produced an invincible Runhuang. Their heritage was not inferior to that of other families of the remote antiquity. This family had been guarding this place for a long time, constantly fighting against the Devil clan in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. This is the ancestral court of the Zhou clan of the ancients. 3 figures appeared at the top of a mountain peak and looked at the area in front of them. The mountains in front of them were winding and lush with trees. Each of the trees was over 300 meters tall. Some of the trees were even hundreds of meters tall. The huge canopies of the trees covered an area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. There were birds flying above the canopies and dragons roaming the mountains. This was a place where spiritual qi gathered. There must be ancestral veins under the ground. Another land of dragons. All the good places in the world had been taken by these people. Hei-Tian's eyes turned red again when he saw the area in front of him. The towering mountains were like dragons lurking above the ground. There were only a few places like this in the entire human world. The heritage of the clan, of the clan, of the clan of the clan is not something that ordinary forces can compare with. Guzhong was amazed. Only the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan of the clan that had produced invincible renhuangs could have such a place. Ordinary factions would not be able to truly possess such a spirit land, and it would only bring them great disaster. This was because even more powerful factions would try to take it from them. There was no logic to this at all. A land of soaring dragons was enough to make all powers go crazy. One had to know what it meant for a great sect to possess such a land. It was not a coincidence that these ancient powers that had produced renhuangs were able to continue to pass down their lineage. Moreover, in every era, there would be one or two unparalleled figures. Cultivating in such a place was definitely much faster than cultivating in those caves. Moreover, living in such a place would allow one to be nourished by the spiritual chi of the ancestral earth veins day and night. Over time, one's physique would also change. Shua. Just then, a figure dashed out from the soaring dragonland and quickly arrived at the top of the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. It was obvious that the arrival of Gu Fei's group had caught the attention of the Zhou clan of the primordial era. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" The person was a middle-aged cultivator with a gentle demeanor. At first glance, he looked like a teacher in a village. It was as if he was not a cultivator at all. However, this was only the appearance of the middle-aged cultivator. In fact, this middle-aged cultivator was extremely powerful. Not many cultivators below the half-sage realm would be his match. "I am Gu Fei." Gu Fei had no need to hide his identity, thus he revealed his background. What the middle-aged cultivator's expression changed immediately. "You are Gu Fei." The middle-aged cultivator sized up Gu Fei with glittering eyes. He knew Gu Fei's name. During this period of time, there was not a single cultivator in the entire southern wilderness who did not know Gu Fei's name. Gu Fei's name was too famous, causing the middle-aged cultivator to lose his composure. "I am," Gu Fei said. "Why are you here? Our Zhou clan has no feud with you." The middle-aged cultivator was shocked after hearing that this young cultivator was Gu Fei. Why did this madman come to the Zhou clan's ancestral ground? The middle-aged cultivator felt uneasy. Crack! The middle-aged cultivator crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Gu Fei glanced at his right hand and couldn't help but smile. "Who dares to invade my Zhou clan?" As soon as the middle-aged cultivator crushed the jade talisman in his hand, a loud roar came from the place in front of him. A shocking, murderous intent appeared between the heaven and earth. "You want to fight?" Gu Fei did not move, but his eyes were sharp like the edge of a blade as he stared at the place in front of him. Swoosh! At that moment, a figure rushed out from the place in front of them. A violent wave of energy spread out. It was a tall figure that looked like a god of war. "Ark, you dare to invade my Zhou clan? You are courting death." Chapter 1796. The arrival of Gu Fei's group made the people of the Zhou clan of the primordial dynasty extremely nervous. As the middle-aged cultivator crushed the talisman, a man who looked like a god of war charged out from the ancestral ground of the Zhou clan. He swung the black iron rod in his hand and swung it down at Gu Fei's head. As the rod swung down, an astral wind swept down from the sky. The mountain where Gu Fei's group was instantly filled with sand and pebbles. The trees around Gu Fei and the others were uprooted and then crushed by the biting cold astral winds in the void, sending debris flying in all directions. The astral wind continued to rage. Gu Fei's group had no intention of retreating. Roar! The man let out an angry roar that shook the mountains. He held the black iron rod tightly with both hands and swung it down with all his might. The extremely violent force shook the sky, and the sky. Whoosh! Wherever the black iron rod passed, a pitch-black spatial crack would be torn open in the void. If one were to be hit by this rod, even a mountain would be smashed into pieces. The power of this rod made even the middle-aged cultivator's expression change as he backed away. Bang! The black rod swung down. What? The big man was shocked to the extreme. The staff he struck out with all his strength was actually blocked by a single hand. The violent power was unable to shake that person in the slightest. A large hand firmly grasped the black iron rod. Blood seeped out of the hands of the burly man that were gripping the black iron rod tightly. His wrists were broken, and blood dripped down along the black iron rod. The middle-aged cultivator was also shocked at this scene. He knew very well the strength of this mountain. This man was a battle immortal. His combat ability was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. However, this young cultivator caught the black iron rod that the battle immortal had swung down with all his might with just one hand. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Gu Fei grabbed the black iron rod with one hand and revealed a sneer on his face. "I mean no harm. I'm only here to ask something." He didn't let go of the black iron rod. His voice was extremely calm. At his level of cultivation, he had nothing to fear even if he were to face an ancient, desolate power. Even if his opponent used a Runhuang divine weapon, he might not be able to threaten his life. Roar! The burly man roared again and again as he tried to pull the black iron rod out of Gu Fei's hand. However, Gu Fei's hand did not budge at all. No matter how hard the battle immortal tried, even if he used all his strength, it was useless. At this moment, this war immortal finally understood how strong and terrifying his opponent was. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. This Gu Fei's battle prowess was truly terrifying. Since you don't have any ill intentions, how about we just let it go? The middle-aged cultivator walked over. At this moment, he realized that Gu Fei's reputation was well-deserved. In fact, he was even stronger than he had expected. A successful martial body was truly powerful. It was probably invincible among those of the same level. This tall battle immortal was a battle maniac nurtured by the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. He lived by fighting and protected the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. However, such a powerful battle immortal, in his opponent's eyes, was probably no stronger than an ant. Humph! Gu Fei swung his right hand that was holding onto the black iron rod. The battle immortal, along with the black iron rod, flew out and fell into the soaring dragon field. "Brother Gu, sorry for not coming out to greet you." At this moment, a few silhouettes walked out from the soaring dragon field. The one leading them was a young cultivator wearing a golden crown. Judging from his appearance, this cultivator was only in his 20s. However, everyone knew that in the world of cultivation, one could not judge a person's age based on their appearance alone. Gu Fei was startled when he saw the young cultivator. He had never seen this person before. Since when did the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era produce someone like this? He sensed an extremely powerful ripple of energy from this young cultivator. The young man quickly arrived at the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. "You can leave now," the young man said to the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator quickly nodded and left. Brother Gu's name is truly well known among Emperor Zhou. You truly live up to your reputation. Emperor Zhou seemed to be a friendly person. He did not seem to be distant in front of Gu Fei's group at all. His friendliness made Gu Fei's group feel a little embarrassed. Emperor Zhou. Gu Fei fell into deep thought. Was there such a person in the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era? I have been in seclusion and have only come out recently. It is not surprising that Brother Gu has never heard of my name. Emperor Zhou smiled. His face remained smiling. Oh, I see. Gu Fei's group nodded. No wonder they had never heard of such a person in the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. It seemed like he had only just started out. I have no ill intentions. I just want to ask something. I will leave after that. Gu Fei was very direct. He wanted to know one thing. Oh, I don't know what Brother Gu wants to know. I will tell you everything I know. Emperor Zhou said, buying a favor from Gu Fei wasn't a bad thing. Then, Gu Fei asked Emperor Zhou about Guangqing Celestial Sect. He also asked about Li Mengyao, the little junior martial sister of Guangqing Celestial Sect. The reason why Gu Fei came here was to know about Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao. Hearing this, Emperor Zhou revealed an unnatural expression on his face. Brother Zhou, do you know about Li Mengyao and junior martial sister Li's current situation? Gu Fei was a little nervous. After all, he and Li Mengyao had an unclear relationship in the virtual sky world back then. Junior martial sister Li, Brother Gu, hearing that Gu Fei actually called Li Mengyao junior martial sister, Emperor Zhou's expression became even more colorful. He had just started cultivating and didn't know about the relationship between Gu Fei and Li Mengyao. In fact, even the higher-ups of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity would have to investigate for a long time to find out about the relationship between Gu Fei and Li Mengyao. After all, the three great Dao sects of the human realm had completely declined by this time. Among the three great Dao sects, only Guangqing Celestial Sect still had disciples in the cultivation world. Taishan Sect was destroyed, and Shangqing Sect was hidden. There were many people who knew about this history, but not many people knew that Gu Fei came from Taishan Sect. It's hard to explain the relationship in detail. I just want to know how junior martial sister Li is now. Gu Fei looked at Emperor Zhou. He wanted to know what he wanted to know from Emperor Zhou's mouth. Li Mengyao? Isn't she the disciple that Grandmaster Lingyue accepted back then? A middle-aged man standing next to Emperor Zhou said. Where is junior martial sister Li Mengyao? Chapter 1797. Thousands of years ago, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era produced a woman who specialized in the Tao of the sword. Later on, this woman rose to fame in the human realm and was known as the Sword Immortal. After thousands of years, if that female sword immortal didn't die, then her current cultivation would definitely be extremely powerful. The reason why Gu Fei came to the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era was for Li Mengyao, this woman that he had a special relationship with for a period of time. Even he himself couldn't explain why he couldn't forget about this woman. Even after hundreds of years, Li Mengyao's figure still appeared in Gu Fei's heart from time to time. He had never truly forgotten about her. Li Mengyao is the inner disciple of the Spirit Moon ancestor. I really can't say for sure about her current situation. Emperor Zhou muttered to himself for a while before saying this. The Spirit Moon ancestor had a special status in the Zhou clan. Even he had only seen her a few times. Li Mengyao was even more mysterious. Ever since she was accepted as the inner disciple of the Spirit Moon ancestor, she never showed her face to anyone. Her face was always covered by a veil. This veil was refined by an expert. Even those with divine eyes wouldn't be able to see through it. In the entire Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, there weren't many who had seen Li Mengyao's true appearance. Even a core disciple like Emperor Zhou hadn't seen her before, let alone others. Where is the cultivation place of Senior Spirit Moon? Gu Fei directly asked about the location of the spirit moon ancestor. Clearly, he wanted to pay a visit to this spirit moon ancestor. At his level of cultivation, there was nowhere in this world that he couldn't go. The spirit moon ancestor's cultivation must have already transcended the mortal realm and entered the divine realm. However, in this human realm, where one couldn't enter the divine realm, this senior's cultivation was only at the quasi-sage realm. Gu Fei was very confident that the current him didn't fear the quasi-sage realm. Unless it was an abnormal existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, no one could truly threaten him. This Emperor Zhou was troubled. As a core disciple of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, he was very clear about the temperament of the upper echelons of the Zhou clan. This spirit moon ancestor had been out of the world for many years. Even if some of the outstanding disciples in the clan wanted to meet this ancestral master and ask for her guidance, it was not an easy thing to do, let alone an outsider like Gu Fei. However, Emperor Zhou was unwilling to directly reject Gu Fei. One must know that the person in front of him was a martial saint. If there were no accidents, this person would have a martial body of great success. At that time, very few people in the world would be a match for Gu Fei. The great perfection martial body was comparable to a sage and could stand shoulder to shoulder with a sage. Although it was not a martial sage, its combat strength was strong enough to compete with an ordinary sage. Above the large success martial body was the indestructible martial body. If he cultivated the indestructible martial body, no one in the human world would be a match for Gu Fei. Emperor Zhou's vision was very far-sighted. If he could befriend such a person, it would definitely be a great boon for the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity. Furthermore, even if Gu Fei's martial body could not reach the greater success stage, or even if he was killed, it would not be a loss to the Zhou clan. Many thoughts flashed through Emperor Zhou's mind. At this time, Gu Fei didn't seem to be in a hurry on the surface, but his heart was beating much faster than usual. This Zhou Huang, he was stuttering. He really wanted to punch this guy to the ground. "Brother Gu, please wait. Let me go ask." At this moment, Emperor Zhou could see that Gu Fei would not leave so easily. Li Mengyao seemed to be very important to Gu Fei. This did not seem to be a bad thing. After pondering for a while, Emperor Zhou made this decision. Wanting to meet the Spirit Moon Patriarch was not an easy thing to do. However, Gu Fei's request could not be ignored. One must know that at this time, if this matter was not handled well, the Zhou clan would have one more powerful enemy. "Please." Gu Fei did not say much. He knew that with his current cultivation and strength, even the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity would not dare to offend him. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. Emperor Zhou left quickly. Gu Fei wanted to meet the Spirit Moon Patriarch, but this matter was beyond his ability. Who is Li Mengyao? At this moment, in the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity, in the depths of the soaring dragon land, many old fogies were alarmed. Gu Fei's arrival made them feel threatened. The aura of a half-step saint was very sensitive to these old fogies. He seems to be the disciple that Lingyue took in a few hundred years ago. Someone in the Zhou clan murmured. These people all had high statuses in the Zhou clan belonging to the upper echelons. Every word and action of theirs would attract attention. This person is extremely powerful. His blood and qi are soaring. Could it be the martial body Gu Fei, who has been in the limelight recently? Even though these old fogies were in the Zhou clan's ancestral land, their divine sense had spread out, and they could sense the aura on Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's name had long resounded throughout the southern wasteland. Even these old fogies knew of the existence of a person like Gu Fei. In particular, the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon not too long ago had alarmed many old fogies to spectate the battle. All of them had witnessed Gu Fei's strength. Even the current Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan wasn't a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei had forcibly refined the Azure Dragon's bloodline power. This method had shocked all the ancient human sovereign bloodlines and other bloodlines that had produced supremes. Soon, on a mountain peak in the depths of the Zhou clan's ancestral land, a powerful sword aura burst out. It's Ling Yue. What is she doing? The others in the ancestral land were incomparably shocked. They hadn't felt such a powerful sword aura fluctuation for many years. Ancestor Ling Yue was about to make a move. The moment the sword aura fluctuation appeared, divine runes of the Great Tao began to appear in the Zhou clan's ancestral land. A wave of energy enveloped the entire ancestral land. This area of the soaring Dragonland was protected by a peerless grand formation. This grand formation should be the handiwork of the ancient human sovereign. Although the ancient human sovereign didn't truly become an invincible extreme saint in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his cultivation and battle prowess could almost compete with extreme supremes. No one in the current era could break a grand formation laid down by such a supreme existence. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme saint weapon, he probably wouldn't be able to. The Zhou clan is very careful. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but glance at the people from the Zhou clan. They were all extremely nervous. Some of them couldn't help but take a few steps back. It should be known that they were facing a madman. Even the Azure Dragon was no match for him. In front of this madman, they were simply ants. Who wants to see my disciple? A cold shout came from the depths of the Zhou clan's ancestral land. A powerful sword aura fluctuation immediately spread out. The temperature of the entire area rapidly dropped under the impact of this sword aura. Chapter 1798. Sword Fairy Ling, you had come out. She was the only one in the Zhou clan of the ancients who did not cultivate the ancient sovereign's techniques. Instead, she cultivated the way of the sword. Thousands of years ago, Sword Fairy Ling, you roamed the world with her sword. She was almost invincible in the human world. The sword in her hand could break any spell. Today, thousands of years had passed. Sword Fairy Ling Yu's cultivation must have become even more powerful and terrifying. Who wants to see my disciple? A white figure walked out from the depths of the Zhou clan of the ancients and headed towards the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. Behind her was Emperor Zhou. Gu Fei's arrival caused the people of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity to be incomparably nervous. One must know that Gu Fei's fame in the southern wasteland had overshadowed everyone else. Everyone else's brilliance was just a tiny fluorescent light in front of Gu Fei. Although the battle between Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon had to stop because Gu Fei triggered the heavenly tribulation of the half-saint, the power of the Azure Dragon's bloodline had been destroyed by Gu Fei. He had already lost. The experts of the Azure Dragon clan knew very well what it meant when the bloodline of a supreme beast was destroyed. It's me. Gu Fei stood on the mountain and looked straight at the white figure that was rapidly approaching. It was a woman, a young and extremely beautiful woman. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. The woman came to the top of the mountain and stood in front of Gu Fei. Return to simplicity. Seeing the woman in white, He Tian's pupils constricted. There was not a trace of sword qi on the woman. It was hard to imagine that she was an extremely powerful sword fairy. Her sword qi was completely restrained and did not leak out. She was like a normal cultivator. From her aura, there was no fluctuation that matched that of a sword fairy. Only someone who had reached the return to simplicity realm would have such a situation. The woman in white glanced at He Tian and then looked at Gu Fei. You are that Gu Fei. There was no expression on the white-clothed woman's face. Her eyes were incomparably cold, as if she really was a fairy who didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Immortals had to be cultivated to the level of a human. Even half-sages and quasi-sages would experience emotional fluctuations such as joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Even sages would experience such emotional reactions. However, the woman in front of him gave Gu Fei the feeling that everything in the world had nothing to do with her. She seemed to be an outsider. How could this be? Gu Fei had a bad feeling about this. I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked straight at the white-robed woman. This woman looked very young on the surface, but she had already shaken the world thousands of years ago. She was definitely an old monster. When one's cultivation reached the level of Ling Yu Immortal Sword, it was not difficult to stay young forever. My disciple won't see you. Sword Immortal Lingwe said this directly. Hearing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Li Mengyao was really in the Zhou clan of the Desolation era. Furthermore, she had taken this ice-like woman as her master. What if I insist on seeing her? Gu Fei's expression turned cold. Even though this sword Immortal Lingyue was strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to tell who would win. Of course, a sword immortal who had cultivated to the state of returning to simplicity would definitely have terrifying battle prowess. However, a martial half-sage was also an invincible existence within the same level. Brother Gu, let's talk this out. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Emperor Zhou walked up immediately. If these two were to fight, it wouldn't be a good thing. Humph, I said I won't see her. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. An extremely obscure sword chi rippled out from Sword Immortal Lingyue's body. Her eyes lit up as well. She was like a heavenly sword that had just been awakened from its slumber. Very well. Gu Fei's expression darkened. He took a step forward. Bang! As his right foot stomped on the ground, the entire mountain shook. Since the soft approach didn't work, he would use the hard approach. Seeing this, Emperor Zhou couldn't help but sweat profusely. He wanted to befriend Gu Fei, but this grandmaster, Ling Yue, just had to make things difficult for Gu Fei. This is the Zhou clan, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Sword Immortal Ling Yue said coldly. I'm behaving atrociously. What can you do about it? As Gu Fei spoke, a shocking aura erupted from his body. A monstrous blood chi surged out from the top of his head. It was as if a huge dragon was circling above his head. Such a powerful blood chi, Emperor Zhou's expression changed. The human race martial physique was indeed extraordinary. Its blood chi was comparable to that of a primordial dragon. The strength of this martial physique was definitely extremely powerful. He Tian and Gu Zhong immediately retreated far away. This guy is going to be unlucky. He Tian and Gu Zhong didn't have high hopes for Sword Immortal Lingyue. They were well aware of Gu Fei's battle prowess. He could even put up a fight against a demi-sage. Clang! Just as Gu Fei released his aura, a sword chime came from Sword Immortal Lingyue's body. A shocking sword chi appeared between the heaven and earth. What is Lingyue doing? An old voice rang out from the depths of the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds. His blood chi is like a dragon. This human race martial physique is incredible. An old antique muttered to himself. Gu Fei's powerful aura alarmed everyone in the Zhou clan. The grand formation protecting the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds began to activate. The entire Zhou clan's ancestral grounds were soon shrouded in mist that rose from the mountains. Is Lingyue going to fight against a martial physique? Within the ancestral grounds of the Zhou clan, those old antiques who were awakened seemed to have guessed Sword Immortal Lingyue's intentions. She cultivated the Tao of the sword, advancing forward with indomitable will. Now that she had met an opponent as strong as Gu Fei, It was only natural that she wanted to spar with him. But Gu Fei didn't want to fight with sword immortal Ling Yue. After all, this woman was Li Menyao's master. But she was forcing him to fight. Since she wants to fight, let's fight. Gu Fei had never been afraid of anyone. Even when he was weak, it was the same. If he was truly afraid of someone, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the demisage level. Only by believing that he was invincible could he walk further on the path of cultivation. Gu Fei was clear about what he needed and what he was pursuing. Only a pure Tao heart could allow him to advance forward with indomitable will. Being invincible wasn't just an empty statement. Good. Your Tao heart is firm. No wonder you could make it this far. Sword immortal Ling Yue stared at Gu Fei with sparkling eyes. This little fella, named Gu Fei, was truly extraordinary. This person really had some sort of connection with her disciple. After Li Mengyao became Sword Immortal Ling Yue's disciple, she didn't tell Sword Immortal Ling Yue about Gu Fei. Perfect sword heart. You're not bad either. Chapter 1799. Clang. The sound of a sword resonated through the heavens. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was like an unsheathed heavenly sword, emitting sword aura that shook the heavens and earth. On the mountaintop, chilling sword aura rampaged. Trees that were struck by the sword aura fell from the sky. She had yet to make her move, but the aura that Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was displaying was terrifying. At this moment, even Emperor Zhou retreated far away. No one else dared to get close. Come on, let me see what you've got. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon was famous thousands of years ago. Gu Fei had only made his debut a few hundred years ago. Sword Immortal Spirit Moon had cultivated for far longer than Gu Fei. In front of her, Gu Fei was just a junior. Humph! Gu Fei coldly harumphed. Facing this icy beauty, he was a little angry. She was too much. He just wanted to see Li Mengyao. That's all. This was not a big deal. You are a senior. Please. Gu Fei looked at Sword Immortal Spirit Moon. His tone was extremely calm, but his eyes were bright like two lamps. They shone so brightly that it was hard to look at them directly. In the next moment, Sword Immortal Spirit Moon's eyes turned extremely sharp. Swoosh! A beam of sword light shot out from her hand and swept towards Gu Fei's waist. The dazzling sword light was purplish gold in color and contained Tao patterns. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was torn apart. Ding! With a soft sound, Gu Fei reached out with his right hand. His index and middle fingers pressed together and blocked the incoming sword light. The sword fingers and the sword light clashed, letting out a metallic sound. This Emperor Zhou and the others from the Zhou clan of the ancients were shocked at this scene. This man was using his flesh and blood to defend against Grandmaster Spirit Moon's sword light. Everyone found it hard to believe, but such an unbelievable thing actually happened in front of their eyes. It was real. Even Sword Immortal Ling Yu was shocked. Her opponent's martial body was truly powerful. It was able to contend against her immortal sword. She had never seen such a powerful body in her life. Shwa! The sword light vibrated, and the sword light that had collided with Gu Fei's sword finger suddenly split into countless purple golden sword lights surrounding Gu Fei. The sword lights intertwined and formed a sword net. Bang! Gu Fei changed his sword finger into a fist and punched out. A large hole was immediately punched out of the net of swords, and he stepped out of the hole, heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei did not hold back and immediately used this martial arts battle technique. His right hand turned into a hand that covered the sky. The huge hand filled every inch of the void between heaven and earth as it slammed down towards Sword Immortal Ling Yu. The The massive hand encompassed the entire heaven and earth, completely sealing off Sword Immortal Ling Yu's path of retreat. The martial arts and battle skills that Gu Fei displayed were not inferior to those divine abilities and great arts in the slightest. In fact, they were even more powerful. The supreme power was vast and mighty, shaking the heavens and the earth. Buzz. Sword Chi vibrated. As Sword Immortal Ling Yu displayed her formidable battle strength. Her entire body turned into a divine sword that shot up into the sky, clashing head-on with Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm. She wanted to break through Gu Fei's hand and rush out. Ling Yu laughs. She's going all out right from the start. From the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds. An old man from the Zhou clan was watching the battle from the sidelines. Sword transfiguration. Gu Fei could not help but exclaim in his heart when he saw this. This Sword Immortal Ling Yu had actually cultivated her sword Dao to such a level. This was truly becoming one with the sword. The sword was her, and she was the sword. Even becoming one with the sword is useless. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm. He knew that many experts from the Zhou clan were watching from the shadows. If he did not display some of his strength, the Zhou clan would think that he did not live up to his reputation. Rumble, as the gigantic palm pressed down. The void beneath it began to crumble and disintegrate. 9 primordial Dao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's palm, interweaving with the laws of the great Dao. This was a supreme and invincible martial Dao law. It was like a peerless martial ancestor attacking, capable of destroying everything. Oh no! The appearance of the primordial Dao patterns caused the old men in the Zhou clan's ancestral grounds to be shocked. This martial body was incredible. He had already comprehended his own Dao. As long as this Dao reached a certain level, he would be able to become a saint. However, this was extremely difficult. Since ancient times, especially during the late primordial era, no one had ever become a saint. Clang! As Gu Fei's gigantic palm pressed down, the divine sword that shot up into the sky was immediately blocked. The 9 primordial Dao patterns locked the divine sword in place, wanting to suppress it. What Emperor Zhou and the others were all shocked to the extreme when they saw this. This Gu Fei was simply too strong. Even Patriarch Ling used one sword to destroy all was useless against him. Buzz. Sword Immortal Ling Yu transformed into a sword. The divine sword vibrated continuously, wanting to break through Gu Fei's gigantic palm. The dazzling sword light was incomparably scorching, as though it was going to melt the void. Emperor Zhou and the others found it hard to look at the divine sword directly. However, no matter how much Sword Immortal Ling Yu activated the sword energy in her body, she was unable to change anything. The 9 primordial Dao patterns seemed to have existed since the ancient times. The aura of the divine Dao coiled around them, displaying a great power. Humph! This woman is overestimating herself. Gu Zhong stood in the void and sneered. His master was a martial arts half-saint. No matter what one sword to destroy all was nothing in front of his master. The path of becoming a saint through brute force is truly too domineering. He Tian could not help but sigh. Gu Fei's martial arts and battle techniques were too powerful. His single palm seemed to be able to shatter the entire world. It was terrifying. The battle prowess of sword immortals was much stronger than ordinary cultivators to begin with. Sword immortals had another title, War Immortal. Their offensive power was definitely one of the best amongst all cultivators. However, Sword Immortal Ling Yu was not facing an ordinary cultivator. It was Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei's gigantic palm descended, causing the entire mountain to explode. Destructive ripples spread out in all directions. A beam of sword light shot out from the billowing dust. Emperor Zhou and the others had no choice but to retreat far away to avoid this destructive power. Have mercy. An old voice rang out from the depths of the Zhou family's ancestral grounds. A figure then appeared outside the ancestral grounds of the Zhou family. Wah! At that moment, the beam of sword light took on a human form. Sword Immortal Ling, you fell from the state of one with the sword. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. Gu Fei's attack just now had injured her vitality. This is the legendary martial body. Sword Immortal Ling, you had made her debut thousands of years ago. However, it was already too late for anyone to become a saint back then. No matter how outstanding she was, she could not cross that threshold. In her era, there was no successful cultivation of a martial body. However, she had heard of the legends of a martial body. The human martial body only cultivated the physical body and not the primordial spirit. It walked the path of becoming a saint through brute force. The physical body was the source of power. When cultivated to the major stage, one would be almost indestructible. If one could truly cultivate the indestructible body, only the extreme Tao Supremes would be able to fight against them. Little friend, you have some tricks up your sleeves. The old man was old and clumsy. He looked like a man with one foot in the grave. However, Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate this old man. He could sense an obscure ripple of power from this old man. This was a peerless figure. Gu Fei knew that if he had not undergone the tribulation of half-sage, he would not have been able to see through this old man. The pressure that this old man gave him was far greater than the pressure that Sword Immortal Ling you gave him. Actually, Sword Immortal Ling you was not a weakling. It was a pity that she had met him. Old man, I'm only here to see an old friend. What you're doing is a little too much. Gu Fei said calmly. He did not let his guard down, just because he had defeated Sword Immortal Ling Yu. The old man's cultivation and strength were definitely not weaker than his. Hee, it's not a good thing for a young man to be impetuous. The old man laughed. He also felt an immense pressure that he had not felt for many years from this young cultivator. His instincts told him that this young man was very dangerous. Old man, you want to fight too? Gu Fei was very direct. Things that could not be explained through words could only be solved with fists. Using one's strength to fight was often more effective than using one's mouth to solve a problem. Heart as clear as a mirror, courageous and courageous. Very good. Seeing how straightforward Gu Fei was, the old man could not help but look up to him a little more. People like this would not change their minds once they had made up their minds. This kind of straightforward nature was also a manifestation of the Tao heart. Only people like this could cultivate the most difficult skills. Their will was incomparably firm, fearless of all obstacles and courageously. You're destined to be disappointed this time. At this moment, Sword Immortal Ling Yu walked over. She looked at Gu Fei and said these words. Greetings, old granduncle. Sword Immortal Ling Yu bowed to the old man. This old man had a frightening background. Even Sword Immortal Ling Yu had to address him as old granduncle. This old man was definitely a super antique. One had to know that Sword Immortal Ling Yu's status in the Zhou clan was high enough. But even she had to be respectful in front of this old man. What did you say? Hearing this, Gu Fei's sword-like eyebrows immediately straightened and his eyes flickered. Humph, I said that you're destined to be disappointed this time. Sword Immortal Ling Yu's voice was extremely cold. Gu Fei's expression changed. Did something happen to Li Mengyao? He unconsciously took a step forward. Young friend, calm down. The old man was afraid that Gu Fei would attack Sword Immortal Ling Yu, so he also took half a step forward. One had to know that this person was a martial half-sage. Once he attacked, it would definitely be a thunderous attack. Sword Immortal Ling, you might be strong, but she was definitely not a match for this young cultivator. My disciple is currently in a life and death seclusion. If you want to destroy her body and soul, you'll have to alert her. Sword Immortal Ling, you said. Li Mengyao is in a life and death seclusion. Gu Fei was shocked. Life and death seclusion wasn't a normal seclusion. It was a secret art that allowed one to wander between life and death. Chapter 1800. The fact that Li Mengyao was in a life and death state surprised Gu Fei. One should know that ordinary cultivators wouldn't do something like this. Only those cultivators who had reached a dead end and had no choice but to go back and take the risk. Judging from Sword Immortal Spiritman's demeanor, Gu Fei knew that Sword Immortal Spiritman's words couldn't be false. Someone like Sword Immortal Spirit Moon would never lie. Li Mengyao is really in a life or death situation. The old man spoke. Master, this Gu Zhong and He Tian were stunned. They didn't think this would be the result. The person Gu Fei was looking for was in the Zhou clan, but he couldn't see her. Brother Gu, if you are worried about your old friend, why don't you stay at the Zhou clan and wait for her to come out? Emperor Zhou wanted to befriend Gu Fei because he could see Gu Fei's potential. Since they couldn't become enemies, they could only become friends. That was the wisest choice. The old man and Sword Immortal Lingyue nodded at Emperor Zhou's behavior. The Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan had suffered greatly at the hands of Gu Fei. One should know that the foundation of the two great clans was not inferior to the primordial Zhou clan. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zhou. Gu Fei cupped his hands at Emperor Zhou and said, See you again. He turned and left. He wasn't in a good mood. There was no point in staying here. He wouldn't be able to see Li Mengyao in the end. Sigh, Brother Gu, Emperor Zhou wanted to stop Gu Fei, but Gu Fei was already 100 miles away. Even the old man and Sword Immortal Ling, you couldn't help but be moved by such speed. Even they didn't have such speed. It was no wonder that the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family were at a disadvantage against Gu Fei. Gu Zhong and He Tian chased after Gu Fei. The outcome of this trip to the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era made Gu Fei a little unhappy. However, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era had protected the Guangqing immortal sect for hundreds of years, especially since Li Mengyao was the disciple of Sword Immortal Spirit Moon. Gu Fei really couldn't lose his temper. The 100,000 mountains were incomparably vast. Even a force like the Zhou clan of the ancients only occupied a very small area of the 100,000 mountains. There were many unknown ruins in the mountains. Some ruins could even be traced back to ancient times. There were many unknown secrets buried in the 100,000 great mountains. However, the Myriad Mountains was also a place that was revered in the entire mortal world, because there were many restricted areas in the mountains that could devour powerful cultivators. The power of the ancient experts' laws wouldn't disappear so easily. Some of the ancient ruins were filled with hidden dangers. Entering those ruins would be life-threatening. Just as Gu Fei and the others left the Zhou clan of the Desolate Antiquity, a group of explorers who had entered the 100,000 mountains were walking through a mountain ridge that had yet to be discovered. Boss, how much longer until we reach that place? A young cultivator in black armor asked the leader of the group. This was an expedition team composed of 12 people. Expeditions made up of cultivators like this often appeared in dangerous areas like the innumerable mountains. Most of these people were rogue cultivators. It was difficult for them to obtain advanced cultivation techniques, so they could only explore and enter ancient ruins. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient cultivators and become powerful existences. If they were unlucky, their lives would be in danger. Hung Xiong was the leader of this expedition team. He was the one who organized this expedition team. Hung Xiong stopped when he heard this. He reached into his bosom and took out an item wrapped in yellow satin. He carefully opened the package and revealed a scroll made from an unknown beast's hide. Hung Xiong carefully held the scroll and carefully opened it. On the scroll was a topographical map. The map was marked with various names in ancient characters. The others immediately surrounded Hung Xiong when they saw him take out the map. "Look, we just crossed the great pond of the underworld. We'll reach our destination after crossing the Crouching Dragon Ridge." Hung Xiong was a little excited. He had traded this ancient scroll for a piece of scarlet blood divine gold from an old cultivator. Scarlet blood divine gold was a divine material for refining tools that cultivators had been dreaming of for a long time. A piece of scarlet blood divine gold was precious enough to exchange for thousands of kilograms of high-grade immortal crystals. However, immortal crystals were basically useless to cultivators like them who had already become immortals. The spiritual energy contained in immortal crystals was too little. An immortal needed to consume too much spiritual qi during cultivation. Unless one occupied a spirit vein, it was absolutely impossible to provide an endless supply of spiritual qi for an immortal to cultivate. Of course, this ancient map was indeed worth a piece of scarlet blood divine gold. In fact, it was even more precious than a piece of scarlet blood divine gold. There really is a passage to the heavenly realm there. A middle-aged cultivator with fluffy hair said with a trembling voice. The thing they were looking for this time was extraordinary. It was a legendary entrance to the heavenly realm. They wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Everyone knew that the mortal realm and the heavenly realm were not completely separated. At the very least, Ghost Emperor Fengdu had a supreme Tao tool that could open the path to the heavenly realm. Back then, during the chaos of the heavenly market, the appearance of the Sky Bridge attracted the most powerful existences in the world to fight for it. In the end, Ghost Emperor Fengdu displayed his great power and suppressed the Sky Bridge. Then, he took this supreme Tao tool away. In the eyes of an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, it was not the right time to open the passage between the mortal realm and the heavenly realm. However, if there really was a passage to the heavenly realm in the 100,000 mountain range, then the entire cultivation world would be shaken. Some old guys would definitely jump out at the first moment. There should be no mistake. Legend has it that the palace of an extreme Tao sovereign fell from the ninth heaven and formed. Hung Xiong was very cautious. This ancient map had been passed down for at least 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, someone had once entered that broken palace and obtained some fortuitous encounters. The old man who gave the map to Hung Xiong was the descendant of the person who had a fortuitous encounter in the Supreme Palace 10,000 years ago. The Crouching Dragon Ridge is in front. Let's continue. Hung Xiong put away the scroll and continued forward. Although they were immortals, they did not fly in the sky. Instead, they walked step by step on the ground. This was something they had no other choice. There were originally not only 12 of them. A total of 18 people entered the 100,000 mountain range. 6 of them died, one after another. 2 of them had inexplicably barged into a valley while flying in the sky. They had triggered an unknown restriction and were unable to walk out of it. As for the other 4, they were devoured by the hidden monsters in the Great Pond of the Underworld when they were crossing the Great Pond of the Underworld. The Great Pond of the Underworld was a forbidden area in the 100,000 mountain range. Some people said that this was a passage between hell and the mortal realm. There was stagnant water of the underworld gushing out. The monsters here were extremely powerful. Moreover, they relied on the death chi of the underworld to cultivate. As long as they were contaminated by the death chi of these monsters, even immortals would die. Hung Xiong and the others were actually very lucky to be able to survive. Roar! Just as Hung Xiong and the others were heading towards the crouching dragon ridge, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the direction of the crouching dragon ridge. Hung Xiong and the others were shocked. Although they were very far away, the rumbling sound waves still made their blood boil. Those with weaker cultivations already had a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. Everyone was shocked. The power of this roar was too powerful. The mountains were shaking. This was definitely the roar of an extremely terrifying monster. Could it be that the dragon is still here after 10,000 years? Hung Xiong's expression became extremely ugly. The mountain range in front of them was called the Crouching Dragon Ridge for a reason. 10,000 years ago, there was a dragon that resided there. 10,000 years ago, the dragon was already very powerful. Even the person who had a fortuitous encounter in the Supreme Palace did not succeed in taming the dragon. If the dragon was still there after 10,000 years, then the dragon's cultivation would have probably reached a level where it could kill immortals. From the roar, one could tell that the monster had definitely surpassed the immortal realm. What's going on? Gu Fei was flying in the sky when he suddenly heard a roar from deep in the left side of the mountain range. The place where the roar came from was 10,000 miles away from where he was. Dragon Chi, then Gu Fei's expression turned serious. He stopped and looked in the direction of the roar. He saw bolts of lightning descending from the sky and striking the mountain range below. Someone is going through the tribulation. He Tian and Gu Zhong walked over. It seems like the one going through the tribulation isn't human. Gu Fei frowned. He sensed an extremely weak wave of dragon chi in front of him. He was very familiar with dragon chi after spending so much time with Old Tortoise. The one going through the tribulation really isn't human. At this moment, He Tian also sensed something strange. Come, let's go and take a look. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, flying in the 100,000 mountain range was not dangerous at all. With his sensitive senses, he could easily capture the slightest wave of power and avoid the dangerous areas. What's going on? Just as Gu Fei flew in the direction of the Dragon Chi, the expedition team, led by Hung Xiong, encountered a great danger. The sky changed color, and bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Terrifying roars were heard continuously, and the powerful sound waves shook their minds. Chapter 1801. In the Crouching Dragon Ridge, a serpent dragon was undergoing its tribulation. Rumble, an endless amount of tribulation, lightning descended from the sky. The entire area was shrouded in terrifying lightning. The sky above the ridge was filled with dark clouds. These were not ordinary dark clouds. They were tribulation clouds. The power of the heavens and earth was brewing. This was only the beginning. Blinding lightning bloomed in the pitch-black tribulation clouds. Each lightning bolt was as large as a mountain. Fortunately, these lightning bolts only appeared in the tribulation clouds and did not strike down. Roar! The towering dragon shadow in the Crouching Dragon Ridge roared. Its voice shook the 9 heavens and the mountains. It was extremely terrifying. This is the legendary heavenly tribulation of dragon transformation. Hung Xiong and the others stood on top of a mountain. They were all stunned when they saw this scene. They never thought that they would encounter a heavenly tribulation like this. They might not be able to reach their destination in this expedition. If they wanted to enter the dilapidated palace of Supreme Gu Fei, they would have to cross the Crouching Dragon Ridge. But now, they would be affected by the heavenly tribulation if they were to get close to it, let alone cross the Crouching Dragon Ridge. What should we do? A middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice. Why don't we take a detour? a young cultivator suggested. A detour. Upon hearing this, Hung Xiong's eyes immediately lit up. That's right, they could take a detour. However, the ancient map only indicated that the Crouching Dragon Ridge was the safest path. This way, the risk seems to be too great. A skinny old man voiced out his concern. Yes, the map only indicated that this was the safest path. If they took a detour, they might be able to avoid the heavenly tribulation of dragon transformation. However, no one knew if they would encounter unknown dangers if they deviated from the original path. Although they all had the cultivation and combat strength of an immortal, even an immortal would have to be careful in the 100,000 mountain range. Even an immortal would die if they were to barge into certain dangerous areas. If this serpent dragon successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, we will have nothing to do with it. A cultivator who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. Once a serpent dragon successfully passes the heavenly tribulation, it would become a real godly dragon. This was an extremely important metamorphosis for the flood dragon. This flood dragon's cultivation base and strength had long surpassed the immortal god stage. Once it successfully transformed into a dragon, its cultivation base would probably undergo a huge leap. At that time, the ancient sovereign's ruined palace would be occupied by the flood dragon, and Hung Xiong and the others would have no chance at all. This flood dragon had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years. It was very likely that it also wanted to obtain the peerless divine material from the ancient supreme's ruined palace. The power of the heavenly tribulation continued to condense, and a terrifying aura of destruction enveloped the entire world. The powerful energy fluctuations forced Hung Xiong and the others to retreat further away. This is too scary. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The heavenly tribulation of dragonization that the flood dragon had triggered was simply too powerful. The entire world seemed to be pressing down, and the world was filled with an almost suffocating pressure. Let's make a detour. In the end, Hung Xiong and the others could only take a detour. The dragonization, heavenly tribulation summoned by the flood dragon was too terrifying. It was not something they could fight against. Since the road ahead was blocked, they could only take a detour. Of course, if they took a detour, they would have to take many unnecessary detours. Moreover, they would also have to face unknown dangers. Everyone's mood was very heavy. In this great world of the mortal realm, although immortals and gods were not everywhere, the number of immortals and gods in the mortal realm was definitely a huge number. In this great world of the human realm, there was no lack of experts. Hung Xiong and the others were independent cultivators. There was no faction behind them that could protect them. This was also the reason why they took the risk to enter the ruined palace of the ancient sovereign. If they could obtain some of the cultivation methods of the ancient sovereign, it would be enough for them to cultivate for the rest of their lives. For independent cultivators, the risk was worth it. Just as Hung Xiong and the others took a detour, the dragonization, heavenly tribulation of the old flood dragon in Crouching Dragon Ridge was finally activated. Terrifying lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds with a destructive power. It was only the first wave of the heavenly tribulation, but the 10,000-meter-long shadow of the dragon above the mountain was blasted apart by the power of the lightning. The 10,000-meter-long shadow of the dragon in the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge was not the real body of the old flood dragon. It was merely a shadow formed by the dragon chi released by the old flood dragon. Swoosh! The destructive tribulation thunder swept down from the sky, and a huge mountain was hit by this tribulation thunder. It silently turned into powder and dissipated in the void. Roar! A series of dragon roars came from the depths of Crouching Dragon Ridge. The old flood dragon was desperately resisting the heavenly tribulation. This was a crucial moment of life and death for it. As long as it could survive this, it could become a real dragon. The dragonization, heavenly tribulation, was activated. The power of the heavens and earth shook in all directions. All the living beings in the mountains were trembling in fear. It was as if the end of the world had come. The heavenly tribulation lasted for about 6 hours. The entire crouching dragon ridge was flattened by the lightning. The terrifying power of destruction destroyed an area. With crouching dragon ridge as the center, the area within a radius of a few hundred miles was completely destroyed. Crouching Dragon Ridge became history and no longer existed. Hung Xiong and the others who had taken a detour were stunned by this heavenly tribulation. It destroyed an area of a few hundred miles. The power of this heavenly tribulation was many times greater than when they went through the immortal God tribulation. Old Flood Dragon had succeeded. In a large pit created by the tribulation thunder, there was a badly mutilated dragon lying there. This dragon was no more than 100 feet long, and some parts of its body even revealed its white bones. Although it had passed the dragonization, heavenly tribulation, the old flood dragon had almost died. It had suffered unprecedented damage. This was the weakest moment of the old flood dragon that had just passed the dragonization, heavenly tribulation. If someone attacked it at this moment, it was destined to be a tragedy. However, Hung Xiong and the others did not dare to attack the old flood dragon. One should know that the battle power that the old flood dragon had displayed during the heavenly tribulation was enough to kill them countless times. Even if a powerful person came, they might not be able to subdue the old flood dragon. Let's go. If the old flood dragon recovers, we'll be in trouble. Hung Xiong and the others hurriedly rushed towards the ruined palace of the ancient supreme. The place where the palace was located was a pile of ruins that had sunk into the ground. Among the ruins, there were still many buildings standing. Soon, a cliff appeared in front of Hung Xiong and the others. It was pitch black below the cliff. Gusts of wind blew up from below. In front of the cliff was the ruined palace of the ancient supreme. Chapter 1802. An ancient and vicissitude lingered in the air. This was an ancient land that had existed for countless years. The power of time could not erase this ruin. We're here. Everyone was extremely excited. Some even shed tears. They had gone through so many hardships and even lost their lives just to enter the ruins in front of them. What are you waiting for? Hung Xiong shouted excitedly. He was the first to jump off the cliff and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they all had a crazy look in their eyes and jumped off the cliff without hesitation. They had gone through so many hardships to come to this place. Wasn't it just to enter the ruins in front of them that had sunk into the ground? The ruined palace of an ancient supreme. This was definitely an incredible ruin. There might really be treasures left behind by an ancient supreme. At this moment, in a huge pit after the heavenly tribulation, a strand of dragon chi lingered in the air. The spiritual chi in the surroundings was gradually attracted and gathered towards the old dragon in the pit. Although the old dragon had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, it had suffered unimaginable damage. It could not recover in a short period of time. At this moment, two figures appeared in the sky above the pit. They were so silent that even the old dragon did not notice them. The taste of roasted dragon meat might be good. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Who is it? The old flood dragon's shock was no small matter. When it was undergoing the tribulation, it did sense the aura of human cultivators in the distance. However, those human cultivators were very weak and did not pose any threat to it at all. The old dragon raised its head and saw two human cultivators standing in the air above it. This old flood dragon was shocked to the extreme and also scared to the extreme. At this moment, he was extremely weak and was no match for these two human cultivators. This old dragon is quite impressive. He actually passed the heavenly tribulation. One of the two human cultivators, a young cultivator, looked at the old flood dragon lying in the big pit below without any expression on his face. A pot of dragon meat soup sounds good. Next to the young cultivator was a similarly young cultivator with a hint of evil on his face. His words caused old flood dragon to tremble in fear. Elder Jiao's heart trembled. Was the other party really going to eat him? The flesh of a true dragon was a great supplement. It contained dragon essence, and even if an immortal or god ate it, it could increase their cultivation. For powerful existences, it could also increase their corporeal body's vitality. All right, stop scaring this little dragon. When Gu Fei saw the old flood dragon, he felt a sense of familiarity. This old flood dragon was very similar to Shaoqing. Shaoqing had also slowly cultivated from a Shaoqing snake to a flood dragon. Shaoqing was undoubtedly lucky. He met Gu Fei and was taught the dragon clan's secret skills by Old Tortoise. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. By this time, he should be undergoing the dragonization, heavenly tribulation. Although a flood dragon had the word dragon attached to it, it was not a true dragon at the end of the day. Moreover, it was very difficult for a flood dragon to transform into a dragon. It could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon, he would naturally become a true dragon of the 9 heavens, but if he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed. All right, you can play with this little loach here. I'll go find Gu Zhong. He Tian was a restless person. He had no time to waste with this little dragon because Gu Zhong had already chased after the human cultivators. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Swoosh! He Tian directly disappeared into the void. Even the old flood dragon could not see how he left. This Elder Jiao was shocked again. He knew that the cultivation of these two human cultivators was far stronger than he had imagined. This made him feel despair. His life was completely in the hands of the other party. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Little dragon, are you willing to be my disciple? Just as the old flood dragon was feeling uneasy, Gu Fei said such a thing. What? Hearing this, Elder Jiao could not help but be surprised and happy. This made him feel as if he had been reborn. Did he hear wrongly? Are you not willing? Asked Gu Fei. His tone was still extremely calm, without a trace of emotion. His desire to be a disciple was actually a spur-of-the-moment idea. I'm willing. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Elder Jiao struggled to lie down at Gu Fei's feet and kowtowed to Gu Fei. Very good. Gu Fei nodded. This old flood dragon could successfully transform into a dragon and did not die under the dragon tribulation. This was enough to prove that his talent was heaven-defying and qualified to be Gu Fei's disciple. This is a greeting gift from your master. Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a fist-sized crystal appeared in his hand. The crystal emitted an extremely pure dragon aura. Inside the crystal, the shadow of a dragon was faintly discernible. Dragon crystal. Elder Jiao had lived for tens of thousands of years. Of course, he knew what the crystal in Gu Fei's hand was. It was a dragon crystal that could only be born in the depths of the dragon veins. Gu Fei had once obtained a large number of dragon crystals in the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon. These dragon crystals contained pure dragon aura. This dragon aura was definitely a fatal temptation for the current Elder Jiao. Take it. Gu Fei threw the dragon crystal in his hand. Thank you, Master. Elder Jiao was surprised and happy. He raised his head and swallowed the dragon crystal. then began to refine the dragon aura contained in the dragon crystal. Soon, Elder Jiao's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After half an hour, Old Dragon could finally move. He soared into the air from the pit and arrived in front of Gu Fei. Then, he bowed to Gu Fei to acknowledge him as his master again. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the front. It was a dull sound that seemed to come from the depths of the earth, causing the earth to tremble. That direction, Gu Fei was startled. The source of the voice was the direction where Erebus had disappeared. Could it be that Erebus was stirring up trouble again, or had something happened? That's where the ancient sovereign's remnant palace is located. Old Flood Dragon transformed into a young cultivator and took on a human form. At his cultivation level, transforming into a human form was just one of the simplest divine abilities. What Gu Fei's expression became serious. The Ancient Sovereign's Remnant Palace. Chapter 1803. Old Jiao had successfully transformed into a dragon. His body was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was a leap to become a dragon. His cultivation base and combat strength had increased exponentially. But even so, Old Jiao's cultivation base couldn't be compared to Gu Fei's, but it was still comparable to Gu Zhong's. Old Jiao's cultivation base was still unstable. It was between the peak of the ninth heaven of Immortal Emperor and Almighty. When his cultivation base stabilized, he might break through the shackles of cultivation and become Almighty. Old Jiao recovered very quickly after being nourished by the dragon chi in the dragon crystal. However, at this moment, a loud noise was heard. A powerful wave of energy caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Both Gu Fei and Old Jiao were taken aback. In the 100,000 mountain range, there were some areas that were extremely dangerous. Even Almighty would be in danger if he barged into these areas. It's the ruined palace of an ancient supreme. Old Jiao's expression changed. Someone had barged into the ruined palace of an ancient supreme. It was a palace that fell from the ninth heaven in the legendary era. The ruined palace of an ancient supreme. Gu Fei was shocked. Swoosh! He directly disappeared into the void. Anything that was related to ancient supreme beings was not something that ordinary people could touch. Even though the palace was in ruins, it was no exception. One should know that the Tao marks of a supreme were immortal. No matter how many years had passed, these Tao marks would still gather spiritual qi and couldn't be destroyed by time. It would be terrible if He Tian and the others touched the Tao marks of a supreme. 1,000 miles away from the original crouching dragon ridge, an area suddenly sank and a cliff appeared among the mountains. Such a landform was definitely not formed naturally. A palace that fell from the 9 heavens is way too big. Gu Fei's figure appeared on the cliff. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the ruins below the cliff. There were still many buildings that hadn't collapsed yet. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see the end of the ruins. Such a place must have existed for countless years. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he sensed the vicissitudes and ancient aura coming from the ruins at the foot of the cliff. Master! At this time, the old flood dragon in the form of a young cultivator arrived. This was the second disciple that Gu Fei had accepted. This master is really unfathomable. I can't even see through him. Old Dragon was secretly shocked. You know the origin of these ruins? Gu Fei asked directly. The supremes of the ancient times were extremely mysterious. No one knew how many supremes had appeared in the distant past. This disciple only knows some legends about these ruins, said Old Dragon respectfully. In front of Gu Fei, even though he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he did not dare to be negligent. This was because his new master was very strong. Intuition told Old Jiao that if his master wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It would be no different from crushing an ant. Speak. Gu Fei's words were concise and direct. Yes, it is said that these ruins appeared before the Age of Chaos. It has existed since the Age of Mythology. Old Dragon said everything he knew. It turned out that these ruins had existed for a very, very long time. The Age of Mythology was a period of time much longer than the Age of Chaos. This period of time had been lost in the long river of history. However, even today, some ruins from the Age of Mythology could still be found. This was because the Supreme's Tao patterns could not be destroyed by the power of time, unless they were attacked by the same level of Supremes. These Tao patterns would not be destroyed. Therefore, in the cultivation world, things that were passed down from the Age of Mythology were extraordinary. Perhaps they were things that the ancient Supremes once possessed. The 100,000 mountains had existed for a very long time. When these mountains were formed, no one could say for sure. However, it was certain that the 100,000 mountains had existed since the Age of Chaos. Many secrets of the world were buried here. The Supreme's palace from the Age of Mythology fell from the sky and formed these ruins. This was a ruin from the Age of Mythology. This really shocked Gu Fei. To him, the Age of Mythology was really too long ago. It was said that it was an era where sentient life forms fought for supremacy after the end of the mythological era. Although there were still sentient life forms born in the world, these sentient life forms were far inferior to the sentient life forms born from chaos. What kind of existence was the Supremes of the Age of Mythology? Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei finished listening to old Jiao's words, suddenly a dazzling divine light rushed out from the gloomy ruins in front of him. It was a ray of sword light. It's the human cultivators from before. Old Jiao frowned. When he was going through the heavenly tribulation, he sensed the existence of 12 human cultivators. These human cultivators had actually entered this ancient ruins. They really don't know what's good for them. Old Jiao cursed in a low voice. He had been guarding the crouching dragon ridge for tens of thousands of years and had never dared to enter the ruins. Those human cultivators had recklessly entered the ruins. Ha! Suddenly, a loud laughter came from the depths of the ruins. That laughter was none other than He Tian. Roar, I'll kill you. With a roar, two figures appeared in Gu Fei's sight. What surprised Gu Fei was that the person running in front was He Tian. This guy was someone who would even catch a wild goose flying in the sky. Since when was he willing to be at a disadvantage? He was actually being chased by someone. The person chasing after Erebus was a cultivator with a godly build. This cultivator was on the verge of going mad. Killing intent surged from his body, and his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted nothing more than to tear Erebus apart. No way. Seeing this, Gu Fei was bewildered as well. To think that the person chasing after my Tian was an immortal god, this was way too strange. An immortal was chasing after a half-sage. If this was spread, no one would believe it. What was going on? Where did Gu Zhong go? This scene made Gu Fei confused. Old Jiao's eyes were wide open. He was shocked to find that the person running in front of him could actually avoid some dangerous places. For example, if someone leaped over the low wall would emit a beam of killing light, killing the person who leaped into the air. Old Jiao had been guarding this place for tens of thousands of years. He had seen many people die in this place. Because of this, he did not dare to enter the ruins. Chapter 1804. That's your Uncle Master, hey. This guy is definitely a weirdo. You'll find out in the future. Even Gu Fei blushed when he saw He Tian being chased around by an immortal. It was too embarrassing. However, he soon realized that He Tian was not afraid of the immortal level cultivator. Instead, He was playing with the immortal level cultivator. Uncle Master, Hey Tion. Old Jiao remembered the name. Despicable guy, hurry up and give us back our things. Hung Xiong's eyes were red. They had entered the ruins of the mythological era, but they were unlucky. Not long after they entered the ruins, someone triggered the remaining restrictions and lost his life. However, when they carefully arrived in front of a collapsed stone tablet, they discovered a divine item at the base of the stone tablet. It was a jade slip embedded at the base of the stone tablet. Although countless years had passed, the jade slip was still crystal clear. There was a spiritual light flowing on it, and there seemed to be ancient words appearing on it. Everyone could sense a Taoist rhyme from the jade slip. Hung Xiong and the others were overjoyed. They thought that they had encountered an unprecedented opportunity, and that the jade slip would definitely contain something they wanted. Therefore, everyone was extremely excited and wanted to take the jade slip embedded at the base of the stone tablet. However, those who could cultivate to the immortal realm were not ordinary people. Hung Xiong and the others were even more careful in this ruins that had existed since the mythological era. No one dared to step forward rashly. However, Hung Xiong and the others could not help but step forward when faced with the divine item from the ancient Supreme Palace. However, the result made them tremble with fear. The first person who walked forward had all his blood essence devoured by an invisible force. Even his soul was extracted and devoured by the shattered stone tablets on the ground. This outcome shocked everyone. There were many bones scattered around the stone tablet. Some of the bones were as white as jade. Obviously, these were the bones of immortals. Did these people all die like this? Very soon, someone came up with an idea, which was to go out and catch some live animals, and then use these animals to explore the dangerous area at the base of the stone monument. Thus, the old man walked back. Soon, he caught many lions, tigers, jackals, and wolves in the mountains. 20 to 30 wild beasts were brought to the base of the stone tablet by the old man using the heaven and earth in his sleeve. However, a shocking scene occurred. When those ordinary beasts approached the base of the stone tablet, they were completely fine. How could this be? Seeing this situation, everyone was dumbfounded. For a moment, no one could think of the reason. Could it be that ordinary people and beasts could walk in this kind of ruins? Hung Xiong and the others couldn't wait to fly out of the 100,000 mountains and catch a mortal to try. Such a thought was very unrealistic. After all, it wasn't an easy task to make a trip to and fro the Grand Myriad Mountains. They'd prepared for an entire half a year, and it would take them another 3 months to arrive here after entering the Grand Myriad Mountains. After half a year, the daylilies would turn cold. Therefore, someone suggested that they should either leave or let one of them destroy their own cultivation and become an ordinary person. Then, they could retrieve the jade scroll embedded at the base of the stone tablet. Everyone hesitated. Destroy their own cultivation? They were all rogue cultivators. To be able to cultivate to the immortal realm, they had suffered a lot. It could be said that they'd gone through a lot of hardships. It wasn't easy to obtain the immortal realm's fruit of Wei. Who would be willing to give up their immortal realm's fruit of Wei and become an ordinary person without the strength to catch a chicken? I've lived long enough, and I have hidden injuries of the great Tao. It's impossible for my cultivation to improve any further. Let me fulfill your wish. The old cultivator's final words came as a surprise to everyone. No one thought that he would be the one to stand up in the end. Old man, After the sloppy old man made this decision, he seemed to be relieved. His eyes flickered, and his essence, qi, and spirit were raised to their peak state. You don't have to say any more. Hung Xiong, can you promise me one thing? The sloppy old man looked at Hung Xiong. Speak. Hung Xiong's heart seemed to be blocked by something when he saw that the old man was willing to make such a sacrifice. Was this the final fate of a rogue cultivator? My grandson's physique isn't bad. After I die, I hope you can take him as a disciple for my sake. The old man couldn't let go of his grandson. All right, I promise. Hung Xiong said, I can rest easy now that you've agreed. After the old man said this, his body began to emit specks of immortal light. This was the essence of the immortal path that the old man had cultivated for countless years. He was unraveling immortality. This was a type of immortal art. Those who used this art could turn their immortal body and immortal essence into a mortal's body. It only took an hour to go from immortal to mortal, but some people couldn't even cultivate their entire lives to become an immortal. An hour later, the old man had become incredibly old. There was no longer any immortal essence coming from his body. He had turned from a high and mighty immortal into a mortal. Old man, the others couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of heroic act of sacrificing oneself to help others wasn't something that just anyone could do. There were 8 other survivors besides Hung Xiong. The old man was on the verge of death. The immortal essence had dissipated, and his immortal body had transformed. His life was almost at its end. Moreover, he still had hidden injuries of the great Tao. These injuries wouldn't disappear just because the old man used the unraveling immortal art. Conservatively speaking, the sloppy old man could only live for a few more hours. Hung Xiong was very sad. Don't worry. Your grandson will definitely be fine as long as I can leave this place alive, Hung Xiong said to the old man. This was equivalent to his oath. The old man nodded and walked to the base of the stele. This time, the old man wasn't affected by the mysterious power. He walked straight to the base of the stele and was about to take out the jade scroll embedded in it. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man was shocked. He tried to snatch the jade scroll, but he had lost all his cultivation. There was no way he could match the speed of the person who suddenly appeared. The old man's vision blurred. He saw that the jade scroll at the base of the stele was already in the person's hand. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Runes appeared on the shattered stone tablet, and an unfathomable power was activated, enveloping the person who had suddenly appeared. The power of time. Chapter 1805. There was a strange Tao pattern imprinted on the broken stone tablet. Although the stone tablet was smashed to the ground, the incomplete Tao pattern did not dissipate completely. A power that could deprive one of time erupted. Even someone as strong as He Tian was swept by this power. His right arm was corroded to the point that even his bones were exposed. This He Tian was extremely shocked. He was a half-step saint, and his blood essence was extremely solid. However, at this moment, he could clearly sense that the blood essence in his right arm was drying up rapidly. His entire arm suddenly lost all feeling, and the jade slip that he was holding in his hand fell to the ground. However, he reached down with his left hand and caught the jade slip in time. Even He Tian would be jealous of a jade slip that was passed down from the mythological era. There were ancient words vaguely visible on the jade slip. Clearly, it was a jade slip that recorded something. The circulation of Tao rhyme. That's an incredible cultivation technique. My Tian broke his right arm, which had lost all signs of life, and instantly retreated. At the same time, life essence began to surge from his severed arm. His muscles and bones began to reform, and his flesh and blood rapidly grew back. In just a few breaths' time, He Tian's severed right arm was completely healed. It was as good as new. You, the old man, who had destroyed his own cultivation in order to obtain the jade slip, was so furious that he almost vomited blood when he saw the jade slip he was about to obtain being snatched away. His aged, body shook violently, and he fell to the ground. Roar! Hung Xiong let out a furious roar and charged at He Tian. A dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand and pierced through He Tian. He was fighting with all his might. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted nothing more than to eat He Tian alive. Seeing this, the others also made their moves. However, these people were only at the immortal god realm. They were far from being a match for He Tian. Nevertheless, He Tian did not have the intention to kill them. Swoosh! He immediately retreated. Of course, Hung Xiong and the others wouldn't let He Tian go so easily. Hung Xiong soared into the sky and chased after He Tian. Who are you? Hung Xiong gritted his teeth. In order to obtain that jade slip, they had already sacrificed a few people. The sloppy old man had even destroyed his own cultivation. Strangely enough, the stone tablet's power that could deprive a cultivator of time had no effect on the sloppy old man, who had already become immortal. Only cultivators would have their vitality stripped away by this power. Haha, you want to know who I am? You guys don't have the qualifications. He Tian laughed heartily as he rushed out of the ruins. He seemed to want to escape, but Hung Xiong chased after him with a murderous aura. They had gone through many hardships to come here and paid a heavy price. They were about to obtain a divine item left behind from the mythological era, but this divine item had been snatched away. This almost drove him crazy. Leave that thing behind, or I'll take your life. Hung Xiong roared and continued to control his sword rays to slash at He Tian. He displayed his powerful cultivation as a 9th-level immortal. Dazzling sword rays shot out in all directions, lighting up the dark sky. Ha! My life is right here. Come and take it if you can. He Tian looked at Hung Xiong mockingly. The look in his eyes showed that he didn't take this 9th-level immortal seriously at all. He was just messing with him. Arg! Hung Xiong was enraged. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He didn't care how strong his opponent was. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to kill this person and take back the jade slip. Uncle Master Gu seems to be going a little overboard. In another place, Gu Zhong stood on a boulder and shook his head when he saw this scene. These people were merely itinerant cultivators. He knew very well the tragic situation of itinerant cultivators. Without the protection of a sect, itinerant cultivators faced the danger of being killed by other cultivators at any time. In the cultivation world, there were many cases of people being killed and robbed. If these itinerant cultivators obtained some rare divine items, they would often be targeted by other stronger itinerant cultivators or powerful cultivators from large sections. The fate of these itinerant cultivators was already determined after being targeted by these people. Killing a rogue cultivator without any background or backing wouldn't cause any trouble, especially for some experts who came from the big sections. They wouldn't have any scruples about it. In the cultivation world, apart from some powerful itinerant cultivators, other itinerant cultivators didn't have a good life. This was also the reason why Hung Xiong and the others took the risk to enter the innumerable huge mountains. They didn't have any cultivation skill, nor did they have any refining materials. They didn't even have a good place to cultivate. The lack of cultivation resources was the biggest reason why these itinerant cultivators took the risk out of desperation. As for the disciples from large sects and forces, they didn't need to care about these things at all. All kinds of cultivation resources would be prepared for them by the sects and forces. Hey Tian, this guy. At this moment, Gu Fei and old Jiao also arrived nearby. Boss, you're here too. He Tian saw Gu Fei and hurriedly stopped. Swoosh! At the moment when He Tian stopped, a ray of sword light descended from the sky and slashed at He Tian's head, looking like it was going to split him in half. Humph! He Tian snorted coldly. He didn't even turn his head. He directly turned his back to Hung Xiong and then waved his right hand behind him. "Don't kill him," Gu Fei said. Boom. He Tian's right hand directly shattered the ray of sword light. A powerful force directly swept Hung Xiong away, smashing him into a pile of rocks. The people who came from behind Hung Xiong were all extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't help but stop. Just a wave of his hand, and he broke Boss Hung Xiong's sword light. How is this possible? Is this person an immortal emperor, or is he even more powerful than an immortal emperor? The remaining people were dumbfounded. One should know that Hung Xiong was a rare sword immortal who had already reached the peak of the immortal realm. He was only one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. However, such a powerful sword immortal was completely defeated by a wave of his hand. Roar. Hung Xiong's roar, which sounded like an injured beast, came from the pile of rocks 100 zhang away. He was unwilling to admit defeat, but his opponent was too powerful for him to resist. "I'd like to see what's in this jade slip." He Tian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. He directly used his divine sense to read the contents of the jade slip. However, when He Tian's divine sense came into contact with the jade slip in his hand, something shocking happened. An ancient and mysterious Tao rune suddenly rushed out of the jade slip and imprinted itself on He Tian's forehead. What? Chapter 1806. The jade scroll changed, and a beam of divine light rushed out from it. It was a Tao pattern of the Great Path, and it was imprinted in between my Tian's eyebrows. A divine will went straight into his Niwen palace. Roar. He Tian's face turned ferocious. He wanted to take me. There was actually a powerful divine sense hidden within the jade slip. This was a divine sense that had existed for countless years. This divine sense most likely belonged to an ancient supreme being. He Tian knew that he was at the brink of life and death. If that divine will rushed into his brain, he would be in danger of being taken. "You want to play this trick with me? I'm not afraid of you." He Tian looked pained, but he still said such cruel words. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path was to cultivate the power of the primordial spirit. It was the perfect way to deal with this divine will. This fellow had learned many immortal Tao secret arts from Gu Fei. Primordial sort of way. He Tian struggled. The primordial spirit sitting in his brain turned into a sword of the Great Path. It shone with endless divine light and rushed out of his brain. Voom! The sword of the Great Path hummed, and the entire world changed color. This was a half-saint using the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The pressure of a saint was vast, shocking the world. This Hung Xiong and the others were terrified. They never thought that the person who had stolen their things would be so powerful. Half-saint. There was the word saint in it, and it had some of the characteristics of a saint. The aura of the saint filled the air. Hung Xiong and the others were terrified. They knelt on the ground involuntarily, kowtowing to He Tian. Rumble, the primordial sort of way slashed out, forcing back the divine will that had rushed out of the jade scroll. The sword of way could cut everything in the world. It was the bane of primordial spirits and divine will. This supreme mystic technique, created by the supreme Tao ancestor, had already evolved to the extreme. Once the primordial soul Tao sword was unleashed, even the divine will left behind by a supremacy had to retreat. Of course, this was also because the divine sense hidden in the jade slip was too weak. One must know that this relic was something from the mythological era. Although the will in the jade slip was not extinguished, it had become very weak after such a long time. Otherwise, even if He Tian had cultivated the primordial spirit Tao sword, it would still have been seized. The sword light of the Great Path burst forth, illuminating the dark world. Gu Fei was also very shocked. He almost attacked, but when he saw that He Tian could handle it, he didn't. It was just an incomparably weak divine will. After it came out of the jade slip, if it didn't seize a cultivator's body, it would completely dissipate. This kind of spiritual will would not be able to last for long. However, it was a divine sense left behind by a supreme martial artist after all. Even though it was so weak that it was about to dissipate, it still caused a lot of trouble for He Tian. Buzz. The primordial spirit Tao sword hummed, and the rhythm of the great path circulated, displaying the supreme power of the great path divine sword. It forced the divine sense to run around, but it was a bit difficult to completely destroy this divine sense. At this time, the jade slip that He Tian was still holding in his hand changed again. 9 patterns of the great path flew out of the jade slip, suppressing the space between heaven and earth. It actually imprisoned He Tian. What 9 patterns of the great path were imprinted in the space around He Tian, triggering a great power. Even someone as powerful as a half-saint could not move. This is the 9 patterns of the great path condensed by an ancient supreme martial artist. At this moment, He Tian could not help but be shocked. Even Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that the jade slip would be imprinted with the 9 patterns of an ancient supreme martial artist. 9 was the limit of numbers. Since ancient times, most of the supreme martial artists had condensed 9 supreme martial artist Tao patterns that belonged to them. Although it was only 9 supreme martial artist Tao patterns, every single one of them was all-encompassing, elaborating on the truth of heaven and earth. The 9 supreme martial artist Tao patterns were dim, as if they were heavily injured. Even so, they still suppressed He Tian. "You old ghost, boss, save me!" He Tian was shocked, scared, because he couldn't move. Even his primordial spirit, Tao sword, was suppressed, locked in place in the void. This type of unmatched immortal technique actually lost the power it should have at this time. At this time, the divine sense changed. A faint and illusory figure appeared in front of He Tian, wanting to become one with He Tian. Roar! Gu Fei roared. At this point, he had no choice but to act. An extremely powerful wave of power rushed out from his body. "It's useless. This fleshly body is mine." The faint and illusory figure emitted a weak divine sense. This super antique from the Age of Legends actually still had consciousness. "Boss, save me!" He Tian's forehead shone with a godly light as his divine sense rushed out from his Niwen palace. His voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. To think that after so many years, I would still be able to return to this world. The faint and illusory figure closed in on He Tian. Arg, arg. This time, He Tian was truly afraid. One must know that if he was seized by the divine sense of a supreme martial artist, he might not even be able to reincarnate. He would completely disappear from this world. Clang! With a sword's hum, a violet gold divine sword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Swish! Without any hesitation, he wielded the divine sword and stabbed towards the faint and illusory figure. On the tip of the sword, there was a faint violet gold sword light pulsing. Humph! The figure formed from the divine sense sneered. 9 supreme Taoist patterns sealed the void. What divine weapon in this world could break through the power of the supreme Taos? Crack! The violet gold divine sword pierced through the force field formed by the 9 supreme Taoist patterns. Something seemed to shatter in the void. What the faint and illusory figure was no small matter. What kind of weapon was that? Was it a supreme divine weapon? There were also 9 Taoist patterns on the body of the violet gold divine sword. When the divine sword broke through the sealing power of the 9 Taoist patterns, He Tian's entire body relaxed. Divine snatch. With a roar, He Tian used the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. A heaven-devouring force rushed out of his Naiwen palace and swallowed the faint and illusory figure into his Naiwen palace. This guy, seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but jump. He Tian was really taking a risk. He actually wanted to refine the divine sense of a supreme martial artist and obtain a portion of the memories. This was very dangerous. No one knew what the divine sense of a supreme martial artist had up his sleeve. He Tian was gambling. If he won, he would obtain a great opportunity. Chapter 1807. Bizizizi. The void trembled as boundless divine light enveloped He Tian. This was the purest form of primordial spirit energy. He was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret art. 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared around him. These were immortal runes created by the peerless Tao ancestor, the bane of all primordial spirits and divine will. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. He Tian was truly audacious to actually dare to devour the divine will of an ancient sovereign. Master, will there be a problem with Junior Uncle He? Guzhong walked over. Humph, if there's a problem, then he deserves it, Gu Fei said impatiently. He Tian's actions were too risky. One must know that this was a strand of the divine will of an ancient sovereign, left behind by an existence equivalent to the peerless Tao ancestor. Although the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme, immortal arts created by the peerless Tao ancestor, which of the ancient sovereigns hadn't created their own supreme god arts? Roar! He Tian channeled the godly seizing secret art with all his might. The Naiwen palace in his forehead shone with a myriad of divine lights, as though a sun had appeared, illuminating the world. The 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao were imprinted into He Tian's Naiwen palace, sealing the strand of divine will within. Humph, trying to seize me? I'm going to refine you. So what if it was the divine will of an ancient sovereign? It was already so weak, yet it still wanted to come out and cause trouble. He Tian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. This was a great fortune. As long as he could successfully refine this strand of divine will, he would be able to obtain a portion of the sovereign's memories. At this moment, Heng Xiong and the others were already dumbfounded. Just who were these people? They were so strong and terrifying. Before them, they weren't even comparable to ants. Heng Xiong was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had been chasing after the person who snatched the jade slip. It seemed that the other party was just toying with him. With such a powerful cultivation base, he could crush all of them with just a finger. Rumble. A powerful primordial spirit power burst out from He Tian's Naiwen palace, causing the surrounding void to shake. 2 divine will powers were fighting in his Naiwen palace. 9 immortal Tao divine runes appeared on He Tian's Naiwen palace. Immortal Tao runes sealed He Tian's Naiwen palace. Otherwise, He Tian's Naiwen palace would have been destroyed. He Tian's expression was extremely solemn. This was the most dangerous battle. If he lost, he might disappear from this world forever. Similarly, if He Tian were to refine that strand of sovereign spirit, it would also disappear completely. He Tian sat down cross-legged. The jade scroll in his hand was emitting light, providing energy to the supreme divine will in his Naiwen palace. This was a form of threat. Shua. Gu Fei moved. Wielding the violet gold god sword, he flicked the jade scroll in He Tian's hand away and grabbed it in his hand. If Heng Xiong and the others had the jade scroll, the supreme divine will in the jade scroll would have succeeded. But unfortunately, He Tian was not an immortal, but a powerful half-saint. It was not an easy task to refine a half-saint because the supreme divine was simply too weak. This thing, Gu Fei used his energy to suppress the Jade Scroll, cutting off the connection between the Jade Scroll and the supreme divine will. This way, the pressure on He Tian was greatly reduced. I am the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When my true body returns, all of you shall die. From He Tian's Niwen Palace, a weak spiritual will rippled out. The supreme divine could not hold on any longer and was about to be refined by He Tian. Stop bragging. I'll kill you first. He Tian did not dare to be slow. Countless array runes appeared on his body and were imprinted into his Niwen Palace. He used his trump card. At this moment, Gu Fei released his spiritual will into the Jade Scroll. Gu Fei was extremely shocked because there was really something else in the Jade Scroll. It was 9 Dao runes. These 9 Dao runes were already very weak and were on the verge of collapsing. What happened back then? Even the 9 supreme Dao runes of the ancient supreme were attacked and were almost destroyed by some kind of power. These 9 Dao runes were very useful for Gu Fei and He Tian, who had already taken the crucial step of becoming a sage. They could observe the complete Dao of others to comprehend their own Dao. One must know that those who could become an extreme sovereign were people who had comprehended their own complete Dao. A flawless Dao could even suppress the heavenly Dao. However, the Dao comprehended by a sage was incomplete. Achieving Dao was only stepping onto the path of an extreme sovereign. Of course, the vast majority of people would not be able to become an extreme supreme being. The majority of them would fail on this path because comprehending a complete great Dao was simply too difficult. He Tian exerted his strength. His Niwen Palace seemed to be splitting the sky and earth apart. Even with the 9 Dao runes suppressing it, cracks still appeared and chaotic aura seeped out from the cracks. Endless divine light gathered in He Tian's Niwen Palace. He had successfully refined the will of the ancient supreme. Ha! He Tian laughed. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Even though it was just a strand of divine will that was about to collapse, it still gave him a great impact. If not for the 9 secrets of immortal Dao, he would have been in real danger. This old man is actually a being born from chaos. He was indeed invincible in the past. Mahakala spoke these words. This was the most primitive type of sentient life form, possessing great divine abilities the moment they were born. Their innate talents were so good that it wasn't something that Hotian life forms could compare to. This Gu Fei was shocked. An extreme sovereign before the Age of Legends. The Age of Legends was long enough to think that the owner of the will in the Jade Scroll was even older than the Age of Legends. You guys, at this moment, Heng Xiong and the others walked over unwillingly. It's useless even if I give it to you. You'll end up getting yourself killed instead. Gu Fei glanced at Heng Xiong and said, the cultivation bases of these people were too low. There was no way they could come into contact with the Dao of an extreme sovereign. Instead, they would attract the attention of powerful beings and bring disaster upon themselves. Heng Xiong and the others were able to cultivate to the immortal realm as itinerant cultivators. Their experiences were definitely not something disciples of big sects could compare to. Please accept us as your disciples. Heng Xiong suddenly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. This person was so strong. If they could obtain his protection, they would not have to be bullied by other cultivators. Please accept us as your disciples. The people behind Heng Xiong all knelt down. Even the sloppy old man who was about to reach the end of his lifespan did the same. The sloppy old man could not hold on any longer. He had severed his own cultivation base just to obtain that Jade Scroll. He was so old that he was about to die. Gu Zhong had seen everything from start to end. This old man was worthy of respect. Chapter 1808. Master, this Guzhong looked at Gu Fei. It was indeed not easy for these people to cultivate to the immortal realm as independent cultivators. Guzhong felt the same way. Before he met his master, Gu Fei, the Gu family in the land of the sorcerer was often bullied. Even a clan was like this, let alone those lone rogue cultivators. Heng Xiong and the others knelt on the ground. Gu Fei couldn't help but be tempted by this scene. However, he had just accepted old Jiao as his disciple, and these people in front of him didn't have enough aptitude to become his disciples. Disciples could not be casually accepted. It also depended on one's aptitude. Of course, aptitude was only one aspect, but one's temperament determined everything. Deal with these people as you see fit, Gu Fei said to Guzhong. These people did not practice martial arts, so they could not be his disciples. The reason why he accepted old Jiao was because he thought of Shaoqing in the heaven realm. I wonder how Shaoqing and the others are doing. Gu Fei looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. His opponents in the heaven realm were very powerful. Those people could threaten Shaoqing and the others. However, the old turtle was also in the heaven realm. With his identity as the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, Shaoqing and the others had the old turtle's protection. They did not need to fear anyone. After all, old tortoise had a grand sovereign seal in his possession. Yes, Guzhong nodded and replied. Then he pointed a finger and poured a strand of life essence into the dying old man's body, helping him extend his lifespan. An internal injury of the great Tao. Guzhong was shocked. His spiritual force scanned the old man's body and found that there was a hidden injury of the great Tao in the old man's body. This is the injury left behind by the heavenly tribulation when I underwent the heavenly tribulation back then. I have never been able to heal it. The old man's voice rang out as he said those words. He was injured by the heavenly tribulation, yet he survived. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. This old man had definitely experienced things that others couldn't imagine, yet he was still alive. This old man's will to live was too strong for him to be able to successfully overcome the tribulation after recovering from his great Tao injury. Let's go in and take a look first. Do as you see fit. After Gu Fei finished speaking, he led old Jiao, He Tian, and the others into the depths of the ancient ruins. Since they were already here, it would be a pity not to explore this place. Master doesn't accept disciples easily. If you're willing, you can follow me. Guzhong glanced at the 9 people kneeling before him and said, these 9 people were all at the immortal realm. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land needed people like this. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land only had Guzhong. The other members of the Gu family did not have much success. Only a few of them managed to cultivate the immortal god Tao fruit with Guzhong's help. Such a Gu family was too weak in this great world. Now that Gu Fei had become a half-saint, no one dared to rashly offend the Gu clan. However, the Gu clan and Gu Fei weren't of the same clan after all. Gu Fei was not an expert from the Gu clan. His relationship with the Gu clan was only that he had accepted Guzhong as his disciple. If the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land wanted to become truly powerful, they still needed to develop and become stronger on their own. Guzhong's acceptance of these 9 people had undoubtedly injected a powerful force into the Gu clan. Greetings, Master. Heng Xiong and the others felt blessed. They knelt before Guzhong again and paid their respects to him. Very good. Guzhong nodded. In fact, he valued Heng Xiong and the old man the most. In his opinion, the injuries of the great Tao were not difficult to heal. This old man had already severed his cultivation. He could take this old man as his disciple and teach him the path of martial arts. The old man's life was saved but his physical body was still very weak. It was even worse than a mortal's. Gu Zhong took out a young king medicine and gave it to the sloppy old man. The sloppy old man's hands trembled as he took the young king medicine excitedly. The others were incomparably envious. It was the young king medicine. Just a whiff of its medicinal aura was enough to make one feel 100 times more spirited. If one were to consume this young king medicine, perhaps it could directly increase the lifespan of the elderly by 100 years. If a cultivator consumed this young king medicine, his cultivation would definitely improve. A miraculous medicine that could be called a young king medicine was not an ordinary miraculous medicine. Only miraculous medicines that were more than 10,000 years old could be called a young king medicine. A 10,000-year-old miraculous medicine was definitely a rare, miraculous medicine in the human world. All of you go out and wait for me outside. Gu Zhong really did not have time to settle down these 9 newly accepted disciples. The ruins of the mythological era were full of danger. If only one of them followed him, his life might be in danger. Yes, master. Heng Xiong and the others also knew that they could not help Gu Zhong with their cultivation. They would only be a burden if they stayed. They could only leave. They bowed to Gu Zhong and retreated in the direction they came from. Gu Zhong did not casually accept these 9 disciples. Through his observation, he found that these 9 people were not evil or evil people, especially Heng Xiong and the slovenly old man. Both of them were righteous people that kept their promises. Since they were able to become friends with these 2 people and explore the Grand Myriad Mountains with them, the character of the others naturally wouldn't be too bad. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. A person's character could often be seen from the friends around him. When he saw the 9 disciples carefully making their way out, Gu Zhong also chased in the direction that Gu Fei and the others had disappeared. He Tian left a mark along the way. Gu Zhong quickly caught up to Gu Fei and the others. Everything is done. Gu Fei asked. It's done. Gu Zhong replied. Ha, boss, are you really planning to establish a sect and become the founder? He Tian laughed heartily. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, he was fully qualified to establish a sect, recruit disciples, and become the founder of a sect. I don't have such thoughts. Let's leave it to the next generation. Gu Fei said. He tacitly agreed with Gu Zhong's actions. He would not be the founder, and it was even more impossible for him to accept disciples. If he had these burdens, it would be difficult for him to reach the peak of his life. Of course, in the depths of Gu Fei's heart, he still hoped to rebuild the Taishan sect. However, this would only be possible if he found the missing disciples of the Taishan sect. He wondered how many of his fellow disciples had been able to escape the calamity that had befallen them, the Dongfang clan and the Beitang clan. Chapter 1809. Gu Fei's sudden display of murderous intent caused the people around him to tremble in fear, especially the old dragon. His mind was shaken as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Master, the old dragon's voice began to tremble. Yes. Gu Fei suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but sigh. There was still an obsession in his heart that had inadvertently given birth to a murderous intent. Only by settling the grudges with the Dongfang and Beitang clans could the obsession in his heart be dispelled. The grudge between him and the Zhao clan had come to an end, but no one could guarantee that the Zhao clan wouldn't come looking for him again. Gu Fei wasn't afraid of trouble, and he wouldn't let anyone bully him, not even the clan of the ancients. Boss, what are you doing? Could it be that you sense danger? He Tian was also startled by Gu Fei. Gu Fei had actually released a murderous intent. This made him nervous, thinking that something bad was about to happen. It's nothing. Gu Fei retracted his aura, and the murderous intent immediately disappeared. At this time, everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief. The group continued forward. Erebus had a deep understanding of the Tao of spell formations. Naturally, he would be the one to take the lead in this mythological era's ruins. As they went deeper, everyone noticed that the sky above their heads was getting darker. This was very unusual. It was daytime, but it was hard to see the sun in the sky. There's a law of Tao that has enveloped the entire ruin, Gufei said. This ruin from the Age of Legends seemed to have formed a world of its own, and the law of heaven and earth here had been changed. The ruined palace of an ancient sovereign is indeed extraordinary. He Tian couldn't help but be amazed. He had refined the will of the sovereign and learned many things. The formation of this ruin could be traced back to the Age of Legends. That was a paragon that had risen during the mythological era. For some unknown reason, this paragon had actually fought with a paragon from before the mythological era. That battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend apart. It practically destroyed an entire era. No one knew the final result, but a palace fell from the sky to the mortal world, forming this incomparably huge ruin. A battle between supreme beings was incomparably terrifying to begin with. Even the palaces of supreme beings were shattered, falling from the sky. One could see just how terrifying that battle was back then. As Gufei and the others walked through the ruins, they had no choice but to be extremely careful. This was because there were still the indestructible Tao laws left behind by the ancient supremes. In the ruins, there were basically no buildings that were completely preserved. The buildings that could stand tall in the ruins were all buildings that were branded with supreme Tao patterns. Encountering such a place, they could only take a detour. How could this be? Suddenly, He Tian stopped. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. He seemed to have sensed an impossible situation. What's wrong? Gufei and the others hurriedly asked. This place seems to be a cage. He Tian raised his head and looked up into the sky. When he was high up in the sky, he lowered his head and observed carefully. His expression turned even more solemn. Everyone rose into the sky as well and came to He Tian's side. Following He Tian's gaze, everyone looked down. What they saw gave them a huge shock. The collapsed buildings on the ground were all in the shape of squares. Under the messy rocks, Tao patterns could be vaguely seen on the ground. The center of each square building was branded with a Tao pattern. These were incomparably ancient Tao patterns, as though there was something sealed beneath the ruins. It's really a cage. Gufei couldn't help but be moved. This was way too inconceivable. For a cage to fall from the sky, it couldn't be right. Could it be that some powerful living being was sealed here by the ancient supremes? Although the various square buildings had collapsed, the foundations were still there. There were hundreds and thousands of such buildings. If it was really as they guessed, it was too terrifying. Thousands of powerful living beings were actually sealed by the ancient supremes. Was this possible? Existences that were worthy of being sealed by the ancient supremes were probably all extremely powerful. Let's go down and take a look. Gufei directly flew down from the sky and came to the front of a square building. This building had already collapsed, but the foundation and the ground were incomparably sturdy. They weren't damaged at all. The others also flew down from the sky. Everyone worked together to clean up the collapsed rocks and debris, revealing the ceiling Tao pattern below. This is the most ancient ceiling Tao pattern. He Tian said after carefully inspecting it. A Tao pattern before the mythological era. Everyone was shocked. Before the mythological era, there was really an era that had been annihilated in the passage of time. This was too shocking. The current world of cultivation believed that the mythological era was the first recorded era in the world. It was much older than the ancient desolate era. After the mythological era was destroyed, countless years passed before the ancient desolate era was formed. The ancient desolate era had existed for billions of years, but in the end, it still ended. From the destruction of the ancient desolate era to the present day, it was believed that the world had experienced the third reincarnation, the third era, and now it was enough to prove that before the mythological era, there was an ancient era. Moreover, during that era, the Supremes had already appeared in the world. This relic was the Palace of the Supremes before the mythological era. The ancient seal, even after 3 long eras, the power of the seal still existed. This caused everyone to be shocked to the extreme. After such a long period of time, only the immortal Supremes' items could not be destroyed by the power of time. Only the immortal Supremes' items could exist forever. Only the immortal Supremes' items could not be destroyed by the power of time. Of course, this was also relative. If someone at the same level made a move, even the items left behind by the Supremes would be completely destroyed. Let's open it. Gu Fei decided to open the seal. After so many years, even though the power of the seal had not disappeared, it had become very weak. Let me borrow the divine sword. He Tian was very straightforward. He was also very curious. Were there really living beings from before the mythological era sealed under the seal? After so much time had passed, were these living beings still alive? Soon, He Tian used the power of the purple gold divine sword to break the seal. Countless cracks appeared under everyone's feet. Everyone rose into the air and stared nervously at the ground below. Kacha, the ground was cracking. Cracks quickly covered the entire ground. The power of the seal was quickly disappearing. It was about to disappear completely. Bang! In front of everyone's eyes, the ground below collapsed, revealing a pitch-black hole. A cloud of smoke and dust rushed up from this black hole. Everyone was on high alert. It should be known that if there really were powerful living beings from before the mythological era rushing out, everyone would be in danger. There's no aura of life. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. There was no aura of life coming from the black hole below. This meant that even if there was a living being from before the mythological era sealed in the black hole, that living being was now dead. Just as everyone had guessed, the black hole was hundreds of feet deep. There was a huge skeleton inside. This was the skeleton of a strange beast that no one had ever seen before. A living being from before the mythological era. Even though there was only a skeleton left, everyone could feel the ferocity and terror of this strange beast. It was hard to imagine how fierce and powerful this living being was when it was still alive. No living being can live in such a state for so long. Everyone was relieved. No matter how powerful a living being was, in this sealed land, it would exhaust its essence chi. In the end, it would die. Next, everyone opened 7 or 8 seals in a row. Some of the cages were empty, without any living being sealed inside. Even if there were living beings sealed in some cages, those living beings had already become bones or dried corpses. Crossing 3 eras, under the seal, there was probably no living being that could live for so long. One should know that even an honorable being would not be able to live for so long if he was sealed. These cages were not as simple as sealing grounds. Inside the cages, there were also array patterns that could absorb spirit chi. In other words, the creatures inside the cages could not absorb spirit chi from the outside world. Instead, their own spirit chi was constantly being consumed by the cages. Crossing 3 eras, even an honorable being would probably be exhausted to death if he was sealed in this place. These guys are all poor. There's nothing left behind. He Tian tried his best to open the seals. He wanted to see if there were any treasures inside. Unfortunately, these living beings were sealed in here. How could there be any treasures on them? Of course, If the essence chi of these living beings had not been completely consumed, the bodies of these living beings could be considered as decent treasures. Aura of life. How is this possible? Just as He Tian broke open the ninth seal, an extremely weak aura of life seeped out from the bottom of the cracked seal. What? Even He Tian himself was shocked. Aura of life. That's right. This is the aura of life. The unknown living being in the seal is still alive. Everyone was extremely shocked. This was definitely a miracle. What kind of living being could survive after being sealed for so long? This sealed land was not some paradise or spiritual land that was filled with spirit chi. What is this? Chapter 1810. The ruins left behind from the mythological era turned out to be a prison. Such an outcome was inconceivable to everyone. Legend had it that this was formed by the fall of an ancient sovereign's palace from the ninth heaven. If this was really a prison built by an ancient sovereign, then the creature that was imprisoned in this prison would definitely have a great background. After all, a creature that was worthy of being sealed by an ancient sovereign would definitely not be an ordinary existence. Gu Fei and the others were opening these incomparably ancient prisons. The sealing power of these prisons was already very weak, but it still took them a lot of effort to break these prisons. In theory, there should be no life in these ancient prisons that spanned 3 eras. After being sealed for such a long period of time, even an ancient sovereign would be exhausted to death. However, when the ninth seal was opened, an extremely weak breath of life came out of the prison. Although this breath of life was extremely weak and almost negligible in front of a powerhouse like Gu Fei, the appearance of this breath of life shocked them to the extreme. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked to the extreme, especially the old flood dragon. He knew some of the origins of these ancient ruins. How could there be life in such an ancient ruin? Old Jiao had been guarding outside these ruins for tens of thousands of years. No one knew these ruins better than him. Prior to this, only that human cultivator had entered this ancient ruin once 10,000 years ago. At that time, he was only a demonic cultivator who had just awakened his spiritual wisdom. Of course, that human cultivator was not necessarily stronger than old Jiao. However, the magic weapon in his hand made old Jiao very afraid, so he did not dare to act rashly. In the end, that human cultivator seemed to have encountered some kind of opportunity in these ruins and left happily. Since then, no one from the human clan or any other race had discovered these ruins. However, old Jiao had been guarding outside these ruins for tens of thousands of years. Of course, old Jiao had entered these ruins before, but he did not dare to go deep. He only dared to wander around the periphery. It was also because of old Jiao's cautiousness that he was able to survive until now and successfully become a dragon. If he had entered the depths of these ruins, he would probably have died inside. Be careful. He Tian reminded everyone. A creature that had been sealed for 3 eras still didn't die. Anyone would be moved. One had to understand that this was definitely a miracle. Kacha, after the seal was broken, the ground quickly cracked and then collapsed. Everyone nervously stared at the pitch-black hole below. Gu Zhong's blood and qi surged as martial qi revolved around him. He looked like a reincarnated ancient god of war, giving off a strong sense of oppression. When old Flood Dragon sensed the ocean-like energy fluctuations coming from his senior brother, he couldn't help but change his expression. This was definitely an almighty level of cultivation. On the other hand, his own cultivation base had yet to be fully consolidated. He was still hovering between the 9th heaven of Immortal Emperor and the Almighty. An almost transparent beam of sword light shot out from He Tian's body. It was a formless divine sword, and a wisp of saintly might emanated from the divine sword, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Compared to the nervous expressions of Tian and the others, Gu Fei was still very calm. There wasn't any powerful qi coming from his body. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. The seal had been broken, but nothing rushed out from the pitch-black prison below. The surroundings were so quiet that even the breathing of the people around could be heard. But no one dared to be careless. One should know that the era before the mythological era was too long ago. The things of that era had basically been annihilated in that long period of time. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Then, the scene of the dungeon gradually appeared in front of everyone. A huge tortoise shell appeared in front of everyone. An old tortoise. Gu Fei and the others were dumbfounded. This was an ancient creature from before the mythological era. This was a tortoise shell the size of a house. This tortoise shell had no aura of life. The aura of life came from within the tortoise shell. This was a fleshly body. The flesh and bones had already turned to dust, but the tortoise shell could not. Little nephew, go down and take a look. Tian glanced at old Jiao and said, "What?" Old Jiao was shocked. But then he remembered that he seemed to be the person with the lowest seniority among the people present. It seemed like he could only do this kind of rough work. "Go, I will protect you. I guarantee that you won't die," Tian said. Old Jiao was very unwilling, but he couldn't refuse. The qi of life inside the tortoise shell made Gu Fei and the others feel a little uneasy. But the qi of life was very weak and seemed to be of no threat to anyone. Old Jiao jumped down and carried the huge tortoise shell up. Bang! The tortoise shell was placed on the ground beside the prison. The heavy tortoise shell was like a mountain, and the ground shook when it hit. On the shell that was the size of a house, there were thick lines intertwined. Upon closer inspection, these lines seemed to be naturally formed. They were natural Tao patterns. Creatures before the mythological era are indeed extraordinary. Tian couldn't help but sigh. Innate Tao patterns were something that only sentient life forms could possess. Ordinary life forms definitely wouldn't possess such Tao patterns. Even the old tortoise, the son of the Tai Huang dynasty, didn't have such natural Tao patterns. Natural Tao patterns. Could it be that this is a chaotic Khanate creature that was born from chaos? Gu Fei was also very shocked. The Khanate Tao patterns on the tortoise shell seemed to still be effective. There was an invisible force that shrouded the huge tortoise shell. The inside of the ancient prison was engraved with formation patterns that could devour essence qi. But this tortoise shell was a little special. Maybe it could counteract the devouring power in the prison. There seemed to be something inside the tortoise shell. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They were sure that it was a false alarm. The tortoise shell and the thing inside, it didn't pose any threat to them, because the qi of life inside the tortoise shell was too weak. It wasn't even as strong as the qi of life on an ordinary person. What's going on? Tian carefully examined the tortoise shell. Apart from the natural Tao patterns on the shell, there was nothing special about it. This giant tortoise must have been very powerful when it was alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed in the prison by an ancient supreme being. However, no matter how powerful an existence was, it would still fall. However, there was still a qi of life coming from inside the tortoise shell. No one knew if this giant tortoise was already dead, or if it wasn't completely dead yet. It should be known that the more powerful an existence was, the harder it was to die. Little nephew, it's better for you to do it. Tian looked at old Jiao again. Old Jiao had no choice but to walk forward and directly enter the huge tortoise shell that was as big as a house. Gu Fei and the others all stared at old Jiao. If there were any accidents, they would act immediately and rescue old Jiao. Gu Fei even took out the purple gold divine sword. This divine sword was a supreme divine sword. Not to mention a tortoise shell with natural Tao patterns. Even immortal divine iron could be split in half by this sword. It was still a false alarm. Very quickly, old Jiao walked out of the tortoise shell with an egg in his hand. It can't be. Seeing that old Jiao actually came out with an egg in his hand, Gu Fei and the others were stunned once again. There were too many surprises today. This wasn't an ordinary egg, but a bone egg. The shell of the egg was made of dense bones, and these bones were covered with natural runes. These runes were exactly the same as the natural runes on the tortoise shell. This old tortoise has undergone nirvana. He Tian stared at the bone egg for a full hour before he said this. Everyone was shocked. This giant tortoise had actually undergone nirvana. They had heard of phoenixes undergoing nirvana rebirth, but they had never heard of a tortoise undergoing nirvana. Can tortoises undergo nirvana too? Gu Zhong voiced out the doubts in his heart. This was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Only He Tian, who had reincarnated countless times, knew some of the secrets of heaven and earth. Humph, in theory, any powerful existence can undergo nirvana rebirth. However, the price to pay is too high. Unless it is a life and death situation, no one is willing to take this path. He Tian said, the price to pay for nirvana was too high. This was a self-destruction, cutting off one's cultivation and turning oneself into the most primitive state. This was to beat oneself back to the original state. Only those with great willpower would be able to harden their hearts and sever most of their cultivation at the juncture of life and death, thus preserving the most primordial brand of life. Of course, during the process of nirvana, a part of one's power would be sealed in one's own primitive life. After rebirth, through cultivation, this part of the power would be stimulated. This giant tortoise was also forced into a dead end. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used this method to save its life. It used the natural Tao patterns on the tortoise shell to resist the devouring power in the prison. Then it used a secret technique to undergo nirvana and turned into a bone egg. Before this giant tortoise was born, it was also a bone egg. A faint aura of life was emitted from this bone egg. The aura of life in the bone egg was almost gone. If Gu Fei and the others hadn't broken the seal, this bone egg would have become a dead egg in another few hundred or 1,000 years. This guy is really lucky. After knowing the cause and effect, everyone couldn't help but be moved. This was a creature from the most ancient era before the mythological era. It had crossed 3 eras and finally turned into an egg. And this egg was obtained by Gu Fei. It could be said that this giant tortoise was not fated to die. Chapter 1811. No one would have thought that a black turtle born from chaos, which had been sealed for countless years, would survive tenaciously through nirvana. It had spanned 3 eras. What a long period of time. Even those supreme beings might not be able to exist for that long. Although supreme beings were said to be extremely powerful, it did not mean that supreme beings would not die. The creatures before the mythological era were still alive. No one would believe it even if it was set out, because it was too incredible. One must know that even those ancient supreme beings had disappeared. Some supreme beings might even have fallen. However, turtles originally had a much longer lifespan than ordinary creatures. It was probably the natural longevity of this black turtle that allowed it to survive for such a long period of time. The bone egg was only 1 foot high. The lines on it were natural Tao patterns. This Tao pattern could seal the bone egg and prevent the loss of life essence. Self-nirvana and seal. This big turtle's means are indeed heaven-defying. He Tian was extremely shocked. This black turtle did not die. As long as the bone egg was provided with a steady stream of spiritual energy, This black turtle would break out of the egg and be reborn in the world. Will there be any future troubles? Gu Fei did not want to make the black tortoise reincarnate. The black tortoise's cultivation would backfire on him after it was successful. That was not a good thing. The person who would do such a thing was absolutely stupid to the extreme. It shouldn't be. Even if this black turtle can really recover its memory, it may not be your opponent. He Tian thought for a moment and said such words. The reborn black turtle's cultivation would not be too strong. It was just a newborn creature. Even if this creature's talent and physique reached a heaven-defying level, it was impossible for it to threaten the existence of the half-sage level as soon as it was born. In the end, Gu Fei put away the bone egg. This bone egg was formed after a supreme existence underwent nirvana. Such an existence's talent and physique were definitely at the monstrous level. In this world, it seemed that only Gu Fei could make this bone egg hatch quickly, because only Gu Fei could provide this bone egg with a steady stream of spiritual energy. This kind of creature born naturally had a different talent and physique from ordinary creatures. It required a large amount of spiritual energy to gradually grow such a creature. When Gu Fei was in the heaven realm, he cut out a divine egg from the body of a stone man. After so many years, the divine egg still did not hatch. The divine egg was kept in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei and nourished by the fire phoenix's essence. Even so, there was still no sign of the life in the divine egg being born. The divine egg was kept in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei and nourished by the fire phoenix's essence. He had already guessed the origin of this divine egg. This divine egg was probably the legendary phoenix egg. Now, he had obtained another bone egg. Good things come in pairs. The bone egg was also kept in the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei and thrown into the place where the true dragon's divine pearl was. Soon, the bone egg gradually absorbed the essence of the true dragon's divine pearl. The fire phoenix's divine pearl and the true dragon's divine pearl were rare spiritual objects in this world. They had not appeared even once in millions of years. Gu Fei had only obtained these divine objects by chance in the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon. The mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own and contained many good things that Gu Fei had obtained. In the deepest part of the mountain and river cauldron, the physical body and primordial spirit of the primordial demon were suppressed. This was one of Gu Fei's trump cards. No one knew what would happen once the primordial demon's primordial spirit and physical body merged. Boss, do we continue? The huge turtle shell was put away by He Tian. This was not an ordinary turtle shell. It was probably not inferior to the stone turtle shell of the old tortoise. This was a divine object with natural Tao patterns. It had not completely lost its divinity. After sacrificial refining, it could definitely be refined into an amazing divine object. Continue. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. After all, there were not many creatures like this black turtle in the world. He did not believe that there was an existence more abnormal than this black turtle. Therefore, He Tian continued and opened all the remaining cages. There were a total of 108 cages. The remaining cages were either empty or the living beings inside had died countless years ago. Some of their corpses had even completely decayed. There were no more miracles. No one had truly explored the ruins of the mythological era. This sealed place was only a small part of the ruins. As for what was in the depths of the ruins, Gu Fei and the others really did not know. When Gu Fei and the others left the sealed place and headed for the depths of the ruins, they encountered a lot of trouble. In the end, they found that there was a chaotic zone in the depths of the ruins. Everyone was extremely shocked. Rumble, muffled thunder-like sounds came from the chaotic zone. In front of them, chaotic chi rose as if a supreme existence was splitting heaven and earth. No one could detect what was in the chaotic zone because it was an extremely chaotic place. Even those who had cultivated the divine eyes could not see through it. Is it a sealed primal chaos or an entrance to the primal chaos void? Tian muttered to himself. He could not see through the chaotic zone that had always existed because it was impossible for chaotic rifts to exist in the world for a long time. The laws of heaven and earth could repair the broken void. Unless the entire world was broken, the crack between heaven and earth could not exist forever. Obviously, there was a force that made it difficult for this chaotic void to repair. It prevented the laws of heaven and earth from maintaining this chaotic state. Little nephew, Tian looked at old Jiao again. Uncle He, please spare me. Old Jiao was really scared this time. Before Tian finished speaking, he shouted. This time, he would not go up even if he was beaten to death. That was the chaotic void. Even a real powerful person might not be able to walk in the chaotic void. Forget it. This time, I will do it myself. Gu Fei said. If he allowed old Jiao to go up this time, the disciple he had just accepted would probably die here. Only semi-sage experts could travel in the primal chaos void. The extremely chaotic zone could cause people to get lost in it. All of their senses would be rendered useless, and even their divine senses would find it hard to penetrate the chaos. Only existences above the half-saint realm could rely on their tyrannical cultivation to enter the chaos void. Master, Gu Zhong wanted to enter the chaotic void on behalf of his master. He took a step forward. However, he was stopped by Gu Fei. Gu Zhong was already a powerful warrior, and his martial body was incomparably tyrannical. He was not afraid of the chaotic void. However, Gu Zhong's cultivation was still not enough. If he got lost in the chaotic void, he would probably never be able to come out. Rays of chaotic divine light flashed in the chaotic void from time to time. There was a strong fluctuation coming from it. No one dared to take it lightly. Gu Fei walked forward and directly entered the chaotic zone. This is the moment Gu Fei entered the chaotic zone. His expression changed. How could this be? He clearly felt an aura that should not have appeared. Impossible. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This aura should not have appeared. It was beyond his understanding. This chaotic void was strange. Could it be a passage? The rays of chaotic divine light didn't appear randomly. There was a pattern to it. The divine light in the chaotic void flashed from top to bottom. This kind of divine light pointed out the direction of the chaotic void. Above, Gu Fei directly rushed towards the place where the primal divine light had landed. The heavy primal qi was blocked by the qi aura on his body, making it difficult for him to get close. Boss is moving quickly. Tian could sense Gu Fei's existence. This was also the reason why Gu Fei would not get lost in the chaotic void. He had Tian's Tao pattern on his body. Before entering the chaotic void, Tian left a Tao pattern on Gu Fei's body. This way, Gu Fei could also sense Tian's existence. How is this possible? Tian's face revealed an expression of disbelief. He also sensed something strange. The Tao pattern he left on Gu Fei's body had a subtle connection with him. Rumble. In the chaotic void, Gu Fei was rushing upwards rapidly. The heavy chaotic qi could collapse mountains and rivers, but it had little effect on Gu Fei. He didn't know how far he had traveled in the chaotic void. However, he could feel that the aura coming from the chaotic divine light was getting stronger and stronger. Could this really be a chaotic passageway? Gu Fei was really moved. If his guess was right, this was definitely something that could make all the cultivators in the human world go crazy. No one would have thought that there would be such a chaotic passageway between the human world and that place. Gu Fei wanted to prove his guess. However, he realized that there was a powerful force blocking his way forward. The chaotic energy was getting stronger and stronger. Sure enough, it won't be easy. Gu Fei knew that he wouldn't be able to smoothly move towards that place without any obstruction. Boom! Suddenly, a divine light appeared in front of him. A huge mountain appeared in the chaotic passageway. Dust was floating in the chaotic divine light. A familiar aura was emitted from the mountain. When Gu Fei approached the mountain, he was shocked to the extreme. This mountain was the sacred mountain that had flown out of his inner world. This sacred mountain was the ancestral land of the god race in the Hell Path. According to legend, the supreme Tao ancestor had once preached on the sacred mountain for 1,000 years. He passed down the supreme immortal Tao and founded the immortal Tao. Why is this sacred mountain here? Chapter 1812. A divine mountain blocked his path, and a vast and powerful aura descended from the divine mountain, causing Gu Fei to be incomparably shocked. He had no choice but to stop. This divine mountain was the ancestral mountain that flew out from his inner world. How is this possible? Back then, this divine mountain broke through the void and rushed into the depths of the primal chaos. Gu Fei vaguely saw a cold corpse in the primal chaos resonating with the divine mountain and taking it away. Then, that corpse seemed to have obtained some sort of rebirth power and came back to life. It even fought against the skeleton that crawled out from the grave of the great ominous being. The divine mountain blocked the path ahead. This made Gu Fei feel uneasy. That mysterious person was extremely powerful. Even as a half-saint, he was most likely not his match. Did the divine race meet with misfortune? Gu Fei couldn't sense any aura from the divine mountain above. It was as if the divine race had truly disappeared. No one knew what happened to them. This was the divine mountain where the Tao ancestor once preached the ancestral land of the immortal Tao. The immortal aura was vast and mighty, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. With the divine mountain in the way, he couldn't go any further. The exit seemed to be not far ahead. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Was it a coincidence or was it intentional? No one knew that Gu Fei wanted to ascend the divine mountain. However, he found that the entire mountain was enveloped by a power that made it difficult for even Gu Fei to ascend. The divine mountain was incomparably silent. There was no aura of any cultivators. That mysterious expert wasn't there either. This absolute silence gave Gu Fei a strange feeling. Preposterous. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The path ahead was blocked unless he could move the divine mountain away. However, this was the place where the Tao ancestor once preached and was supported by a supreme's power. Even if he used a supreme divine weapon, he might not be able to move this immortal Tao divine mountain. The primordial divine light shone down from the divine mountain, piercing through the void of primordial chaos. It posed a certain threat to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had no choice but to turn back. He had the Tao pattern that He Tian had left behind on him, and he could sense where He Tian was. Shua. He quickly traversed through the primal chaos, breaking through the layers of primal chaos chi, as he rapidly approached He Tian's location. Boss is coming back. He Tian sensed something and knew that Gu Fei was about to return. He couldn't help but feel shocked that there was an unexpected discovery in the primal chaos. It was indeed a great surprise to both Gu Fei and He Tian. Shua. Primal chaos chi surged, and a figure walked out from the primal chaos chi in front of everyone. Master, Gu Zhong and old Jiao hurriedly went to greet the person who walked out of the primal chaos. Gu Fei had returned. They wanted to know what was inside the primal chaos. Boss, He Tian went forward and retrieved a Tao pattern that was branded on Gu Fei's body. I didn't expect the divine mountain of the Shun race to appear again. Gu Fei said something that shocked He Tian. He knew the origin of the ancestral mountain of the Shun race. It was the ruler of the Hell Path, the ancestral mountain of the Shun race. The Hell Path was a large world refined by the Buddhist Lord. This world was comparable to a complete world and was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Shun race was once the ruler of the Hell Path. Of course, the current Hell Path had already been refined by Gu Fei with the world origin bead. Although it was still difficult for Gu Fei to refine that world into his body with his current cultivation, he could already use the power of the world bead to draw the power of the Hell Path for his own use. Where are the people of the Shun race? Asked He Tian hurriedly. The current him was no longer afraid of the Shun race. However, the Shun race represented the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. This kind of foundation was not inferior to any ancient desolate forces. I don't know where they are, replied Gu Fei. This matter was very strange. The people of the Shun race had disappeared, but a mysterious person had appeared. What happened to the people of the Shun race? This was something that Gu Fei wanted to know. This He Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned ugly. Let's go. Bring me to them. He Tian pulled Gu Fei into the chaos ahead. Before he entered the chaos, he seemed to put 2 Tao patterns into the bodies of Gu Zhong and Old Jiao. This way, he didn't have to be afraid of getting lost in the chaos. Gu Zhong and Old Jiao could only guard outside. Just as He Tian pulled Gu Fei into the chaos channel, Heng Xiong and the others were also waiting on the cliff outside the ruins of the mythological era. Boss Heng Xiong, we entered the 100,000 mountain range to explore this time. I didn't expect that we would have a master. A big man among the 9 said. They were either sitting or standing. They were all in a good mood. One must know that ordinary sects wouldn't accept rogue cultivators like them. This was because the cultivation method they practiced had already taken shape and was deeply rooted in them. It was impossible for them to abandon the cultivation they had already cultivated and switch to another cultivation method. It's our luck to encounter such a great opportunity. Boss Heng Xiong was also very happy. He didn't have to be a rogue cultivator anymore. What kind of person do you think our master is? The sloppy old man sat on a big stone under the tree and pondered for a long time before saying this. He had lived for such a long time and was very meticulous. Ordinary people couldn't compare with him. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but turn silent. That's right, just who was their new master? Such a powerful existence definitely wasn't some unknown person in the cultivation world. In the world of cultivation, the only power with the surname Gu is the Gu family in the Sorcerer Land at the border between the Central Plains and the West Earth. Heng Xiong was an experienced rogue cultivator. He had been to most places in the human world. The Gu family in the Sorcerer Land was not a big power. However, the Gu family had a heaven-defying existence. No one dared to look down on him. Moreover, Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple. Who was Gu Fei? There was probably no one in the world of cultivation who didn't know Gu Fei's name. He was a monster who dared to compete with half-sages and quasi-sages. It seems that we have a good master. Everyone guessed the identity of Gu Fei's master and disciple. In the cultivation world, everything was determined by one's strength. There was no doubt that Gu Fei and his disciple were powerful. They were really lucky to be able to have such a master. Hey! Suddenly, a voice came down from the sky. Chapter 1813. Outside the ancient ruins, Heng Xiong and the others were chatting. Suddenly, someone rode a huge bird and flew above them. Who is it? Heng Xiong and the others were very vigilant, but they didn't notice the newcomer. It was only when the newcomer spoke that they noticed his presence. They were extremely shocked because there was only one possibility that they couldn't sense the person's existence. The person's cultivation and strength were far above theirs. Why does this person have the aura of the young medicine king? The person was a young man in white clothes with a silver crown on his head. He had a handsome face and straight eyebrows. He was a handsome man. Beautiful cultivators were very common in the cultivation world. One should know that once a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they could change their appearance at will. Whoosh! The young cultivator descended from the sky on the huge bird. A piercingly cold astral wind swept down from the sky. Sand and pebbles flew from the cliff. Even some short trees were uprooted. This Hung Xiong and the others couldn't help being shocked by this scene. Their guesses had come true. This person's cultivation base really was much higher than theirs. Even the feathered animal beneath the young man's feet was very ferocious. It was a black condor. The condor spread its wings like two doors. The astral wind caused by the flapping of its wings made Hung Xiong and the others lose their balance. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, something jumped down from the hand of the young cultivator on the back of the black condor and pounced at the slovenly old man. What? Everyone was taken aback. Hung Xiong was, after all, an expert of the ninth heavens of immortal god realm. He was only a step away from the immortal emperor realm. With his sharp eyes and swift hands, he slashed at the thing that was lunging at the sloppy old man. Humph! The young cultivator on the back of the black condor quickly waved his sleeve when he saw Hung Xiong's attack. A gust of astral wind suddenly appeared and swept towards Hung Xiong. Roar! Hung Xiong roared furiously as his long hair fluttered madly. In that instant, he erupted with his most powerful cultivation base and battle prowess, causing ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to ripple in the air. However, no matter how much Hung Xiong channeled the immortal force in his body, he could not contend against the young cultivator. The strong wind swept over and directly blew Hung Xiong away along with his sword. Hey! The clothes on the chest of the sloppy old man were torn by that thing, and a jade box fell out. It was caught by that thing, then it jumped onto the back of the black eagle and landed on the shoulder of the young cultivator. The sloppy old man was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. The jade box contained the young king medicine that his master, Guzhong, had given him. That was the young medicine king. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't obtain such a divine medicine. This young medicine king was very important to the sloppy old man. He had severed his cultivation and needed this kind of divine medicine to replenish the essence energy in his body. With this young king medicine, he would be able to recover very quickly. But now, this incomparably precious young king medicine king had been snatched away by a little bastard. This little guy is so obedient. He knows what I want. The young cultivator opened the jade box, and a wave of pure spiritual energy immediately rushed out. A divine medicine surrounded by spiritual light lay inside the jade box. On the young man's shoulder, there was a little marten squeaking happily. It was very intelligent. That was just given to me by Master. In his excitement, the blood in the sloppy old man's body surged, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was flushed red. Under the combination of shock and anger, he almost triggered the hidden injuries in his body. Master, giving a young king medicine king to a mortal. The black eagle stopped above the cliff. The young man on the eagle's back couldn't help but frown. He knew the value of a young king medicine king. To be able to give it to someone so casually, this person's master must have some background. Who the hell are you? We have never offended you. At this time, Hung Xiong, who had been sent flying by the young man, walked over. He wasn't injured, but the other party's high cultivation shocked him. You don't have the right to know who I am, the young cultivator arrogantly said. His background was too good, so he didn't care about these low cultivation vagrant cultivators. The only thing he was afraid of was the old man's master. This was a great era in the mortal world. The cultivation world was extremely prosperous. Even immortals were not high and mighty in this world. The young cultivator also knew that there were some hidden experts that he couldn't provoke. I'll be taking this young king medicine king. Consider it a gift from you guys. The young cultivator was about to leave, but Hung Xiong had already rushed over. Rays of bright sword light shot out from his body and pierced through the young cultivator on the black eagle. You overestimate yourself. The young man directly reached out his right hand and pressed down. Rays of pure sword light shattered under his palm. This time, Hung Xiong suffered a great impact and was directly slapped down from the sky by the young man. Boom! The cliff shook and countless rocks rolled down. A large palm print appeared on the cliff. In the center of the palm was a person. That person was Hung Xiong. Almost all of Hung Xiong's bones were shattered. His ninth layer immortal body was covered in blood and flesh. The young cultivator's attack had thoroughly defeated him. It wasn't that he was too weak. A ninth layer immortal realm cultivation was considered an expert in the mortal world. It was just that his opponent was too strong. This person was most likely a powerful immortal emperor. Without any suspense, the young cultivator's strength completely shocked everyone present. Do you know who the young King Medicine is? A tall, middle-aged cultivator stepped forward. His cultivation was only slightly weaker than Hung Xiong's. A powerful, immortal aura burst out from his body. Humph, I don't care whose young King Medicine it is. Anything that I, the carefree young immortal emperor, want is mine. The young cultivator seemed to be a little angry. The carefree young immortal emperor, the young master of the carefree sect. The crowd was shocked hearing this. The carefree sect was not a small sect. It had existed for a long time in the southern wasteland. Its foundation was extremely deep, on par with the Zhongli clan. Most importantly, the carefree sect was on good terms with the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland. There were many experts in the sect. This carefree young immortal emperor was one of the emperors in the southern wasteland. What bullshit sect is that? I've never even heard of it.